This is Audible.
Voices of Angels. Sins of Angels, Book 3. Written by M.A. Larkin and J.S. Morin. Narrated by Leslie Howard. Chapter 1. From time to time, the human mind will slip the details of the angel's message. This is understandable and forgivable, but it will also lead to sin. Keep the codex always at hand. Read it until its words stay with you. The codex will guide you, always. The Codex, Book of Raziel. October 9th, 3096. Fornax Dwarf Galaxy. The cryogenic chamber seemed to stretch on endlessly, row after row of frozen angels. Rachel's breath misted the air as she walked through the hall for the 1000th time since she'd found this place. 600 years ago, the angels had vanished without explanation, leaving mankind to their own devices. Some claimed they had returned to heaven now that mankind was safe from the adversary. Some claimed they had traveled into deep space beyond the local group. All were lies. They had frozen themselves in suspended animation. Why? These days, the Ark touched her mind even in her waking hours. It showed her the wonders of the universe, the birth of stars and nebulae, the death of whole planets as stars went nova. But it offered no answers for the questions that burned in her mind night and day. Why would the angels freeze themselves? The Ark supposedly held all the secrets of the angels, but after 3 weeks she had yet to unlock even a fraction of them. She paused before a frozen angel. The creature looked human, almost. Cybernetics poked through her skin, including, most obtrusively, massive metal wings. The first commandment said, "Man shall not alter the form of man." That apparently didn't apply to angels cybering themselves. What would the rest of humanity think when they learned angels were cyborgs? Farther down the hall, she could hear Leah Suzuki examining one of these things. Rachel wore a thick parka in here. Leah's sentinel suit seemed to keep the Rahab warm enough. Rachel wasn't quite sure what to make of the other woman. Apparently, she was David's best friend, except he'd never mentioned her, not that Rachel remembered. Rahabim were humans whose ancestors were engineered by the angels for subsea mining, and that was fine. Rachel had no problem with any of the races of man, except for maybe the Gog and Magog. What bothered her were Leah's guarded but definite feelings for David. Whenever he was around, Rachel could feel that hint of jealousy coming off Leah, that whisper of a desire the Rahab probably couldn't even admit to herself. As an empath, Rachel sometimes found herself privy to things she'd rather not know. Rachel pushed her hair back under the parka. Had the two of them slept together? Best friends in the service? It shouldn't surprise her if they had. It wasn't like she and David had been together at the time. Void. She wasn't sure they were together now. He'd rescued her from Sentinel custody, from torture under Captain Waller, and she could feel his love for her. But everything with David was so complex. The very history they shared made it that much more difficult to move on. And so Rachel pretended it was just sex between them. He wanted more. She knew he did. David had always wanted children, and even this morning, the subtle pressures he put on her wore her down. He talked fondly of helping raise his youngest sister on New Rome. After his mother had fallen in the line of duty, David had to help his father keep the family together. Of course, she knew she was being unfair to him, taking him into her bed and embracing him in the night, then pushing him away in the morning, like she'd done tonight. She'd slept with him, then spurned him in favor of David. She had a habit of hurting those closest to her, but for the life of her, she couldn't seem to break free of it. How could she settle down with David when there was so much more to do, when humanity was still mired in its own self-delusion and ignorance? She approached Leah and knelt beside the sentinel. "Learned anything?" "From what I can tell," Leah said, "they're basically human. Take away the cybernetics and possibly divergent evolution, and we could be related. I can't get a proper genetic sample without opening one up, of course." Can you do that? Leah shrugged. I could probably wake one up, yes. Wake him up? Void, no. Rachel stood. No way in the holy universe do we want those things awake, Leah. But they're angels. Genuine confusion wafted off Leah, which only made it all the more irritating. Exactly. Rachel thumped the cryotube with her finger. These pricks saved us, right? And then used that as an excuse to rule us with an iron fist for the next 2.5 millennia? They indoctrinated mankind to believe only what we were told, and then they left us to our own devices. And now we are still, 600 years later, mired in traditions enforced on us. She thumped the tube again. All the chaos and death in the universe right now, we can trace back to them. They gave Mizraim and Asherah a reason for war. Leah smiled, shaking her head. Damn her and her smug amusement anyway. He said you were like that. Oh, so David had talked about her, did he? He'd discussed her with Leah. It meant she'd been on his mind this whole time, just like he'd been on hers. So why couldn't she just settle down with him and move on? She couldn't think of a single good reason for torturing herself, except for her mission. So the angels are aliens. I don't know. I mean, they look a lot like us. The Raha Bros. I can't learn much more about them without opening a tube. And it's your ship. Damn right it was. So I guess you should head back to the Logos. Leah hesitated, as if weighing something. You're a psych who's been on a living ship for an extended period. Maybe I should examine you. We don't know what effect extended contact with this alien being will have on you. It would have been easier to blow the Rahab off if Rachel couldn't sense genuine concern layered underneath the other woman's jealousy. Sometimes being an empath made life too complicated. It was hard to hate someone who cared about you despite her own heart. Thanks, Leah, but I'm fine. Tell David I'm fine. I'm sure he's the one who put you up to this, right? Leah sighed and left, heading toward the hangar. The Rahab was loyal to David, and David was loyal to Rachel, to a point. But everyone was still going to want this ship. Rachel didn't have to be a prophet to know a storm was coming. Chapter 2. The first Tribulation-class battleship rolled out in 3081 EY, launched ahead of schedule as a result of the Balthazar incident. These battleships represent the most concentrated destructive power the Sentinels have ever harnessed, featuring 80 mag cannons, 10 pulse cannons, 4 ion cannons, 30 defensive laser batteries, and 200 antimatter missile tubes. A tribulation can render the average planet lifeless in under 2 minutes. Sentinel Holy Mandate. Fornax Dwarf Galaxy. The Logos's bridge had become oppressive. When David had been executive officer, the chair had been a place of comfort, of power. Now he ran the whole battleship, and every time he came up here, he felt guilty, dirty. He'd betrayed his uniform. At least, a part of him always felt that. Captain Waller had broken Mizraim law, so David had done what he had to. He'd led the mutiny against Waller, relieved him of command, and sent him off to the tabernacle for judgment. But somehow, David still felt like a usurper, a criminal. Maybe it was the utter silence of the Sanhedrin. He'd expected the fallout of his choices to be sudden. Instead, no one had so much as contacted him. Since sending Waller off, David had been guiding the Ark through the conduit, helping Rachel run from the conglomerate, and awaiting his fate. And in the meantime, teaching Knight almost every trick he knew. Yet another crime on his conscience. But Knight would be able to protect Rachel in the days to come, and David might not. And after all David had done for Rachel, he'd be buggered if he let her fall now. She was his redemption, his hope. He had to believe one day she would be satisfied with her accomplishments. One day she would say enough and settle down with him. He kept telling himself that. Deep down, he knew that wasn't Rachel. Sometimes he feared she'd be on a crusade until the day she died, and he wouldn't let her face it alone. Never again. Rachel loved him. Of that he had no doubt. He could see it in her eyes. He wasn't much of an empath, but even he could feel it coming off her. And sometimes, in the conduit, he could see the children they would have. a prescient vision of the things to come, a possible future he had to believe in. David shut his eyes and bid the images to wash over him. A warm room near the top of a high-rise, filled with the scent of fresh baking bread. A young lass and lad chasing each other around an ottoman. The lass had Rachel's ochre eyes. David tried to touch the child, and the vision vanished. Ephemeral, as always, but this was the clearest it had ever been. Perhaps his psionics were really becoming stronger. But the future was fragile, ready to slip away at even a wee misstep, and David had made some great thunderous blunders. "Commander," Blaze said. The lieutenant commander startled him from his reverie. "There's a message for you from the tabernacle." Aye, at last. Maybe all the time in the conduit had given him prescient insight to the coming message. Or maybe it was just that he spent every moment thinking of it, so it would have to come at a moment when it was on his mind. "Thank you, Mala. I'll take it in the war room." David left the bridge, but he didn't turn on the Mazzaroth the minute he entered the neighboring room. After so long waiting for this, the moment was here. Judgment for his crimes. David scratched his head and sat at the table. A second later, he stood, face it on his feet. "Mazzaroth personal access," he said at last. "David McGregor, code Dores 92G. The screen flashed on, revealing the recorded message. They didn't even want to talk to him live. "Commander David McGregor, you are hereby ordered to immediately report to the tabernacle for court-martial. Return to New Rome with all possible haste, and turn over command of the Logos." The transmission cut off. Chapter 3. We are known throughout the Holy Universe for our signature fighting style, Merkaba, the throne of God. We call it this because it demands from us a higher consciousness and a dedication befitting an enforcer of divine will. The first Sentinels developed Merkaba from the fusion of two primary styles out of Eden, Krav Maga and Jiu-Jitsu. No Sentinel leaves Hazaroth without achieving mastery of this art. Sentinel Holy Mandate. Fornax Dwarf Galaxy. Jumping through the conduit had hidden them from Jericho Corp and anyone else so far, but it wouldn't last. Rachel had the Ark. The living angel ship was a repository of all their knowledge and power. It could terraform planets in hours. God only knew what else this ship could do. The whole conglomerate would be after it. There was no way to keep something like that a secret. In a fit of grandeur, a self-important gesture, she terraformed the atmosphere of Gehenna to cleanse the toxic gases. And in so doing, she'd created a story that could never be contained. The entire universe knew about the Ark now, which was good. The Redeemers could never keep such a secret buried. Except now, every faction from here to Triangulum was probably looking for her ship. She'd promised it to Galazer at Quasar Industries, but refused to deliver. Refused his calls, even. Sooner or later, the conglomerate, and maybe the Sentinels, would come for the Ark. Rachel checked over to a cargo bay Knight had co-opted as a dojo. She couldn't really pay him anymore. Her funds had run dry since her break with Galazer, but her Gehennan bodyguard had stuck around. He claimed he was going to collect big when she got paid. Of course, she could feel his intense loyalty to her, so his bravado was pointless. And he knew she was an empath, so he had to know she saw through him. He persisted anyway. Maybe Knight's heirs were all he had left of his old life. But then, they had all lost their old lives on Gehenna. Shaking her head, Rachel slipped into the dojo where she found Knight and David, both shirtless, sparring. Both had tight, hard bodies from a lifetime of combat. Nanobot regeneration had left David with smooth skin, whereas dozens of scars crisscrossed Knight's chest and abdomen. "So you're saying Merkaba came from Eden?" Knight asked as she walked in. Undoubtedly, both men knew she was there. As a rank 4 psych, David would feel her, and Knight just seemed to know. He was no psych, but he had an uncanny sense of his surroundings, born from a lifetime of training. "Not exactly," David said, indicating a maneuver. "Merkaba was developed after the Exodus, but it evolved primarily as a fusion of styles known back on Eden. The refugees, those who became the first Sentinels, developed it to make certain no one could threaten humanity. They wanted something efficient and brutal. Angels above, David was teaching Knight the Sentinel fighting style? That was supposed to be exclusive. Fast and focused on brutal counterattacks, Merkaba was never taught to outsiders. David had once claimed Knight's training, while good, was inferior to Sentinel training. Knight had those preternatural reflexes, speed no one else could match, but David, with help from Phoebe, had taken him down. So why teach Knight to become even more dangerous? Of course, the answer was obvious. David must be planning to leave. He wanted Rachel's bodyguard to stand the best chance of protecting her against whatever came their way, and it would come. The universe would come after them. Rachel had begun to rekindle her relationship with David, and she'd found peace, just the calm before the storm. They would come to take it away from her. And she could never let them have this ship. Any megacorp, any government that got their hands on the Ark would force the rest of the universe to bow to their whims. A team of scientists would tear through the database and pry away Angel's secrets. And that was what she wanted, to open the truth, but not just to a single company. The truth was the birthright of all humanity. A company with such findings could become tyrants ruling the universe, as bad as the angels themselves. Rachel would not be responsible for ushering in a new oligarchy to subjugate mankind. Her mission was to free humanity from its chains, not forge new ones. David twisted, flinging Knight to the mat. The Gehenna rolled with it, rising again in a single fluid motion. They were both so fast, so strong. And though neither looked at her, both wanted her. Their attraction soaked the air as much as the sweat on their bodies. David moved to lock Knight, his intent to impress Rachel so strong she couldn't miss it. Knight slipped under his grip and tripped him. Embarrassment wafted off David for a brief instant, and then they were both up, graceful and deadly. A shudder ran through her. She ought to be focused on the more important things, but for once, all she wanted was to stand here and drink in the energy, and pretend they were safe. Chapter 4. There is no greater cause than to lie atop the weak and shield their pains with your body. The Codex, Book of Raziel. Fornax Dwarf Galaxy. David scratched his head and blew out a long breath. If he left now, Rachel would be defenseless. Knight could protect her, to some extent, but not from the entire universe. But David had no choice, really. He'd sworn an oath. He was a sentinel, and the Sentinel Command had ordered him back. And the truth was, even if he wanted to hide, he couldn't do it on the Logos. No Sentinel ship could hide from the Shekinah. He could possibly escape on the Ark, and there was a wee part of him that was tempted, but it was a part he would silence. Sentinels did as they were ordered to do. And that time, he'd done what he had to do. Waller had tortured a Mizraim citizen, never mind it was Rachel, using stigmata. It was a clear violation of the law, and he was justified in removing Waller from command. He could only pray the Sanhedrin would see it that way. But the moment the Logos left, Rachel would be on her own. The Ark was powerful, but she was in way over her head, and he'd never forgive himself if something happened to her. "Computer," he said, "where are Lieutenant Dana and Lieutenant Commander Suzuki?" "Lieutenant Dana is in her quarters. Lieutenant Commander Suzuki is not aboard the Logos." Right, she was on the Ark. He tapped the comm on his suit. "McGregor to Dana." "Captain Commander?" Phoebe replied, hedging her bets on what he was called these days. Mr. was sounding more and more likely since the Sanhedrin's call for court-martial. "Meet me in the hangar. We're going to the Ark." "Yep, yep." A few moments later, she joined him on a shuttle. David sat in the pilot's seat, and Phoebe strapped herself in, watching him. "We're taking another crack at Blondie?" she asked. "I'm all revved up for it, sir." He eased the shuttle out of the hangar. "No, lass. Can I trust you with a special mission?" Phoebe looked him dead in the eye. "That's why they call us Special Forces, sir. In fact, they could call us the Extra Special Forces. Lieutenant." "Yes, sir. Shutting up, sir. Right now, sir." "I've been ordered to bring the Logos back to the tabernacle." Phoebe nodded. So, we're heading to the Ark for a last bunk romp with Rachel before they lock us away? May I say, sir, I'm honored to be included for such a mission, but I don't favor women. David sighed. Have I warned you about that mouth, Phoebe? Yes, sir. You've shown extreme irritation regarding my mouth in the past. Aye, then shut it. I need you to watch over Rachel. Keep her from getting herself in too much trouble while I'm gone. God only knew how long that would be. She has a habit of it, you know. And Phoebe, despite her mouth, was the best officer he had for this kind of thing. Sir, I helped with the mutiny. I'm culpable for my actions. David shook his head. Another reason to have Phoebe gone. You were following my orders based on the illegal actions of our captain. Any repercussions fall on my shoulders. Besides, I'm asking you for a favor, Phoebe. I'm a Sentinel officer. I'm not backing away from that. You think I can't handle the consequences of my own choices? She had leaned unnervingly close to his face, to the point where he could smell the caramel on her breath. David was in no mood for it. He pushed her back by the shoulder and focused his attention on steering them toward the Ark. You think I'm letting you off easy? The tabernacle might lock us up, but there are forces in play that would stop at nothing to acquire or destroy the Ark. Are you a coward? Phoebe leaned back and sucked on her lip a moment. No, sir. I'll do whatever you need. She said nothing else when they landed and headed off to find quarters on the Ark immediately afterward. Just as well. He needed to see Rachel alone. David found her on the bridge, seated in the command chair, the one with the narrow back designed for angels. He'd seen the angels in the cryo chamber. Of course he'd had to see them for himself. The experience left him shaken. To see an emissary of God, frozen like that, divinely perfect, with elegant features and glorious visage. Gazing upon the angels made him feel small and guilty, like a young lad peeping at a lass through her window. Those creatures were not meant for his eyes. And they were cyborgs. For certain, the first commandment had been intended to regulate humans, not angels. But he'd never thought, why would they do something like that to themselves? Their very wings were cybernetic, metal razors of too perfect symmetry. Even frozen, their appearance left him lightheaded. Maybe that was the point of the first commandment, to keep humans from ever treading on ground meant for angels. Could that mean cybernetics were not evil, but divine? That such things were forbidden to mankind for exactly the same reasons as genetic engineering was? David shook his head. He had to focus on the problem at hand. Rachel would be the one who had to decide what to do about the angels. They've summoned me for a court-martial, he told Rachel. She groaned, then rose from the chair. What the void did you expect to happen, David? I told you not to let Waller go, but you had to go and play soldier, like always. It's not playing. I am a soldier. Always. She thumped him on the chest. Yeah, great. Now they're going to string you up for it. Go play hero. Fine. Bloody void, Rachel. I don't have a choice. She snickered, shaking her head. Of course you do. Just don't go. Maybe she could feel his emotions and sense the wee part of him that had considered doing just that. If so, he hoped she could feel how much of him felt it was wrong. I am a sentinel. Blah, blah, orders, duty, blah, blah. She stormed back to the command chair and slumped into it. You're just like everyone else, blindly following whatever you're told to do. But one day, you're going to have to learn to think for yourself. David folded his arms. You can be an ingrate sometimes, you know that. How about I repay your rescue by saving you from your own pig-headedness? She spread her arms wide, as if daring him to step in and hold her. And what he wouldn't give to do so, to take her in his arms and never let her go. But that wasn't the reality they lived in, much as he wanted it. He stalked closer and knelt in front of her, taking her hand. I don't want to turn myself in, Rach, but I've got to, and you know that. I just got you back. Her voice was a whisper. Rather than answer, he tried to project a psionic sensation of warmth to her. The way she rocked back and closed her eyes, she must have felt it. My heart goes with you. You know that. And I'm going to send Phoebe and Leah with you, too. They'll be able to help with whatever buggered-up shite you find yourself in. She snorted. I'll bet Leah's going to love being left here. Of course she will, Rach. This living ship is a biologist's dream. Rachel shook her head, laughing at some private joke, then leaned in and kissed him. Come back to me. Aye. David rose. He needed to see Leah, and then he'd have to take the Logos to New Rome. Angels watch over you, lass, he murmured once Rachel was out of earshot. Chapter 5. I first met the Seekers while I was at New Rome University. One of them came to consult me on my knowledge of the Days of Glory. I didn't actually begin working with the group until after I lost my teaching position, though. At that time, they approached me again, all but begging me to share any information I uncovered about the location of Eden. By then, I began to think their quest might actually be possible. Dr. Rachel Jordan, Private Journals. October 12, 3096. Milky Way Galaxy. From the control chair, Rachel's mind reached into the depths of the Ark. Its databases seemed endless, and her mind could only process so much information at once. Every time she thought she got close to her goal, it slipped through her fingers. Part of her wondered if the ship itself was testing her, or teasing her, dangling the secret before her, then yanking it away when she tried to open the files. A holographic display swarmed around her in full view, almost filling the entire bridge. A map of the known universe, expanding even beyond the local group. The ship mapped out the entire Virgo supercluster and beyond, farther than humanity had spread. With no known conduit lines running outside the local group, anything past that was denied to humanity. But the Ark knew the way. Hidden paths to leave the 30 or so inhabited galaxies. Was that where their salvation lay? Out there in the deep, beyond known space. Was that why she hadn't found it yet? She brushed her hair from her face, the motion spinning the hologram so fast it made her dizzy. With a sigh of frustration, Rachel dismissed the whole display and rose. It would just take time. All the secrets were here. Everything humanity needed to stand on its own feet, away from angel doctrine. Finally, free. She left the bridge and wandered the halls. The Ark was massive, 20 kilometers long, and since Knight, Leah, and Phoebe were the only other people on board, it was very quiet. The emptiness seemed to set the others on edge, but not her. She could feel the ship's heartbeat, feel its mind always at the edge of her own. How could she be lonely with such a constant companion? It was there when she woke, and there when she slept. In her dreams, it took her to wonders beyond known space. None of the others were psychs. They couldn't feel the ship. David could when he was aboard, but even he didn't feel it as deeply. The Ark was her ship. She had made herself the captain when she entered the code and sat in the chair. It was bonded to her. She found Knight and Phoebe engaged in a wrestling match in the dojo. By the look of it, they'd established rules for winning points. She had removed the top of her uniform and wore only an undershirt, and Knight had no shirt at all. They looked like a perfect pair of soldiers, toned, hard bodies and movements like predators. Funny, Rachel supposed Knight had more in common with the Sentinels than he did with her. The Gehennan was a warrior, albeit not one who shared their morality or sense of honor. Phoebe got a hand under his leg and twisted, flinging him to the dojo mat. "You should just admit I belong on top," she said, her voice broken by heavy panting. Rachel cleared her throat. At that, Phoebe sat up. Yep, someone else wants to be on top right now. Knight, I need to see you." He rolled to his feet, then stalked over, like a tiger. Shirtless, covered in sweat, it reminded her of another time they'd spent together, and she felt herself flush. There was no way. She was with David now. He'd be back, and she couldn't afford a repeat of what had happened with Knight. It was the one time only. Of course, that wasn't what his emotions said. He knew she could feel it, too. His face told it all. His eyes swept over her body, lingering on her hips. She tried to still the tremor that ran through her by spinning on her heel. "Come on." It didn't work. Now she felt him watching her ass and knowing she knew it. From the irritation seeping across the dojo, Phoebe knew it too. "Better luck next time, ninja boy," Phoebe shouted as they left the room. "You two seem to be getting close," Rachel said. Not that close. He fell into step beside her. "You were half naked and sweaty." Not as much fun as all naked and sweaty. We could. I can't, Knight, please. He grabbed her and pushed her against the wall. His lips roughly brushed over hers, and for a moment she let him. His arms were so strong against her, holding her, his kiss deep. His emotions ran hot, and like any empath, she risked drowning in the feelings around her. He'd take her right here, against the wall if she let him. And part of her wanted to. Please, she moaned, pushing him away. Please, Knight, I'm with David. He pulled away a few centimeters, his frustration seething into her brain like molten plasteel. His face was still so close she could feel his hot breath, smell his sweat. Fine, he said after a moment, stepping back. The wall clamped down over his emotions so powerfully, Rachel almost gasped from the sudden break in sensation. What do you want? God, that was the question, wasn't it? She worked her mouth a moment, feeling almost out of breath. She wanted David. She'd been dreaming of the life they could have together for years. Now she'd have the chance, except his sense of duty had separated them again. And she had her own duty. Mankind needed her to offer them the hope of salvation, a chance for unity. Once she had thought the Ark might grant that, but it wasn't enough. The Ark was a ship, and people could exploit that. She needed a symbol no one faction could possess. Knight leaned close to her face again, his eyes boring into hers. Rachel stammered, trying to push away, but found solid wall behind her. Focus, Rachel. If she allowed her resolve to weaken, Knight would have her pants around her ankles in seconds. If she let herself feel what he felt, she'd beg him for it. Her mind was her mind. Rachel shook her head. I have a friend in the Seekers of Eden. Who? Rachel blinked, trying to clear her mind, then wiggled free from him. She started walking down the hall, knowing Knight would follow. They'd been searching for the location of Eden. Really, even in the days of glory they were searching. But since the vanishing, they'd become a bit more public. The Ark should be able to answer that question. Never heard of these people. The Redeemers consider their work blasphemy, and most people just think they're totally off rotation. Knight chuckled. Come on, Rachel. You really believe Eden even existed? That mankind came from some blue-green paradise world? I think it existed. I doubt it was a paradise, but we had to come from somewhere, Knight. And my ship could show us the way back. I know I can find it. I just have to keep digging. These people have been looking for Eden for centuries, millennia. Does that tell you anything? Do you know how annoying it is when you constantly interrupt me? He shook his head. You're the empath. I don't sense others' feelings. He shrugged. But fine, I can agree Eden probably existed. It's been lost since the Exodus. Maybe it's gone. Otherwise, the angels didn't want us to find it. I don't care what they wanted. Knight quirked an eyebrow, and she realized she'd shouted at him. Sorry, I'm trying to save us from that kind of thinking, Knight. I need your help. Knight sighed, then offered her his fake salute. I'm here for you. She'd known he would be. It was nice to be able to count on some things. Look, my friend on Ekron has data that might help me find Eden. I've been scouring the Ark's database, but it's not like the angels clearly delineated things. Not for human minds to read, anyway. The Seekers have been collecting findings for centuries. If I plug their data into the Ark, it should help me narrow down my search. I need you to go and meet with him. I'd go myself, but You're afraid to leave the Ark. Careful, Rachel. You've become awfully attached. She bit her lip. Had she? No, she was the captain. She had to protect the Ark. Half the holy universe would kill to get its hands on this ship. His name is Thomas O'Malley. Will you go meet him? Yeah, he cocked his head. Ekron. Isn't that Phoebe's homeworld? Was it? It's a nice planet, so it could be. Most of the population is Horum. Knight nodded. She couldn't read his emotions. At last he looked into her eyes. Rachel, one thing. If the angels did want to hide Eden from humanity, they must have had a reason. You might want to remember that. Chapter 6. All creation begins with a thought. The thought of God ignited the universe. The actions of man, too, must spring from thought. Guard well your thoughts, for within lies the genesis of all greatness and all sin. The Codex, Book of Phanuel. Machaerus Station, Andromeda. Jeremiah walked with his head bowed, escorted by two brothers with wooden staves that clacked on the black marble floor. In theory, they were present to keep him from fleeing or causing a scene. In practice, they were for show. Much of the Machaerus was built for show. It was a sign of their piety that the Redeemers had cleaved to the traditional stylings preferred by the angels, even bringing terrestrial building materials like the marble flooring and stone arches onto a space station. The Hall of Judgment was quiet when Jeremiah arrived. The hush of held tongues and the rustle of robes were oppressive. He took his place at the center of the penitent's circle without ever lifting his gaze. "Brother Jeremiah," a familiar old voice intoned. It always struck his ears a discordant note to hear his father call him brother. "You are called before the conclave to answer for the deaths of the souls entrusted to your care." Jeremiah forced his features to remain calm as his anger stirred. Noah Jordan could hardly have cared less about the loss of life. He was pissed about losing Rachel and furious about the circumstances of how. Besides, it wasn't as if the other two hearts sent to Gehenna answered to him. He was merely the senior brother on the planet. Brother Samson and Brother Avedon had led their own hearts to their death with Jeremiah playing no part. Hierophant, there was no betrayal of angelic law. All who perished did so in the angel's grace. We exist to serve. We who survive must carry on. What is done may still be undone. Waiting in seclusion for his judgment, the Redeemers couldn't deny Jeremiah access to the Codex. He had scoured its pages for the right argument to justify another chance. Redemption was, after all, built into their name. The Hierophant's voice echoed from the vaulted ceiling. "The Sefer Raziel, long thought destroyed, is in the hands of a Copperu who once considered herself my daughter. This Copperu used this holy relic to discover the location of the sacred ark, and as of last report, she commands it. In what way, pray tell, is there some silver lining?" Murmurings from the gallery gave Jeremiah a guess that as many as 200 brothers might be in attendance. "Hierophant, I have seen the miracle of the ark," Jeremiah replied. He dared raise his head and met his father's steely gaze. "I have borne witness. Whomever might be aboard it, Copperu or believer, the ark itself is holy and righteous. It was built by the angels themselves. It must seek out a proper shepherd to guide it from unclean hands." As the murmurs rose, Noah Jordan became incensed. He slammed his gavel of office upon a block of granite carried off from long-lost Eden during the Exodus. No pious ears dared ignore its report. "Silence in the chamber!" The Hierophant waited for the room to still, until the wheezing breath of the elder brothers was the only sound remaining. "Take Brother Jeremiah to a private room to await judgment." It sounded like a hotel room, the way his father said it, but in actuality, Jeremiah was taken to a small, barren cell. It was furnished with a stool, a sturdy oak desk, and a copy of the Codex. A small bowl of grapes and a pitcher of water were left for refreshment. The heavy wood door was unlocked, but guarded. Not knowing what fate held in store for him, Jeremiah focused his attention on the grapes. Even in their desire to humble him, the Redeemers provided him a feast. After his days on Gehenna, food that didn't taste of lingering ash and sulfur was a blessing all its own. Without a computer or a connection to the Mazzaroth, Jeremiah lost track of the time. He'd drunk too much water and needed to piss. He'd finished the grapes and grown hungry once more. Flipping through the Codex passed the time, but provided no burst of enlightenment with which to alter his fate. "The Hierophant will see you in his office." Those simple words marked the end of Jeremiah's cloistering. He followed two hooded brothers, Magog by their animal stench, down the corridors to his father's office. One of the Magog knocked and opened the door. Jeremiah strode in. Either he was a damned man or he had been exonerated. There was no slinking in his soul to come on hands and knees and beg forgiveness. Mercy was the purview of angels. There was no chair on Jeremiah's side of the Hierophant's desk. He glanced around for one to drag over. "You'll stand," the Hierophant spoke coldly. "So, this wasn't an exoneration. Against my better judgment, the Conclave has persuaded me to give you another chance. I will reclaim the Ark at any cost," Jeremiah swore. Noah drummed his fingers on the desk and studied his son's face. "I have heard that you might have misinterpreted my instructions regarding the one who was once your sister." "I have no sister," Jeremiah swore, praying for silent forgiveness that he could not abide his father's disinheritance of Rachel, even as he uttered the words. "If we meet face to face as I reclaim the Ark, she will face the fate of any other Copperoo." Noah waved a dismissive hand. "Begone. The Conclave was stubborn, but I don't wish to indulge their foolishness all afternoon. Muster what resources you must. I don't care about your methods. I want no excuses of any sort. I want those holy relics pried from the dead hands of the apostates, heretics, and Copperoo who have dared to lay claim to them. Destruction of the relics is preferable to their misuse. Understood? As you command, Hierophant." Chapter 7. There is one thing nanobots cannot make, one thing no tech can create: loyalty. That's why you have to treat your people right. Earn their loyalty, and they'll be by your side when all else fails. Othniel Keese, Jericho Chairman. Sefer Raziel, Milky Way. The cerulean forests of Sefer Raziel swayed in the morning breeze, rippling like waves far beneath Caleb's office. He stared out the window, unable to make himself look at Rebecca. She lay naked, sprawled across his expensive rug, breathing heavily, as spent as he was. God, he was disgusting. At home, Ayelet was probably preparing lunch for their kids, unaware her mate had betrayed her. Again. He could fire Rebecca, send her away. It's what he'd done with the others when he tired of them, each time assuring himself she would be the last. He loved Ayelet. He'd just made a mistake, only a moment of weakness, 1,000 such moments. It's what he told himself, almost every day. And almost every day he found a new corner of his office to take his 19-year-old assistant. Unable to stop himself, he glanced at her. Her fiery orange hair splayed over her face, and she gnawed on one lip. Despite himself, lust stirred in him again. He was drawn to her spread form like the pull of a sun, an orbit he could never break away from. DNA called out to reproduce itself. He knelt beside her, clenched his jaw in an effort to keep from taking one of her breasts in his mouth. There she was, ready for him. Just one more time wouldn't hurt anything. It wouldn't make any difference. He was going to hell. "You came to tell me something," he managed to say, his body trembling with effort. "Ayelet, Ayelet, Ayelet." Rebecca rose to sit, and Caleb struggled to keep his eyes on her face, on that damned ring in her nostril that demanded he take her every way he could. She said. "I had that report on Matheson you wanted." Yes, work." Caleb almost jumped up, scrambling to his pants. "Walk it off, Caleb. Just walk it off." He yanked on his pants and returned to focus on the forest. "Yes, tell me." Jonas Matheson was the chairman of Jericho Corp. He'd been up to something. All the board members undoubtedly were always up to something, most especially Caleb himself. They were all on the same team, technically, but if you stopped planning, seeking, scheming, you'd find yourself left behind, or dead. "Matheson has mounted an expedition into the expanse of Nod. He took a Jericho cruiser off the books. I had to do some digging to find out." Did she dig for information from others the same way she satisfied him? Did she use her nubile body to get ahead? If so, he could hardly blame her. One had to work with what one had. Of course, it would mean he couldn't trust her. Yet another reason to let her go. He should have done so already. But it was more than her body that proved useful. She was a damn fine assistant, anticipating his needs and always prepared, ever working to advance his career. Perhaps she knew her fate was tied to his. Caleb chewed his thumb, considering what she'd said. The expanse of Nod was massive, unknown, and forbidden to humanity by angel proclamation. It was also rather near the Pegasus Dwarf, which could mean Gehenna. With the Ark gone, he'd like to think no one would pay attention to that world anymore, because if they did, if they learned about his cybernetic experiments on the Gibborim, he'd have unfortunate questions to answer. But sadly, whatever Dr. Jordan had done to the atmosphere had made Gehenna a point of interest for researchers. Laban Worlds was beside itself that she had terraformed the planet in hours. From what Sarah told him, it was all she could do to keep Laban from trying to claim the whole damned star system. In a way, he was probably lucky Jordan's bodyguard had killed most of the Gibborim. Less chance of anyone finding them out. Still, it was damn inconvenient. If this Ezekiel Knight had remained with the Gibborim, he would have been a major asset, and Sarah had failed to even kill the traitor. "Do you know what he wants in the expanse?" Caleb asked. Rebecca stirred behind him, and her clothes rustled as she slipped them on. She knew he was trying to control himself again. She always seemed to know what he wanted. When to tempt him, when to back off. How could he fire such an attentive employee? "Everyone was pretty tight-lipped, but I managed to pry some information loose," she said. Oh, he could just imagine her prying technique. "Medicine seems to think there is a lost angel outpost somewhere in the expanse." "What?" Angels had left plenty of relics to humankind, most notably the Shekinah. Damn computer ran the whole Mizraim Empire. But no one had ever found an angel outpost or ship, at least not until Jordan turned up the Ark. All humanity had was what was left to it, and a handful of relics hunted down by angelologists like Jordan. If Matheson found an outpost, if it had tech on par with the Ark, well, Caleb's chances of becoming chairman would evaporate like ionized gas. "Get me Apollo," he said, his throat suddenly dry. He hated dealing with the eccentric scientist, but the man was his expert on lost and forbidden technology. He alone might be able to prepare Caleb for what Matheson might find. Caleb slipped his shirt back on, buttoning it neatly. He could never afford to appear sloppy before Apollo. Rebecca stepped out. She'd left her panties lying on the rug. He chewed his thumb, trying not to look at them. Damn her. A few minutes later, Apollo flashed on his Mazzaroth screen. "Speak," Apollo said, his voice sounding hollow. "Jonas Matheson has taken a cruiser into the expanse of Nod. He thinks he can find a lost angel outpost there. Is it possible?" Apollo sat in shadows, most of his face hidden as usual. Now he leaned forward, his dark brown eyes flashing. Caleb's own eyes were cybernetic implants specially designed by Apollo. It stood to reason Apollo had the same ones, or better. "Anything is possible. I must look into this turn of events. Do you know something about the expanse?" Apollo's face remained expressionless, and the Mazzaroth flashed off. "Well, damn." Chapter 8. Hazaroth is about 2 doors down from hell. That, after all, is what made it the perfect place to establish our academy. Because you are here to protect the universe from the ravages of all darkness. And to do that, you have to walk in the dark. You have bled and sweat darkness. But I guarantee you, if you survive this place, you can handle anything the holy universe has to throw at you. Commander Bartosz Fisher, speech to new arrivals at the Academy. October 13th, 3096. Ekron, Milky Way. From orbit, Ekron looked like a gray and white rock. Knight had a hard time imagining what it was like down there. He'd seen pictures, of course. He didn't go into a situation without recon. But Gehenna never had snow, and a whole planet covered in ice boggled his mind. "Time to go, big guy," Phoebe said. She'd insisted on coming along. It was her planet, after all. Just as well. He couldn't fly either of the shuttles David had left them on the Ark. He'd have figured it out, of course, but now he didn't need to. He followed Phoebe down to the hangar and sat beside her while she started up the engines. "When was the last time you were home?" he asked. 18 months, almost. I had leave just before I was assigned to the Logos, so I came to see my parents. They moved back here when I went to the academy." She eased the shuttle out of the hangar. Knight stared out the smart glass at the arc above them. From outside, it was even more impressive. Massive, jet black and reflective, like a mirror into space, so sleek you could almost miss the edges if you weren't looking right at them. It'd make great camouflage. The ark had wings, too, like an angel, a shimmering angel of the night. He turned back to the icy planet below. "Your family left this place. Then why ever come back here? Who would choose a world like this, or Gehenna, when they could live in a place like New Rome? One day he'd see it. When this was done, he'd be rich and maybe live there himself. Clean air, crystal blue waters, paradise." Yep. We moved to a norm world when I was 13, not too far from here. They thought we'd get better educations, like norm schools were superior or something. Like we couldn't get all the information in the universe through the Mazzaroth. But they wanted the best for us. Must have been nice, parents who cared about that kind of thing. You and your siblings. Yep, me and my bro and our sisters. Horum kids on a norm planet. Pale as ice and hot as fire. She was hot. When they wrestled, her body felt almost scorching. Amazing what a difference a few extra degrees of body heat made. It made him never want to break contact with her skin. They gave you ices a hard time there, huh? Have I mentioned I don't like that term? He shrugged. You might have. So you should probably stop using it. You should make me. Expect me to. I will. He found himself smiling, just a little. How about you? She said at last. How many Knight bros and sisters? He shook his head. What, none? She looked at him askance. You're an only child, really. She stared into his eyes, and he knew his face must look dark. Aw, does somebody need a hug? I don't need a hug. I think you do. I'm a professional assassin raised from birth to be a killer. I don't need a damn hug. He didn't speak for a moment. He had no reason to tell her anything, but she was so her. And oddly, he found it easy to talk to her. Hadrian and Rachel, the only friends he'd ever had been like that. So could she be... He snickered to himself. Making friends all over the holy universe these days, wasn't he? My parents died when I was young. No chance for other kids. She blew out a long breath. Oops. Verbal misstep on my part. McGregor always says my mouth will get me into trouble. What have you been doing with it? Wouldn't you like to know? Yeah, he would. She did have a tight body and an ass that made him want to grab hold. He might have accidentally done so once or twice while wrestling. Phoebe clucked her tongue. My brother was on Hazeroth with me. It's the Sentinel training world. Very harsh world, like yours. Extreme cold in places, volcanic wastes, jagged mountains. The base is in an orbital habitat. She paused, her voice sounding far away. It's a ringed world, ice particles. Must have made you feel at home. Nah. Up there, in the black, it's a whole other thing. Ever done a spacewalk? Knight shook his head. His zero-G experiences on the Logos were the closest he'd ever come to that. The feeling of weightlessness had unsettled him more than he wanted her to know. Sentinels have to. All of us, but especially officers. The uniforms are black on black because we walk through darkness to protect the light. We guard humanity against threats without and within. It means I'm basically a hero, and you should probably worship at my feet, but there'll be time for that later. He chuckled. My brother, we were on a spacewalk out by the rings. It's supposed to be dangerous, teach us fear and respect for the black. Void, I don't know. I guess it does. Knight folded his arms. He didn't have to be an empath to see she was upset. But he wasn't good with people. What was he supposed to say? So, his suit ruptured, right? My brother, I mean. I tried to get him past the rings, but he was falling. By the time they got his body, it was... I kind of hate the black, The vacuum. It's about the worst way to die you can imagine. Your eyes freeze in your lungs. Knight patted her on the shoulder. Yeah, I know what spacing does to a body. If Rachel was here, she'd know what to say. None of his training involved this stuff. People died. He just pushed it down. You're probably wondering why I stayed in the Sentinels, huh? Well, not really, but he nodded anyway. It seemed to be what she expected. Yep, Phoebe's a glutton for punishment, right? We joined together. We promised we were going to make it. I couldn't exactly walk away. You could have. Knight had never had the choice to walk away. If she'd kept herself in the Sentinels, it was by her own choice. Nah, maybe you wouldn't understand. Maybe not. So it was pride, keeping you up in space when you're scared of it. Explains your attitude, I guess. The way she always looked everyone right in the eye, like everything was a challenge. My attitude? Yeah, fuck you, Knight. Might want to set the autopilot first. We'd need a bit of time. She glared at him for a moment, then slapped something on the console. Autopilot engaged flashed on the screen, and the shuttle swept into geosynchronous orbit, and she stared at him with a raised eyebrow. Knight burst out laughing. He couldn't help it. The icy girl had some panache, she'd give her that. In some way, she reminded him of Sheeran, a thought that sobered him. Sheeran had died protecting him, and all he had left of her was a pair of cracked hollow glasses inside his coat. Sorry about your brother. She shrugged and resumed control of the ship. Some other time then, Blondie. And for your information, life was never easy on a norm world, not for an icy. Do you have any idea how sick I was of hearing that every day? Right, whatever. She got picked on as a child. When I was 13, I was being trained as Gabor. Tortured to teach me to withstand pain. Kept awake for days on end to teach me endurance. I guess that's similar. Phoebe clucked her tongue. Okay, then. Time to bring us in for a landing. Chapter 9. Ekron, an ice planet located deep in the Milky Way galaxy. Ekron remains one of the most populous Horum worlds due primarily to two factors. First, inside the planet's network of tunnels, miners find motium, a metal used in all spacecraft. Second, the system's central location means it serves as a frequent stopover point for ships passing through the Milky Way. Mizraim Imperial Encyclopedia. Ekron, Milky Way. Ekron was a solidly imperial world, and it showed. The spaceport was thick with transports, mining vessels, and travelers. Knight doubted tourists came to the frozen planet, but plenty of other people seemed to. Merchants and their security, he supposed. Sunlight reflected off the ice-crusted buildings all around them, shimmering like an endless sea of diamonds while they landed. The sparkle stung Knight's eyes the moment they stepped outside. A freezing wind whipped down the narrow streets, where even the damned buildings seemed huddled together for warmth. Suddenly, his nanomesh long coat didn't seem sufficient. Outside, a company of Shiza security personnel passed by, escorting a hoverpad carrying some unmarked cargo. Knight had read about the megacorp. It never hurt to study potential threats. Shiza were the most famous mercenaries in the universe, which meant, knowing Rachel, he'd probably wind up having to kill some of them one day. Phoebe handed him a parka from a storage locker. Suit up, big guy. This place can be a bit nippy. Knight did as she bade, then followed Phoebe down the path away from the shuttle. It was a long walk toward the city proper, and it gave him plenty of time to take in Ekron City. From a distance, it looked to be formed from ice, though his research said most of the city was actually carved from an opaque crystal native to the planet. Smart glass could be seamlessly fitted into the walls, so you never knew when someone was looking through a window at you. Unnerving, but beautiful. Light glittered off every peak, every tower, a radiance to challenge heaven itself. God, has he been rendered speechless after all? Phoebe said, and he realized she was staring at him. Nice place. Was that the best he could come up with? Still, nothing better came to mind. Phoebe laughed, the sound rich and warm in the cold air. Yeah, my own ball of ice. Come on, I want to see my parents while we're here. God only knows when I'll get another chance. Wonderful. Rachel had sent them on a mission she claimed would affect the fate of the human race. Of course, Rachel always seemed to say that. "We're in a hurry," he said. Yep, always are. And before we start some other off-rotation mission for McGregor's girl, I'm gonna get in a short visit home. Would you rather wait out in the cold, big guy?" Knight glowered a bit. What the void was he supposed to say to this girl's parents? Nevertheless, there was no point in denying her. It was true what she said. They might not be back here for a long time. Given Rachel's penchant for stirring up everyone she came into contact with, they'd probably be running for their lives again soon. So Knight said nothing, just followed Phoebe through the 2 bright streets, wrapping his parka tighter against a chill that seemed to have no effect on Phoebe. Ices. Huh. His muscles twitched. Wrapped so tightly in this blanket jacket, he could hardly fight. Even getting to his throwing knives would be tough. He'd have to shed the parka first. Not a good position. Of course, he had the pulse pistol Phoebe had given him. He could use a firearm, but they weren't his specialty. So little use for them on Gehenna. Pity mags seemed to work fine in the rest of the universe. While ice caked most of the city, including the buildings, the main streets and sidewalks had been cleared. They seemed to radiate a faint heat, so he supposed they were kept too warm for ice to form. These people had adapted perfectly to the frozen world. From the corner of his eye, he kept catching glimpses of someone following them. He couldn't turn around. It would give them away. Instead, he lingered a half step behind Phoebe, trying to catch their pursuer's reflection. All he could make out was a man in a parka, though, just another icy on a planet full of them. "Does Jericho have a presence here?" he asked. "Not really. Why?" It was possible the man was just heading the same way they were. Easiest way to know for sure would be if he followed them inside a building. Knight shrugged. "Jericho has been hunting Rachel for weeks. Just keep an eye out." Yep. I'm always on the watch for trouble. I was born to find trouble. I could find trouble on a barren asteroid, and if there wasn't trouble there, I'd make some." Right. A moment later, Phoebe pointed to one of the innumerable ice towers of Ekron City. "That's where my family lives. 40th floor. She led the way into a central lobby. The moment they stepped through the tower door, a wave of warmth washed over them, and Knight happily shed the damn parka. He glanced outside, but no one followed them in. Maybe it was all in his head. A lifetime on Gehenna had made him paranoid. Phoebe buzzed the lift, and a moment later it opened. "You're going to behave when you meet them," she said, and stepped inside. Knight followed, and the door shut. "Are you?" Yep. Good little girl. That's me." The lift shot upward, but the inertial negation was so strong Knight could barely feel the movement. A moment later, the lift doors opened, revealing a hall painted cool blue. Phoebe led him around a corner, then knocked on one door. After a few seconds, it opened to reveal a middle-aged icy woman with platinum hair and skin even paler than Phoebe's. "Hi, Mom." "Phoebe!" The older woman threw her arms around her daughter and pulled her inside. "Oh, is this your new boyfriend?" Knight folded his arms. "Boyfriend?" "You know me, a guy in every port," Phoebe said. Really? Did she have so many lovers? Knight pushed the thought from his mind. None of his business. "This is Ezekiel Knight," Phoebe said, waving him inside. Knight stepped in and nodded to her mother, then to her father, who appeared from the other room. "Nice to meet you. You must be proud. Strong genes, I guess. I mean, you two must have good genes. Because Phoebe is obviously very fit and healthy." Her parents stared at him with raised eyebrows. Phoebe shot a glare at him over her shoulder. Wrong thing to say, he supposed. Phoebe cleared her throat. "And now we're going to go sit in the living room. Come along, Knight." Right. Should he tell them he wouldn't mind having babies with her? Would that be a compliment? He sighed and followed Phoebe into the living room. Dealing with women was easier without their families involved. Geborm training didn't cover that. The Danas made small talk. Then Phoebe's mother offered him tea. He nodded. "Yeah, thanks." A few minutes later she returned, a tray of steaming tea in hand. Knight took his and sipped it. Cinnamon and cardamom and maybe some other spice he couldn't identify. It warmed his insides and made him relax, almost as if it were made with liquor. "You know, I haven't heard from your brother in a while," Mrs. Dana said. "Not since, Sentinels came here asking about him. If we knew where he was." "I know, Mom." Phoebe stared at her teacup. Knight leaned in. "I thought your brother died." Phoebe's mother raised an eyebrow. "They said he's working with the sons of Cain. Can you believe that? Could it be true?" "Who?" The name sounded familiar, but Knight couldn't place it. Maybe he'd heard it in passing. Phoebe said nothing, which all but confirmed her mother's question. So, she'd lied about him. "I guess that answers that," Knight mumbled, and Phoebe glared at him. Again. Whatever. Why the void had she lied anyway? "Darling, we need to know," her father said. "Has he really gone into the expanse? Has he joined those pirates?" Pirates? Knight had heard stories about pirates preying on transports, then retreating into the expanse of Nod. Gehenna lay on the edge of the expanse, so rumors reached the planet, even if the Shadow Council took no concern of them. Supposedly, even Sentinels feared to head into the expanse. Angels had forbidden travel there long ago. "I don't know, maybe," Phoebe said at last. "They asked me the same questions. I haven't talked to Ezra in even longer than you." "So, not dead," Knight said, "but a pirate." She shot him a look of rage, and he was getting damn sick of it. He didn't have to put up with her being so touchy. She wanted to take a few minutes to see her parents. He'd given her that, and now she was acting like she expected something from him. What the void? "Yeah, okay, that's fine," he said. "There are worse things. Look, we're here on a mission, Phoebe. We've got to find this guy, and we should do it fast. Sticking around this planet is not a good idea." They were deep in Mizraim space, and sooner or later, Sentinels would come for the Ark, whatever David said. "But the void, Knight! This is a serious matter. My little brother could be out there killing people." "The both of us have had to do so plenty of times ourselves. It happens." "I am a Sentinel." She'd risen to her feet. "I have a duty to—" "Dress it up however you like. The dead don't care why they're dead. Tell yourself you're better than this Ezra if it makes you feel better. Whatever. It's time to go." Phoebe set down her teacup. "Sorry, Mom, Dad." She turned on Knight, her face screwed up in anger. "I've got this annoying buzz in my ear I've got to check out." Knight shrugged, then grabbed his parka and headed for the door. Chapter 10. To whom it may concern. Having found and translated the Sefer Raziel, and with the Angel's Ark, I can definitively report a sound basis behind my primary thesis during my tenure at NRU. Under the circumstances, I humbly request to have my position reinstated. Dr. Rachel Jordan, Letter to the Dean of NRU. Ekron System, Milky Way. Rachel's mind touched the arcs, expanding in all directions, like the barest glimpse of God. The angels' knowledge of the universe was so much vaster than what they'd left for humanity. Their maps of the conduit alone not only expanded far beyond the local group, but included countless routes within known space that she'd never seen or heard of. Such hidden routes would allow a talented pilot to cross galaxies in record time. The Mazzaroth chimed. "Ma la Blaze." Rachel frowned. That was one of the senior officers under David on the logos. Why would she be calling Rachel? With a wave of her hand, she dismissed the psionic interface with the ship, then called up the vid screen on the wall. Lieutenant Commander Blaze appeared, a barely concealed scowl on her face. The problem with Mazzaroth communication was that Rachel couldn't pick up on people's emotions as directly. She had to guess what they were thinking. "Commander?" "Dr. Jordan." Blaze was sitting in a private room, not on the bridge. "A secret call?" "McGregor asked me to monitor channels that might relate to your situation." David was still watching out for her, even in the midst of the court-martial. It made Rachel want to smile, though she doubted Blaze would appreciate it. The Zuz did not seem happy in the least. Instead, Rachel nodded. "Thank you. Did something come up?" "Intel indicating that Jericho may have contacted Shiza's security personnel to bring you in." "Huh. Nothing short of an entire fleet could take on the Ark, if that. So what did Shiza think they were going to? Oh, well, shit. Lieutenant, I have to go." Blaze nodded, and Rachel cut the line. "Mazzaroth channel to Ezekiel Knight." It rang and rang. Knight did not answer his comm. Chapter 11. When ice winds howl and the moon hangs taunting in the night sky, carry with you a fire within. The Codex, Book of Raziel, on the creation of the Horum. Ekron, Milky Way. According to Rachel, Thomas O'Malley worked in the Ekron City Conservatory, a geothermal power tower at the center of the city. Phoebe said basically nothing the whole walk there, which was fine by night, better than hearing more of her damned ranting. They took a lift to the roof and had to walk down a short path to the dome. Up here, 100 stories in the air, the wind bit to the bone, and his nose burned from even a moment's exposure. He wrapped his parka tighter around his face and pulled open the door. "God, you're not even going to apologize, are you?" Phoebe asked from behind him. So she was finally talking to him again. For what? Phoebe opened her mouth to say something, shook her head, then shoved him aside. She stormed off down the hall, leaving him out in the cold. Knight clucked his tongue. Damned woman. What the void should he care what the Sentinel thought? They had nothing in common anyway. He followed her inside, and a wave of heat washed over him, almost stifling after the freezing cold outside. He stripped out of his parka and laid it by the door, then drew in a lungful of warm air, letting the heat suffuse his body. Humans didn't belong on such a cold planet. He should have let Phoebe come alone. She could have handled finding another icy. He strode down the short hall and into the proper dome, and here the ground fell away in a funnel, revealing dozens of tiers of vegetation. The dome directed sunlight and heat down on them, and a spray of mist dusted the plants. A circular path led down through the tiers, story after story of hanging vines, herb gardens, and bushes. Knight turned around slowly, taking in the maze of greenery. Gehenna had nothing like this, not that he'd ever seen. Most planets got their food from mana products, but this place probably produced enough to feed half the city. Tomatoes, olives, berries, roots, and a few vegetables he didn't even recognize. He had read about rainforests in the Mazzaroth, and this place reminded him of that. Plants everywhere and hot moisture filling the air. So odd after the frozen world just outside. Would New Rome have forests like this? He'd read much of the planet was unspoiled, overgrown with plants. He supposed a forest must look something like this place. A few questions pointed them toward an icy working on a lower tier. They had to take a winding path down to reach him. "Thomas O'Malley?" Phoebe said. The man looked up from vine-growing grapes. "Yep, sure am." His eyes were pale, pale blue, his skin almost albino. Despite it, the man seemed hale and healthy. His spiked hair was dyed green. "You're a sentinel." "Yep, that's me, sentinel errand girl, escorting assholes around the holy universe. Know any assholes, O'Malley? Because apparently that's my full-time work now. It's a secret mission straight from the top." She put a finger to her lips. "Shh." Knight shook his head. "Yeah, okay. We're here on behalf of Rachel Jordan. She says you have something for her." "Oh, well, yes." The icy fingered something inside his jacket. I do, but I think I should give it to her in person. You know, see the ship for myself. Only fair, after all. I've worked for so long." Knight glanced at Phoebe, who stared at him blankly. "Fine, his call. You want to come up with us?" "Why not? He could always kill the man if he caused trouble." "Fine, but first give me the..." The dome above shattered with a tremendous crash. Giant shards of smart glass tumbled down from above. Knight tackled Phoebe to the ground, knocking her out of the way of one that would have split her in half. He rolled to his feet in an instant. A dozen Shiza security personnel descended on cables strung from a hover carrier. They had mag rifles out a second later, opening fire on anything that moved. Horum exploded in a spray of blood all around. Knight flipped onto the rail surrounding the funnel and shot one Shizan with his pulse pistol. He ran along the rail and jumped into the air, snagging another Shizan around the waist. The man flailed against him. Knight scrambled up the soldier, landing blows on him as he climbed. A twist broke the man's neck. Another Shizan aimed a mag rifle at him. Pulse shots from below took out his attacker, and Knight flipped free. "O'Malley's dead!" Phoebe shouted. Chapter 12. Space is dangerous, full of void and stuff. So when we send out scientists in search of new worlds to terraform, they're risking their lives. Who am I kidding? That's why we don't send the scientists. She's Corp has a buttload of mercenaries for that kind of thing. A few credits will get you a whole squad. Just toss them out into the void and see where they live more than an hour. That right there, quality terraforming. Omar Petrov, Lobbin World CEO. Ekron, Milky Way. Knight glanced at Phoebe where she stood over the body of Rachel's friend. O'Malley had been gunned down in the initial barrage. "Get his data chip," he shouted at her. He dove through a cluster of tomato vines and came up behind the greenery. More mag rounds rained down around the conservatory. Phoebe's suit would protect her, but not for long. Knight's nanomesh coat would hold up for even less than that. He stalked through the vegetation, then leapt out as a Shizan passed. His weight bore the man down, and Knight slipped a knife through a gap between the helmet and the armor's chest plate. He rolled back into the plants as mag rounds tore through the man he'd just killed. "Knight, retreat!" Phoebe made a break for the door. More Shizans swarmed after her. Knight leapt from hiding and roared at them, firing wild pulse shots into their midst. A heartbeat later, and he was among them. Time slowed for him, and he caught a man's arm. He twisted and flipped, flinging the Shizan over the rail and down through the funnel. The man fell, screaming for 30 stories. Knight already had a hand around another Shizan. He turned the man about, bent him over his pulse pistol, and fired point blank. The man's weight tore the gun from Knight's hand as he fell. Just as well. Knight was better without it. Another attacker tried to shoot him. Knight jerked to the side, avoiding the rifle's trajectory, and swept the man's legs. In the same motion, he brought his own foot down on the fallen man's head. He shoved the last Shizan and made a break for the door. Knight moved to grab his parka. The walls exploded into shrapnel as mag rounds tore through them. No time for comfort. He ran outside. Without the heavy clothing, the wind instantly made his limbs numb. His legs seemed to slow even as he ran. Outside, more Shizans were piling onto the roof. Phoebe had shot down at least 5, but these guys kept coming. Knight ran toward her, but his foot slipped on the ice and he skidded, nearly colliding with the sentinel. She grabbed him around the waist, then leapt over the side of the building. "What the—" The wind stripped away his words and scorched his throat with cold. Freezing air whipped his hair into his eyes, and all he could do was clutch onto Phoebe as they fell. Even through her sentinel suit, he could feel her warmth. Her cheek pressed against him was his only defense against the biting cold. A split second before they hit the ground, their descent slowed. A grav net in her suit must have caught them. They impacted hard, and she landed in a crouch. "Run!" she shouted at him. He tried, but his legs weren't working right. It was so damned cold. He scurried after her. More shots crashed into the street behind them. Phoebe darted around a building and kept running. "Thank you," Knight said, or tried to, though his teeth chattered. Yep. Saving your ass is what I do. You are an ass. You know that, right? I mean, I thought you should know that if you didn't already." What the void? She was going to do this now? He couldn't even feel his feet, which meant his every step seemed clumsy, weak. He stumbled after her as she headed for the spaceport. "Right, I'm an ass. Never been called anything that bad in my line of work before." "I asked you to behave with my parents." He was pretty sure he had behaved. "Just because you never had any brothers or sisters doesn't mean you shouldn't understand those of us who do." Because so much good had come from siblings that he could see. Rachel's brother nearly killed her, and Phoebe's had apparently run off to play pirate, which actually didn't sound that bad. "What's the matter, Sentinel? Can't stand having a criminal in the family?" "You were raised into the Gibborim. Is that why you've got no manners? Social training not high on the priority list for you people? Too busy learning how to kill and annoy people to death? Why the void should I expect a man with no family to understand what one means?" Knight set his jaw. He didn't need a family. He'd had Hadrian. The man had been his best friend, his mentor, and Knight had killed him. In the end, you could count on no one but yourself. Except now he had Rachel. She'd been a true friend to him. She'd come for him when he was in danger. No brothers to betray him. No sisters to scorn him for the life he'd led. and his only parents had been the Geborim themselves. Gideon Knight and Shahana Sauer. Those were his real parents' names. The only other thing he knew about them was that they died, and he was taken by the state. If they had lived, maybe he'd have grown up in a home and have understood all of Phoebe's inane nonsense. Instead, he was left befuddled, freezing, and losing patience. He didn't need any brothers or sisters or parents. He was strong. He was a ghost in the night. And they had other worries. It was no time for one of her tantrums. Shiza were mercenaries, which probably meant Jericho had hired them to hunt down the Ark. Of course, it could be anyone. Rachel had certainly made enough enemies. And now he had to pray another company of Shizans didn't guard the spaceport. Chapter 13. All other concerns aside, then, we have to consider the Gog-Magog. We're talking a secret police of people the angels bred to be more animal than human. Of all the races of man, only the Gog and Magog are universally hated and feared. I pity their creations. Such depravities are entirely self-serving and indicative of a stance of indifference toward human happiness at best. Dr. Rachel Jordan, Disciplinary Hearings at NRU. The Tabernacle, New Rome System, Andromeda. New Rome was without a doubt the most beautiful planet in the Mizraim Empire. Less so, perhaps, knowing he was going there for a court-martial. But from orbit, David could still admire the brilliant blue seas, emerald forests, and sparkling cities covering much of the globe. Even from space he could see the pinnacle, a tower stretching above the clouds. It was a massive spire topped by a giant disk. The pinnacle featured restaurants, bars, massage parlors, and every luxury known to man. He'd taken Rachel there on a date once. Part of him wished she was here now, but that was pure selfishness. It would have put her in danger. He'd had no choice but to leave her behind, to trust she was in good hands with Leah, Phoebe, and Knight. The enigmatic mercenary worried David. The man was an assassin, and if he had any morals or sense of honor, David hadn't seen them yet. Except, Knight had developed an unnatural loyalty to Rachel. It crossed David's mind that the man might have once been conditioned to fanatical protectiveness and merely imprinted on Rachel. Whatever the reason, he hoped it would be enough. The Tabernacle, a mobile station shaped like a sphere, was currently in orbit above the planet. The logo slowed as it drew near, and the Tabernacle overrode navigation as it pulled them in for docking. Aboard the Tabernacle, the Sanhedrin, the 23 imperators who oversaw the empire, met. Of course, they were agents of the real power behind the empire, the Shekinah, a sentient computer left behind by the angels. It had ruled on their behalf, and when they left, it used the Sentinels to form the Mizraim Empire. Now, of course, he knew the angels hadn't left at all, but frozen themselves within the Ark, a revelation that challenged all he thought he knew. If they had not fled to the depths of space or beyond to heaven itself, why had they left mankind? Did they plan to return in time? Perhaps they wanted to see how humanity would fare in their absence. Perhaps they were waiting for humans to revive them. If so, was it not their duty to awaken the angels? Rachel surely would have argued not. She had so convinced herself the angels were tyrants, she blinded herself to all they had done for mankind. The docking light flared on the bridge, telling him the Tabernacle had secured the Logos. David swallowed. Well, this was what he'd come for. He'd given his word he'd turn himself in for his mutiny, and now here he was, afraid to step off his ship and face it. Still, best face the future, rather than stand trembling before it like a wee lad. Lieutenant Commander Blaise, you have command. Sir, Mala said and saluted him. He returned the gesture and headed for the airlock. The lift ride felt longer than any in his life. He trod down the hall, trying to keep his pace steady, confident, head high. He'd acted within the law. He'd done the right thing. Whatever came, he'd face it with honor. He buzzed the airlock, and it whooshed open. Inside, through the smart glass, he could see 4 sentinels standing at attention. The outer door opened, releasing the seal to the Tabernacle. "Sir," one of the sentinels said, "I'm here to take you into custody." "I'm to report to the Sanhedrin," David said. He supposed he should have expected the guard, but this was a bit much. "Sir, we are ordered to escort you to the brig until further notice. I must ask you to surrender your sidearm." Bloody void. David tapped the holster on his leg and his pulse pistol released. He handed it to the sentinel, then the 4 men fell in step around him, escorting him down the hall. His heart beat through his temples. This was not a good start. Waller had been here before him, and these men already saw him as a traitor. If the Sanhedrin were aligned against him as well, his fate would not be a pretty thing. The tabernacle was massive, almost 10 kilometers across. Lifts shot them from the airlock toward the brig and the lower decks. The lifts here could travel both horizontally and vertically, and, encased in smart glass, it gave him a view of the inner station. At its heart, around a massive central sphere, lay the Sanhedrin chamber. Within that, the Shekinah itself. The one source that might not be swayed by Waller's impassioned cries of mutiny and David's best shot at impartiality. 1,000 walkways connected the offices, barracks, and facilities of the station. The lift zipped past them all, too fast for him to make out individual faces. His psionic nerves hummed, as if trying to reveal something he was missing. The more he concentrated, the more his head throbbed like a bloody pulse cannon. When the lift lined up with the brig, a giant opaque sphere, it lowered itself slowly, a descent into hell. The doors swooshed open, and the sentinels escorted him toward a cell. From the corner of his eye, he spotted movement. It froze the moment he looked at it, but he'd seen the outline in the shadows. Was that a Gog? Here in the tabernacle? Gogs were one of the races of man, engineered by angels to be part of their secret police. The Gog-Magog. The Gog had chameleon-like skin that rendered them nearly invisible when they wanted to be. Officially, the Gog-Magog were dissolved after the vanishing. The sentinels didn't work with them and didn't trust the spies who always seemed to be everywhere and nowhere at once. And for good reason. The 2 races, Gog and Magog, were hated and feared throughout the universe. Unofficially, he'd heard reports that Gog and Magog still worked together, sometimes serving redeemers or fringe groups as spies, trackers, or even assassins. And they were here. He was sure of it. What the void were the Sanhedrin thinking, allowing these creatures onto the tabernacle? The lead sentinel buzzed his cell, and the smart glass opened. David stepped inside and sat down on the mat. "Did they tell you when the court-martial will be?" David asked. "No, sir." He nodded. Aye, then. Perhaps they made him wait to intimidate him. Perhaps they were weighing evidence. Either way, he could do nothing from inside the cell. Nothing except try to use his psionics. David shut his eyes and reached out with his mind. However, all he could do was look inward. The cell was blocked from telepathic and empathic senses, shielded from telekinesis. Not that they had any need to worry about that from David. The cell was merely ready for anyone it might be asked to hold. David was utterly alone. Chapter 14. In trying to change the universe, I have perhaps doomed myself to forever struggle against the greater part of humanity. I am trying to save them, but it is so easy to forget how much they have invested in the status quo. They fear the change I hope to bring them. Dr. Rachel Jordan, Personal Journal. Ekron System, Milky Way. The Mazzaroth chimed. Rachel stumbled as she paced around the arc bridge. "Receive call." The screen filled with Phoebe's face, back on the shuttle. "What the void have you two?" Rachel began. "Sheezans ambushed us," Phoebe said. "They must have been jamming the portable comms, but we got past it once we entered orbit. We'll fill you in once we're back aboard the Ark." Knight leaned in over her shoulder. "Rachel, your friend was killed." "Wait, what? Thomas?" Thomas was the one who'd first introduced Rachel to the Seekers of Eden years back when she was at NRU. He was about the least violent soul in the holy universe. And now... Phoebe cuffed Knight. "Ninja Boy has the tact of an Ackeldeman slug and the subtlety of a ruptured singularity drive. Rachel waved the line off. She couldn't deal with her nonsense right now. She took a step toward the pilot's chair, faltered, then stumbled her way over there. Thomas. He was a civilian, and Shiza had gunned him down by the sound of it. The man had done nothing wrong, save question angel doctrine, same as her. But unlike Rachel, he wasn't running around chasing relics and risking his life. Her quest had cost him his life just the same. Maybe it had cost a lot of people their lives. And careers. David's career had meant everything to him. Even back in Psi School, all he'd talked about was becoming a sentinel. His drive was so overwhelming it saturated her own emotions and made her study even harder than she already did. And now? Now he might have lost everything because of her mission to save mankind. In one way or another, Rachel had to find a tactic that could help him. Chapter 15. Conceiving offspring brings with it the utmost pleasure of the flesh. That pleasure is a debt that must be repaid. To take that pleasure without bearing children is a sin. To steal that pleasure and actively prevent conception is doubly sinful. The Codex, Book of Raziel, on the Third Commandment. Ekron System, Milky Way. The shuttle ride back to the Ark had been quiet. Knight didn't mind quiet, but every few minutes Phoebe cast an angry glance his way. He didn't know what else to say. She hated him now, and he wasn't even sure why. He thought they were becoming friends. He supposed it would be best if he didn't mention any of this again. Maybe, after a few sparring matches, things would go back to how they were. Phoebe docked the shuttle in the hangar, then thrust Thomas's data chip at Knight. "Take the damn thing. Feel free to plug it into your ass." She took off the moment she left the shuttle. Knight sighed. Whatever was going on with the girl was not his problem. He had to worry about Rachel right now. When he got up to the bridge, Rachel had someone on a Mazroth channel. He had dark hair and a dark complexion, with the face of a man perhaps in his late 30s. "I can make you a very rich woman," the man said. "That was our arrangement, after all. You give me your findings, I pay you. That's how one does business, Dr. Jordan, is it not?" Rachel paced around the bridge, glancing at Knight, then turned back to the screen. "It's not what I expected. We had a deal. You are to turn the Ark over to Quasar Industries immediately." At last she paused her pacing and spun on him. "No, I'm not handing over this ship. It's too big for one company to hold, too important. Sorry, but I can't trust you to do the right thing with the Ark." This must be Galaxies on the screen, her QI contact. The man who hired her to find this thing, funded the whole trip maybe. And now she wasn't holding up her end of the bargain. Bad business indeed. The man on the screen shook his head slowly, his eyes narrowing. "The right thing. Since when did morality enter our business arrangement, Dr. Jordan? You can't trust a single company with the Ark. Instead, you would have us trust a single person. You presume to appoint yourself sole guardian of this relic. You think you are somehow more qualified, more justified in holding this ship than the rest of humanity. Your arrogance has run away with you." "He's got a point," Knight whispered, just loud enough for Rachel to hear. She shot him a glare before turning back to the screen. So now both women were mad at him. Fine, so be it. "Sorry," Rachel said. "I need more time. I can't just hand it over." Dr. Jordan. "Sorry, Mazroth off." That was going to turn ugly. Knight handed her the data chip, then folded his arms. Rachel grimaced as she took the chip. "How did it happen?" "She's a security ambushed us. I think someone must have recognized us in the city and called them in. They could be working for Jericho. Not just Jericho. For Caleb Gavitt." Rachel slammed her palms against the command chair in a way that made Knight lean back. It was unlike her to give in to emotional outbursts, at least not like that. How close had she been with Thomas? Good friends? Former lover? She spun on him. "It wasn't like that." "Did you just read my mind?" Holy shit. If she'd graduated from empath to telepath, he was going to have a rough day. She shook her head. No, I could just feel where your mind went. And it was only the one time with Thomas." You have a lot of only one times. She'd had him one time, then shoved him away. Night, she damn near growled and shook her head. Look, I'm sorry. I just lost someone I cared about, all right? Just give me some time to go over this data chip, please. He shrugged. Fine. She wanted to be alone. He'd leave her alone. It was a big damn ship anyway. Of course, if he was like Phoebe and had those brothers and sisters, maybe he'd know how to comfort Rachel now. Maybe he'd know what to say. But he had no idea. Words were never his specialty. Rachel had created her own mess. Now she'd have to learn to live with her sins. They all would. Chapter 16. We told mankind to populate the universe. We felt it unwise to leave so many habitable worlds barren of human life. While Cambriel made worlds of death livable, I sought to adapt humanity to expand what livable meant. The Codex, Book of Raziel. Ekron System, Milky Way. As Knight left the bridge, Leah walked almost straight into him. Oh, Knight, I was just going to see Rachel. Probably not the best time. Leah straightened herself, then stood with her hands behind her back. You don't have to be embarrassed about the webs. What? She backed away, and he could see her muscles tense. With her deep skin tone, he couldn't see her flush, but her voice trembled. No, you should come down to the med bay sometime. I'd like to test your reflexes. Changing the subject. Fine. My reflexes are excellent. Yeah, that's why I want to test them. They're too excellent, from what David says. Knight cocked his head. There was no such thing as too excellent. The better you were, the less chance you had of dying. Will you walk with me? Leah asked. Knight shrugged. Best to do what she asked. He was on a massive ship alone with 3 women, and 2 of them were pissed at him. He'd just as soon not go for the full set. How do you feel about the angels, Knight? The ones frozen on this ship? God, she was going to start with the small stuff, huh? The truth was, he had no idea how to feel about them. Rachel cast them as a bare step up from the adversary itself sometimes. But even on Gehenna, he'd been raised to revere the angels. Or, not even raised to it. It was just what everyone did. People didn't even think about it. Angels were angels. They were divine. Except Rachel seemed to think they were just aliens with delusions of grandeur. Leah didn't wait for his answer. There's so much I could learn from them, about them, if only Rachel would let me open a tube. And wake one up. People talked about the days of glory like it was the next best thing to heaven. Maybe spending so much time with Rachel was rubbing off on him, but Knight wasn't sure he wanted to see angels rule humanity again. He'd had enough of being ruled by anyone. The ship is changing her, Knight. That he could agree with. Rachel's original mission had been to find the Ark and give it back to mankind. She'd said doing so would be enough to rekindle the flame of human ingenuity, of advancement. Except now she had the Ark, and she wasn't giving it to anyone. She was too afraid to leave it to even go see her old friend Thomas. It was one time only Thomas. Would she feel that way about Knight one day? He shook his head. Rachel had replaced her original mission with one to find Eden. Now that was the catalyst to save the universe. And if they found Eden, would she be on to the next thing? I've noticed, was all he said. And Rachel's Rachel. I'll keep an eye on her. He left Leah and returned to his room. For hours he lay on his bunk, staring at the black ceiling. Life was easier on his own, no one to disappoint. No reason to care who hated him. Now, with Phoebe and Rachel and, he supposed, Leah, he suddenly had to worry about how other people felt. It was pathetic. Maybe he should have jumped the ship and gone on to New Rome, like he had once planned. Except Rachel would never stop. And without him, she'd get herself killed. Void, she'd probably get Phoebe killed too. And the thought of the universe without either of the 2 women seemed wrong, somehow. He slept for a time, before his calm woke him. Knight, come up to the bridge, Rachel said. Knight rose and stretched. A quick check of the time told him he'd gotten 6 hours of sleep. And Rachel was still on the bridge. She was going to burn herself out. Of course, if you didn't push your limits, you'd never find them. He returned to the bridge. Rachel sat in the command chair and beamed at him the moment he stepped in. "Good, you're here." She waved her hand and a hologram appeared in the air around her. "This is the Milky Way galaxy, and this—" She twisted her hand and the view zoomed in on a particular arm of the spiral. "This is where I believe Eden was located. With the data Thomas gave me, I was able to scour the Ark's memories much more efficiently." Knight stepped closer, inspecting the hologram. It was just a glowing green outline, so he couldn't get a sense of the planet. This one little ball was supposed to be the point of origin of all humanity. God alone knew how many people inhabited the universe, some 30 galaxies, and all mankind could trace itself back to this one world. It seemed impossible. Eden was a myth, an idea. The Ark's records named the place Earth, but I think this Earth was Eden, Rachel said. So the planet was named after dirt? Knight's throat felt dry. Rachel had mentioned Eden, but he thought she was off rotation. If she'd really found it, she really might change the universe. What would people do if they could see this world of mankind's origin? Would they flock to it in droves, rushing in by the millions, by the billions? Or maybe nothing was left. The Codex said the adversary had left Eden a scorched wasteland, unfit for human life. It said angels had taken mankind on the Exodus because Eden was lost forever. And maybe finding humanity's homeworld in ruins would only serve to dishearten people. And this would give the Redeemers one more reason to kill her. She was setting herself up to make enemies of half the universe, and maybe be worshipped as a messiah by the other half. But she wouldn't be dissuaded, not by anything he or anyone else could ever say. Any argument would only make her more set in her course. All Knight could do was ride it out with her and try to keep her alive. All right, what are we waiting for? Rachel rose and began pacing. Time for another lecture. People have been living in the Milky Way since the Exodus. So why has no one found this planet? Why haven't ships visited this solar system? The answer is simple. The conduit routes divert around the star. The conduit is such a complex maze of near-infinite pathways, no one would even notice that it deliberately flows around this system. But it must. It's the only explanation I can find for how no one ever found the world. Hidden in plain sight. Clever. Can we get there without the conduit? Rachel shook her head. Even from the nearest system, at 50 PSL it would still take years to reach the star. And going that fast, we'd be dilating time around us. No. The conduit is pretty much the only way to get anywhere in space, Knight, which means there must be at least one path there. The angels needed one to arrive for the Exodus, right? I've been searching the archives and found no clear indication, but... Knight spread his hands. It seems like the angels actually evacuated mankind on the Ark itself, among a small fleet of other ships. Huh. He stood on the very ship that had taken humanity away from Eden. And now you want to use this same ship to go back. She nodded. We just have to find the conduit route. Find one path hidden among what she called near-infinite pathways. It sounded like that would take years, too. Unless they had a psych prophet with an amazing intuitive sense. One like David. Chapter 17. Individuality is an illusion. You are a humble piece of something great. The Codex, Book of Raziel. October 15th, 3096. The Tabernacle, New Rome. For 2 days David sat in his cell in the Tabernacle's brig sphere. No one came to see him. It gave him more time to sit and think than was likely good for him. He, a sentinel, had betrayed his oath and his captain because of what the man was doing to Rachel. He'd have liked to tell himself he'd have done the same for any Mizraim citizen. But would he? Aye, he'd have been riled up to find any citizen subjected to stigmata. Of course, he might not have even looked into it deeply enough to learn about it were it someone else. Or maybe Leah would have told him regardless. And now he faced court-martial for those actions. His uniform, his suit, stood for more than his rank. It was his identity. His mom had been a sentinel, and his grandfather, and at least 2 generations before that. It was his blood. And because of what he'd done for Rachel, he faced the real possibility of losing it all. At last, and without warning, 2 sentinels arrived, their helmets encasing their faces, so David couldn't even see the men who'd come to get him. Another bad sign. They took him back to the lift, and from there, to the innermost sanctum of the tabernacle. Like the brig, the Sanhedrin chamber was within a massive sphere, this one at the heart of the station. The room was dark, and the guards left him alone to traverse the long walk to the center of the chamber. A podium stood there, waiting for him, lit by a spotlight. Seats for the imperators ringed it in a semicircle, waiting to judge him. Faint columns of light bathed each of them, enough for him to realize there were 18 out of 23 imperators present. Considering that each imperator governed an entire galaxy, David was shocked at how many attended his trial. He scratched his head, took a deep breath, and stepped up to the podium. "Commander David McGregor, reporting as ordered." He removed his glove and placed his hand on a palm scanner on the console. It flashed, confirming his identity. "This court-martial is now in session," a female imperator said. Elsa Scott, David judged by the voice, the imperator for Andromeda and most senior member of the Sanhedrin. "Commander, you are charged with mutiny and treason against the Mizraim Empire." "Treason? What, the void?" "This tribunal possesses evidence that you knowingly misappropriated advanced technology crucial to the protection of the state." They were charging him with keeping the Ark from them. It wasn't a crime, not one he was aware of, but then their minds had been made up before he was ever summoned. So now they wanted him to help them get a hold of the Ark, with a wee problem that meant betraying Rachel, too. "Do you have anything to say in your defense before we begin?" Whatever he might say, he knew how this would go. They would demand the Ark, and it wasn't his to give. Aye, maybe the universe would be better if they had it. Rachel couldn't protect it, not from the conglomerate, and the Sentinels could use the technology and knowledge to protect the Empire. That was the rub of it all. The Sanhedrin were right. Rachel should hand over the Ark. But he'd seen Rachel's face when she felt he'd betrayed her for the Sefer Raziel. He could never see that look on her face again. He couldn't. "My actions," David cleared his throat. "I discovered that Captain Waller was torturing a citizen of Mizraim using the stigmata, a clear violation of Mizraim law regarding the ethical treatment of prisoners. When confronted, Captain Waller admitted his crime, yet refused to desist. There was no immediate threat to the Logos or the Mizraim Empire. We had no warrant allowing us exemption from the Shekinah's interpretation on the rights of mankind. I thus felt it was my duty to relieve him of command." "Yes, Commander. We have the ship's record and Captain Waller's testimony on file." Damn unnerving, the voice in the darkness. It came from Scott's direction, but since he could barely see the woman's face, it was like talking to a ghost. Probably the point. "You do not deny you led a mutiny?" "No, Your Honor, but my actions were mine alone." If he couldn't save himself, at least God let him spare the crew who had helped him. "I ordered those under me to help me relieve Captain Waller based on his actions. I assume sole responsibility for the events that unfolded on the Logos." "And you interfered with Captain Waller's attempt to acquire the Ark of the Angels?" "My decision was not based on—" "Answer the question asked, please." "No, Your Honor. At the time, there was no indication that Captain Waller or Dr. Rachel Jordan knew or had means of discovering the Ark. I interfered with an illegal attempt to determine whether it existed." A cold sweat built underneath his suit. He'd known this would be bad. Were they even interested in what he had to say? Was this all a formality? "Commander, since the excavation and retrieval of the Ark of the Angels, you have failed to turn over advanced technology to the state, technology crucial to the protection of the Empire. We are willing to show lenience if you turn over the Ark to us at this time." There it was. Betray Rachel, give up her position, lose her trust, and they let him walk out of there with a uniform on. Fortunately, it wasn't a choice he had to make. Your Honors, since being summoned by the Sanhedrin, I have had no further contact with the Ark or her captain. I do not know where that ship is. The honest truth, and they couldn't hold it against him. Suddenly the room filled with complete silence. They must have engulfed him in a sound-dampening field so they could discuss without him hearing. Even if he could read lips, it was too dark for that. The lack of sound from beyond the podium left him more on edge, and he caught himself tapping his fingers on the console. He jerked his hands behind his back and stood at attention. Come what may, he'd follow his conscience and the law. He was on the side of what was right. Sound returned to the room with a feeling of slight pressure evaporating. Commander, we give you this chance to contact Rachel Jordan and compel her to come here and turn over the Ark. David's mouth hung open, just a bit, his throat dry. Probably should have seen that coming. If he called her now, they would likely arrest her, but she would be safe. They wouldn't harm her. Well, assuming she cooperated in telling them how to run the Ark, which she wouldn't. She might well wind up back in an interrogation chair. He knew her too well. Whatever he said to her, she wouldn't buy into any good of the state argument. She was too damn proud, too sure her way was the best way for everyone. As if she could know better than the rest of mankind what was good for it. That smug university debate society arrogance. But it was Rachel, and he could not be responsible for putting her back in such a chair. I cannot, in good conscience, take that action. Dr. Jordan has communed with the Ark. It is a relic of the angels, and it has chosen her. I could no more go against its wishes than I could the Shekinah's. He wouldn't ask Rachel to give up the Ark just to save himself, and that might be the only argument that might convince her. Commander, set theological theory aside. The Ark can make the difference in the inevitable conflict between Mizraim and Asherah. Do you want to be responsible for them getting it first? This could be our last chance. Aye, last chance. So just say it and be done with it. Say it and give up the uniform he'd worked so hard for. Say it and give up his honor, his commission, all he'd worked for, gone, to protect all he stood for. I cannot. Very well, Commander, Scott said. This court finds you guilty as charged. For your crimes and refusal to cooperate with the court, you are sentenced to the penal planet Horesh for a term not less than 10 years. David almost tripped over his own feet. 10 years on Horesh? A lifetime. No, a death sentence for a sentinel. At that, all the lights around the Imperators went out, and he was left in darkness. Then, figures moved forward, but not sentinels. They were humanoid, but had elongated snouts, sharpened teeth, and narrow, luminescent eyes. Magog. The sentinels had enlisted the Gog Magog. The Angels' secret police were now working for Mizraim. The Sanhedrin had compromised their morals for the sake of expediency, and David feared the Ark might be the reason why. A pair of Magog grabbed his arms and escorted him out. Chapter 18. Everyone reads the Codex, but most never truly think about what it says. Mankind was supposed to live in paradise, our homeworld, Eden. They said waters ran clear and humanity lived in peace, spreading to the edges of our solar system. Eden represents the dream, the delusion that there was once a time and place where humanity stood as one. We are taught we were cast from Eden for our sins. I doubt not that Eden existed, but rather whether it was truly paradise, and moreover, what we might have done to justify our ejection from it. Dr. Rachel Jordan, lectures at New Rome University. Milky Way. Time and space had become a vast, endless book to Rachel. No longer an unknowable mystery. Every question in the universe had an answer, if she could only find the right place to look for it. If she only worked hard enough to understand it. But understanding was fleeting. Every answer illuminated 2 more questions. A part of her had wondered whether the angels had made up the adversary as an excuse to enslave mankind. A part of her believed that if an alien force of godlike power existed, humanity would have seen it. They would have encountered it again as they spread across the local group over the last 3,000 years. Rachel blinked, her eyes dry. How long had she been staring into space, images from the Ark projected directly into her mind? Her back hurt. She rose, stretching like a cat, until a satisfying pop in her spine gave her some relief. Her stomach growled. She couldn't even say when the last time she'd eaten was. She'd been delving deeper and deeper into the Ark's records, trying to find the way back to Eden. Perhaps records was a misnomer. It was the ship's memories. And like memories, they weren't stored in a linear or logical fashion. She couldn't just run a Mazzaroth search and get back a folio of information. She had to delve the memories, much like a telepath would delve a person's, except the ship didn't fight her. Perhaps the angels had known how to properly access and organize the Ark's database. Perhaps their own psionic abilities were so much greater than hers, they could process the non-linear information more easily. The ship chimed, and one wall of the bridge became a Mazzaroth screen. Incoming call. Elsa Scott. Rachel paused, staring at the screen. Elsa Scott. The Mizraim Imperator for the Andromeda Galaxy? Calling her. Receive call. Scott's face appeared on screen, weathered and old, probably at least 120. Her eyes slowly scanned the bridge, widening a bit before they focused on her. Let her look. Let her drink in the power and majesty, the elegant simplicity of her Ark. Dr. Rachel Jordan, the woman said at last. Yes, Imperator. I see you must still be aboard the famous Ark. That's good. Very good. On authority of Mizraim, you are hereby ordered to deliver the Ark to the tabernacle above New Rome immediately. Well, right down to the point. She was, after all, a citizen of Mizraim. Scott might claim it was Rachel's duty to turn over such technology. Any other citizen would do it. But Rachel? No, never. Except, what would David say? He believed it her obligation to. Still, her duty to humanity came before her duty to any government. Besides, who knew what they would do with such a weapon? No, she needed the Ark to find Eden. By leading mankind back to their homeworld, she would enable them to rise above themselves, perhaps even reunite. The power of the angels didn't belong in the hands of a single government. Perhaps it belonged in no one's hands, but it was hers now, and she aimed to keep it. Regardless, if Rachel turned the Ark over, the more religious among the imperators might take it upon themselves to wake the damned angels themselves. She didn't know how long she could keep them secret, but she'd do so as long as possible. If they woke, there would be no ascension of mankind. Humanity would be reunited by the angels to be ushered back in a new days of glory. She shook her head. I'm sorry, Imperator. I cannot comply with your request. It is not a request, Dr. Jordan. Commander McGregor has already been sentenced to 10 years on a penal world for his failure to follow orders. You do not want to repeat your friend's mistake. David. Her stomach felt empty and her knees weak. She struggled to remain still, unwilling to let Scott see her waver. They had sent David to a penal colony? Sentinel penal colonies were not much better than Gehenna had been, back in the days of glory. He must have refused them, refused to turn on her despite his supposed duty. God, he really had sacrificed himself, his career, for her. She caught her lip trembling and forced it to stillness. David. He'd willingly marched to his court-martial for duty, but he had refused them on arrival, refused them for her sake, and for her sake he'd been damned, all to keep the Ark from them so she could complete her mission. She wanted to believe he'd done it for the mission, though her heart knew it was just for her, and she owed it to him now to continue. If she gave in to this, his sacrifice meant nothing. Imperator, she said, her throat dry. I cannot turn over the Ark. This ship does not belong to Mizraim, and you have no claim on it. Think carefully on your decision, Dr. Jordan, Scott said. You will be given 1 day to comply. Turn over the Ark and come home a hero. Fail to do so, and you'll be considered a traitor to your government and treated accordingly. I await you on the tabernacle. The Mazzaroth flashed off. They thought they could strong-arm her? Surely they knew what had happened on Gehenna. But then, maybe they could not imagine her turning the Ark on her own people. Or maybe they just wanted her to not imagine it. Rachel collapsed back into the command chair and let her head fall into her hands. David had just come back to her, and she had thought maybe they could finally work things out. She had wanted everything, and instead, he'd been sent to a penal colony. They had imprisoned him because of his feelings for her, because he refused to betray her, and instead, she had effectively betrayed him by letting him leave. Rachel stood, jaw set. Well, if Scott thought Mizraim could threaten her, the woman had another think coming. Rachel had the Ark, and she was going to find David. Chapter 19. Bringing the riches of planets to the many children of civilization. Zebulun Company slogan. Sefer Raziel, Milky Way. The Hierophant had demanded success, but offered little in the way of actual support. Noah Jordan wanted his son to fail. That had to be the only explanation for his petitions for a heart, equipment, and credit lines being denied. All Jeremiah had gotten was funding for passage from his own frozen accounts. He had used it to make a trip he found unsavory. Jericho was one of the 2 megacorps that always teetered on the edge of the First Amendment's boundaries. Their corporate homeworld was rife with genetic modification of plants. He struggled to believe they kept their filthy scientists out of the human genome with that much research going on. And yet, here Jeremiah was, flitting across a boreal paradise seen through a color filter. Trees shouldn't have blue leaves. The angels had seeded the refuge worlds from the gardens of Eden itself. It was unseemly to try improving on nature, but not a crime against the Codex. A pious man needn't be careful of his soul. His natural inclinations kept him free of the path to ruin. These Jericho types were far too careful for Jeremiah's liking. The hover dropped him off at a reception platform on the 66th floor. A lustrous young woman in tight-fitting business attire greeted him. Brother Jeremiah Jordan, my name is Rebecca Norris. Is there anything I can get you? Refreshment? Change of attire? Anything else you might think of? I'll see Mr. Gavitt as soon as he's available, Jeremiah replied, ignoring the woman's obvious innuendo. Considering his mission, he found it especially inappropriate. Of course. Right this way. They took an elevator to the highest floor. The whole way up, Rebecca positioned herself to give Jeremiah a whiff of the perfume dabbed behind her ears and a view down the front of her blouse. Jeremiah studiously ignored her dangled temptations. Just an effort by Jericho's chairman to cut the moral high ground out from under him. Rebecca strode out of the elevator ahead of him without looking back, heels clacking on a mirror-polished floor. Her backside waggled with each step. Jeremiah studiously focused on the knotted bun of orange hair at the back of her neck, skewered through with golden needles. She led the way to a flat, polished door bearing the griffin of the Jericho corporate logo. At the touch of a button, what he'd believed to be a single door parted at a central seam that had been invisible to the human eye. Rebecca stepped aside and swept a hand toward the interior. Your guest is here, Caleb. Jeremiah cringed. The man lost in the cushions of an opulent couch wore an expensive business suit, half unbuttoned, but that was the only professional aspect about the man. He was well-groomed, yet slovenly, with a slouch that rumpled his suit and a glass of liquor dangling half-empty from a hand hung over the couch's arm. Rather than poring over business spreadsheets or talking over a secure Mazzaroth link with corporate bigwigs, as Jeremiah always pictured executives, the man's attention was absorbed by one of those giant vid screens that projected a half-meter-thick holograph to give the action depth. On Caleb Gavitt's screen was a display of barely clad women playing some ball sport in 0G. What the rules might have been, Jeremiah didn't deign to guess. The spectacle, from the lewd announcer to the raucous stadium of leering fans, turned his stomach. Caleb lolled his head back and gave an obviously fake smile. Jeremiah Jordan. Welcome to Jericho Corp. How can you sit there and pay heed to that drivel? Jeremiah demanded, protocol be damned. What do you mean? I own a 2/3 share in the Moonball League. I host the winning team for a weekend getaway every fall. But that's not why we're here. With a wistful sigh, Caleb addressed the holograph. Screen off. Jeremiah could not have held the man in higher disdain if he were using the codex for a coaster. Congratulations on your purchase, Gavitt. Perhaps you've missed your calling in business. A smirk tugged the corners of Caleb's mouth. Caleb, please. And I hope you do your family name more honor than your sister has. Jeremiah's teeth began to ache, and he realized his jaw was clenched to the point of straining. He loomed over the seated chairman, fighting the urge to take the doughy little man's throat between his hands. You asked me here to discuss a problem. You claim the conglomerate must act together to retrieve the Ark, so speak. It rankled him that the Redeemers were technically members of the conglomerate. Caleb Gavitt believed himself to be Noah Jordan's peer. Despite their frequent clashes, Jeremiah didn't find Caleb fit to wash his father's feet. The megacorps were all peddlers of one sort or another. Mana products fed the galaxies. Lab and worlds turned desolate rocks into paradises. Zebulon turned desolate rocks into resources to build everything else. Quasar and Jericho were gadget makers. They tiptoed around the first commandment like thieves in the night. The Redeemers sold nothing. Their contribution was not to the lives of mankind, but to the immortal soul. Obedience to the angels' laws declined each year since the days of glory. The Redeemers kept them from plummeting into the waiting jaws of the adversary, where Copperu were sure to end up. He had nothing in common with Caleb Gavitt. The Ark is a technological wonder. We can all agree on that, yes? A miracle left behind by the angels themselves, Jeremiah replied, making sure to keep the religious significance of the Ark at the fore. Quasar Industries could bring men back from the brink of death and dare to call it a miracle. He didn't want the Jericho shipbuilders getting similar delusions of grandeur. And we can agree that Dr. Rachel Jordan, angelologist and busybody, has no right to claim it. Jeremiah knew he was a lamb being led down the slaughterhouse path, but could not deny this claim. None. I would extrapolate from certain events that you are no longer in good standing among your brethren. Cut to the point, Gavitt. Please, Caleb. Call me Caleb. Simply everyone does. Just because I could buy and sell you 1,000,000 times over doesn't mean we need to be overly formal. The point. I want to fund your expedition. How do you know my mission? Jeremiah asked, leaving his words with as much menace as possible. Caleb waved a dismissive hand. Please, I have my sources, but my offer is legitimate. I don't want that ship falling into Sentinel hands. Worse, I don't want to see Ashura get their metallic claws into it. Jeremiah's skin crawled when he envisioned Asheran cyborgs dissecting a holy relic for its technological bounty. Then it occurred to him that Jericho's goal would have been similar. Why would handing it to you be any better? It wouldn't be, Caleb replied flippantly. You keep it. Bring it home to Daddy. But I'd propose asking it. It's angel tech, and anything larger than a textbook of theirs would have its own AI. Ask it, and consider. If the Ark volunteers its secrets to mankind, Jericho would be the ones you turn to for outfitting a Redeemer fleet. Just imagine wiping out Ashura, reining in the Sentinels, spreading the will of the angels from galaxy to galaxy. At a tidy profit to you. Tidy? Heavens, no. We'd bathe in money. The rising tide raises all boats, and the rising arc makes the conglomerate of fortune's fortune. Jeremiah's head spun. He was both a theologian and a field operative. The highest and lowest levels of abstraction were his specialties, but this was too much in the temporal realm for him to wrap his head around. When he finally blinked and simplified his problems into actionable terms, the answers became clear. I have conditions. Caleb gave a beckoning gesture. Give them here. The finals are coming on in a few minutes. There is a woman and 2 children I want relocated. Delilah Abrams and Lucas and Emmanuel Jordan. The Hierophant's grandsons, Caleb pointed out. Jeremiah barely paused. Temperate world, luxury accommodations, best schools, monthly stipend in perpetuity, security detail that answers only to myself and Delilah. He was making deals with a megacorp. Noah would never approve. And if this mission to fetch Rachel on the Ark went sour, he couldn't risk the fallout for his family. Surely the Hierophant would do something to protect his own grandchildren, but not Delilah, and Jeremiah wouldn't separate her from the boys. Deal, Caleb said offhandedly. Jeremiah narrowed his gaze. That's it, no haggling. You're confusing me with a street merchant on a tourist planet. I deal big picture. I actually tuned you out halfway through that little spiel. But if you repeat it to Rebecca on your way out, she'll make sure everything's taken care of. I put the ship at your disposal. She'll escort you to that too. What could he say to that? Jeremiah was so used to dealing with sniveling go-betweens and street-level informants. He looked Caleb in the eye for some sign of treachery. There was something off about the man. Jeremiah prided himself on being a good judge of character, on being able to look into a man's soul when he looked into his eyes. He wasn't a psych, not like Rachel, but he had always been able to tell when a man was being false with him. Caleb betrayed nothing. With a swallow and a nod, Jeremiah assured himself that this was how an indolent wretch like Caleb Gavitt rose to the top in the megacorps. He was more than he seemed. A lesser man might pale before an angry redeemer. A leader of men would neither flinch nor blink. Good day then, Caleb. Jeremiah turned and left to find Rebecca. He had a ship and the means to hunt down Rachel once more. Chapter 20. Horesh, a desert planet located in the Andromeda 1 satellite galaxy. The world serves as a penal colony for those arrested by sentinels for serious but not capital offenses. While sentences are usually temporary, very few prisoners ever live out more than a year. Consequently, it is sometimes called a slow death sentence and should not be invoked without command permission. Sentinel Holy Mandate. Horesh, Andromeda 1 satellite. The shuttle sat down in the wastelands, which described most of Horesh. They had taken David's uniform and left him with nothing but a pair of gray pants, a tan tunic, and a pair of sandals. As an afterthought, one of the sentinels tossed him a scarf. You'll live longer. David wrapped the scarf around his face, covering his mouth and nose. The shuttle door opened, revealing a flat, cracked desert. A harsh wind blew dust and debris around the shuttle. David glanced back at the sentinel. In theory, a criminal could complete his sentence and petition for release. In practice, few ever lived that long. The sentinel pointed to the west. There's a settlement out there. David nodded and headed out. Maybe this was justice. He had sent people to this hellhole for violating the law. Now it was his turn. By his actions, Rachel was safe. That was all that mattered now. Sand and dust stung his forehead the moment he stepped into the wind. By the time he'd taken a few steps, the shuttle had lifted off again. He had to shield his face with an arm against the extra grit the engines kicked up. David watched the shuttle vanish into the atmosphere. The sun here was merciless. Only Kaftarim had much chance of surviving alone in the wastes. David would need shelter and water, and soon. Sentinels occasionally dropped cargo containers of food, but they knew the inmates fought each other for it. That was part of the punishment. Now David would have to fight, even kill, for food. If he didn't, he might become too weak to change his mind later, when the hunger bit hard. He trudged off in the direction the sentinel indicated, hoping there truly was a settlement. It wouldn't have been unprecedented to have a lark at a prisoner's expense, especially if those chaps considered him a traitor. Still, what other choice did he have? There was no map, and they hadn't let him study the planet between his trial and sentence. For over an hour he walked, the sun baking the top of his head. If that sentinel had really cared, he'd have given him a bloody hat. He supposed he should be grateful for the scarf, little as it was. It did keep the dust out of his nose. His Gesher lungs could filter toxins, but grit would still clog his sinuses. Then it appeared on the horizon. David's weary heart quickened a beat. The settlement was carved from the rock face, a series of tunnels and rooms without doors. It was a maze that gave prisoners a chance to hide from one another, and more than enough room to find shelter from the sun, although not much else. Dozens of these rock towns littered this planet. More importantly, there would be a well nearby. The moment he stepped into the structure, people were watching him. An Anik folded his arms over his chest as if to block the way. The man towered well over 2 meters tall and had the build of a brick wall. David tried to step around the man, but the Anik grabbed his shoulder. New blood drinks somewhere else. One chance to prove himself. He supposed he should be grateful to the oaf for giving it to him. David snatched the Anik's hand and twisted, breaking his fingers. He pulled the giant's arm behind his back, and the man shrieked in pain. David drove a fist into his kidney and dropped him. His attacker collapsed to the ground. As soon as he looked up, 4 other men had surrounded him. Apparently they had missed his point. They hesitated, but not for long. One swung at him. David caught the new attacker's arm and jerked it out of the socket. He swept another's feet out, then slammed his foot on the man's chest, cracking ribs. He flung the man he held at another attacker and rounded on the last. David stepped in, and when the man tried to swing, kneed him in the stomach. His foe fell. David took in the remaining men with a glance, shook his head, and kept walking. He was sweating, worrying that his desert walk had already dehydrated him. Behind him he heard whispers of sentinel. There was just no way to disguise Merkaba's brutal efficiency, not without failing to use the style to his full advantage. Given his circumstances, David would need every advantage here. In the chambers beyond, he found a cluster of Emim. It was odd to see the servile race sentenced to a prison world. They had enhanced strength, making them excellent for hard labor. Angels had created them as workers, but with the modifications making them naturally non-aggressive. Criminal Emim were rare. This lot had likely been driven toward criminal behavior by someone else and gotten an unsympathetic judge. Not that there was anything David could do for them either. They watched him with hooded eyes as he passed. Emim had broad shoulders, sloping brows, and no hair, making them recognizable. Outright slavery was illegal, but since the race was literally bred to serve, few objected to relatively small pay. He passed others on his way to find the well. Probably all the races of man were represented on this planet, but the Horum and Rahabin fared the worst. The Ices couldn't take the heat of the desert, and the Amphis, even a short term here, would likely kill one. Some judges took that into account. Some didn't. Ahori lay on his stomach, his skin peeling away, dehydrated by the look of him, and not long for this life. David started to kneel beside the man, but he could do nothing for him. Could he diminish the heat of the sun? Offer water when he had none? He had to find the bloody well. He'd be no better off himself in a few more hours. A tunnel led deeper into the structure. A steady flow of people came in and out, so that must be the place. Some of those he passed looked right in his eyes, daring a silent challenge. Most, though, kept their eyes down, trying not to attract attention. The strong survived here, and the rest got by if they remained unnoticed. Around the bend, a wide room opened up, where people had clustered around a well, perhaps 5 or 6 meters in diameter. David rushed toward it, then fell to his knees and cupped water in his hands. Tepid and probably not the cleanest, it was all that would keep him alive. He sipped it gingerly, aware of others in the room watching him. The newcomer. Word would spread soon about those who had challenged him. With luck, he wouldn't have to fight to prove himself often. Without luck, someone would smash his head in while he slept. Against the wall, some prisoners were looting the body of a recently dead boy, a lad no more than 17. They took his boots and his shirt, leaving the body alone, naked and broken. David rose and walked toward the lad's corpse. How many people had he sent to this place? How many of them had died because of it? The Sentinels used Horish and a few worlds like it to discourage criminals. God only knew if that worked. But for the first time, David began to wonder if the price was too high, even if it did. He scooped some water in his hands and carried it back toward the dying Hori as best he was able. By the time he got there, most of the water had dribbled down through his fingers. He spread the moisture over the man's lips. The Hori was too far gone, too delirious to know what was going on. David sighed. "All right, lad, let's go." He lifted the man, slinging the Hori's arms over his shoulders, and carried him on his back. David couldn't absolve himself of all his sins, but he could get this man to water. Chapter 21. The ultimate shipboard weapon. An ion cannon fires a directed beam of ionized particles at near relativistic speeds, carrying virtually unmatched destructive power. The beam very rapidly overheats kinetic shielding, then cuts through most any hull in mere seconds. Sentinel Holy Mandate. October 17th, 3096. Milky Way. In the 2 days since Scott's call, Rachel had made a point of not staying in any one system for long, but she was no expert pilot of the conduit. Her connection to the Ark made it easier than another ship, perhaps, but she lacked David's intuitive abilities. The effort of flying had left her little time to investigate, but a few discreet calls whenever they stopped, to the few friends she had left, had revealed David was sent to Horish. A desert world. A place for criminals to kill each other away from civilization. A death trap for a sentinel. David had been sent to die for refusing to betray her. He was there because of her, because he'd committed treason to save her and then refused a direct order so he could protect her. She'd let him go to his doom. She'd allowed David, the man she'd once thought to spend her life with, to walk knowingly into the void. Perhaps it wasn't the conduit that had so affected her. Perhaps it was guilt, fear, pain. An empath knew all those emotions too well. She felt them from those around her every day. She drank in the worry of decisions that weren't her own and risked succumbing to regrets of others. Sometimes Rachel thought she could drown in the weight of others' emotions. How much worse when they came from her own conscience. In a crusade to better humanity, she may have damned the man she loved the most. It was a bitter reality she could not accept. When you couldn't accept reality, your only option was to change it. But she was in no shape to do so at the moment. The running had worn her down, and her psionic nerves were frayed. Even the mundane emotions Knight and Phoebe emitted when they entered the bridge tore at her mind. They became a torrent of feeling until she lost herself in it, unsure what part of the mess of anxiety, sexual tension, and irritation was her own, and what part came from the other two. "You should sleep," Knight said. Rachel rubbed her face. She had slept in the chair for, well, she didn't know how long, but she'd slept a little. The Ark spoke to her in her dreams. On waking, though, she couldn't quite remember any of it. It left her with a vague sense of secret knowledge, a memory of a dream at the edge of her mind. Damn unnerving. "Maybe I should get Leah up here," he said a moment later. "She should have a look at you." "I appreciate the concern, but I'm fine." "Nice to see he cares about someone," Phoebe mumbled. Something tugged at her mind, and she had to focus, bringing up the holographic display. A Sentinel ship had just jumped out of the conduit gate, and another, and another. The Logos and 2 other battleships. Imperator Scott wasn't messing around. How had they found her so quickly? Probably a warrant had flashed the Ark profile across the Mazzaroth, warning every civilized system in the Empire to report her. Rachel shook her head to clear her mind. "Focus. Brace yourselves." "What?" Phoebe asked. Rachel reached into the hologram to display the situation on the screen. She steered the ark away, swinging a trajectory around the nearest planet. The Sentinel warships would catch them in seconds. "Those are drones they're launching," Phoebe said. "Fantastic." Rachel reached into the halo image. With it, she flicked tiny clusters of deconstructor nanobots at the drones. The wrath of heaven, the ark called the attacks. One by one, the drones dropped off the hologram, eaten away by the nanobots. More drones appeared, faster than she could shoot them down. She was going to need to find out how to let others operate the weapons. Flying the ship by herself and shooting at the same time was too complex. A beam shot from the Logos and struck the ark's hull. The ship vibrated from the impact, but it was nothing compared to the sudden screech of pain that racked her mind. Rachel grabbed her head and fell from the chair, moaning. Blinding throbbing filled her. The ark's wail of pain tore her mind apart. She vomited. "Angels above!" Knight shouted. "Rachel!" "That was an ion cannon," Phoebe said. Her voice sounded distorted, far away. "Are they trying to destroy us?" "Rachel!" Knight was shaking her, but all she could do was groan. "Get up! Get back in the chair!" He grabbed her face and pulled her into a sitting position, staring right into her eyes. "Pain is in the mind, Rachel. It's not real. It's just a message telling you about danger. Pain is in the mind." Hundreds of mag rounds impacted the hull, like tiny needles on her skin. Those ships were closing fast. She could feel them, like predators stalking her. "Doesn't this thing have kinetic shields?" Phoebe demanded. "Look at me, Rachel," Knight said. "It's in your head. You can fight through this." He was right. This was all just signals in her brain. Rachel gulped, then spit out the taste of bile. She wiped her mouth, and Knight helped her back into the chair. "They've launched shuttles," Phoebe said. "They're going to try to board us." Rachel reached back into the hologram. She could shoot down the shuttles, kill the Sentinels, men and women like David just doing their duty, his brothers in arms. So how could she kill them? Instead, she gunned the engine as hard as she could, slingshotting around the planet. No shuttle would catch them once they reached full speed. She reached her mind out to the ark. "Help me. Speak to me." And then she knew. It came to her like an idea, almost her own. She drove the ark straight back toward the battleships, toward the conduit gate. They drew nearer. The Logos launched missiles at them. She reached into the wrath halo and flicked her fingers outward. A dozen crescent-like arcs erupted from her ship, sweeping outward at oncoming battleships. Missiles and drones evaporated the instant the nanobots touched them. One of the arcs struck a Sentinel battleship full force. Shimmering blackness spread over the ship in seconds, like a coating of oil. The ship's kinetic shields winked out, and then its hull rapidly disintegrated. The Sentinels faltered under the barrage. Holy shit, she hadn't thought that... The battleship she'd struck exploded, at least for an instant. Then it imploded, folding back into its own singularity. Rachel blanched. How many people had she just killed? "Keep going." Rachel pushed the engines as hard as she could, flying right past the Sentinels, straight for the gate. "We'll lose them in the conduit." "Lose them?" Phoebe said. "How the void are you going to—" Rachel dove into the conduit. Shimmering color erupted all around the ship. She jerked into one passage and then the next, flying as erratically as she could. "Void!" Phoebe shouted. "Are you off rotation?" "What?" Knight said. "What's wrong?" "She's going to get us lost in here flying like that." Rachel's mouth quirked up in a smile. Even an unwavering Sentinel could sweat, huh? "We have no choice. I don't want to have to fight them." She didn't want to kill anyone else. She couldn't kill thousands of Sentinels unless she had no other choice. Phoebe groaned. "The second commandment says, 'Mankind shall adhere to the bounds of the conduit.'" "I know what it says." Damned commandments. Damned codex. Rachel jerked the ship again, doubling back through another passageway. She could feel the way. She could reach out with her mind. She wasn't as powerful a psyche as David, but she could find the way. She knew she could. "And if you breach the wall—" The ark shrieked as she turned too sharply and scraped the conduit wall. The passageways were coming so fast, she couldn't think, only react. Only keep flying. David's brethren were after her ship, and he was alone, withering on Horesh. No course was clear before her, no options. And in the back of her mind, the Ark urged her to unleash the wrath upon all her foes. Chapter 22. The Sons of Cain, marauding pirates based in the expanse of Nod. They represent a persistent threat to shipping throughout the Pegasus Dwarf Galaxy. Per request of the conglomerate, they should be shot on sight. However, Sentinel Command does not consider it a worthwhile risk to enter the expanse after them. Sentinel Holy Mandate. Sefer Raziel, Milky Way. It was late in the afternoon when Rebecca came into Caleb's office, and he had just finished an excellent cup of coffee, Mana Products' finest blend, Tubalian mix, imported from Tubal in the Draco Dwarf Galaxy, rich, exotic, and satisfying, like Rebecca. He focused his cybernetic eyes on her body, drinking in every detail of her, the texture of her nanobot-dyed hair, the coloration of her irises, her perfectly trimmed nails. "I have a report from the expanse," she said, trying to hand him a tablet. He waved it away. "Later." His eyes could strip away layers of clothing, scanning beneath them. Of course, it wasn't as much fun as seeing the real flesh. "I think you're going to want to hear this, Caleb." He sighed. She knew him well, and if she said it was important, he trusted her. "Read it to me." "A report from last night indicates the Cherub was attacked and destroyed by the Sons of Cain in the expanse of Nod. No survivors are expected. The Sons of Cain set debris from the Cherub adrift near Gehenna, supposedly as a warning to stay clear of their domain." Caleb sat very still in his chair. The Cherub was Matheson's ship. The chairman of Jericho Corp was dead, murdered by the Sons of Cain. The pirate band had long ago claimed the expanse as a refuge from Sentinel patrols. Caleb had never heard of them being territorial over it. If they were trying to make a point, they had certainly made it. Of course, this came days after he told Apollo of Matheson's secret mission to locate an Angel outpost. It left two possibilities. Either the Sons of Cain occupied the outpost, and thus Matheson ran afoul of them, or Apollo had leaked word to the pirates about the Cherub's incursion. If the latter, Caleb chewed his thumb. With Matheson dead, the board would need a new chairman. "Mazzaroth on," he said, proud of how steady his voice sounded. "Message the entire board. I'm calling an emergency session in 2 hours." He switched the Mazzaroth off. "Did you do what I asked with Lucius?" Rebecca twitched, shifting, then chewed on her lip before nodding at last. "Good girl." He hadn't loved the idea of sharing her with another man, but everything had its place, and she'd done as she was told. "Show him the video, dear. Every glorious detail." A sick part of Caleb almost wanted to watch the recording he told her to make, but he expected seeing her with another man wouldn't turn out to be that erotic. "Show him, and make sure he knows his wife will see it following the meeting, unless he's cooperative." Joseph Lucius was probably his greatest threat on the board, with Matheson gone. Likely the board would have been split between them, maybe even sided with Lucius. Caleb had brought Jericho nice advancements through Apollo, but they weren't too thrilled he'd lost control of the Ark. Not that any of them could have done any better under the circumstances. No one could have predicted how intractable and damn hard to kill Rachel Jordan and her bodyguard would prove. Rebecca sighed, then turned to leave, oddly reluctant, given the video was the whole purpose he'd sent her to Lucius. A man after his own heart, unable to resist such a succulent and willing offer. Caleb rose and smiled. He called Ayelet to tell her he'd be late for dinner. "Give the kids a kiss from me," he said before cutting the line. His office had an armoire filled with fine suits for just such occasions. He picked out a sleek black suit with red trim, best to look the part. Before he knew it, it was time for the board meeting. He walked in, head held high, but trying not to smile. Matheson was dead, after all. Not really the time for cheer. The rest of the board already sat around the table in the meeting room. The entire top floor of Jericho Tower on Sefer Raziel served as the boardroom. Massive, open, and inspiring. A full circle of smart glass composed the wall around them. Even the lift rose from the floor, so, other than structural supports, the view was almost entirely unmarred. Even better than Caleb's office a few floors down. Caleb moved toward his seat, then paused at the head of the table. Matheson's chair. Some of you have undoubtedly heard by now that Jonas Matheson was killed in the expansive nod. God only knows what he was doing out there. We probably never will. What we do know is this company is in crisis. We must elect a new leader, and quickly, before any of our competitors take advantage of the situation. Of course, they all knew he was talking about Quasar Industries. QI would use any opportunity to one-up Jericho, and, if he knew them, would likely plan a new product launch as soon as they heard the news, if they hadn't already. For that matter, he'd almost suspect them of involvement in the incident, except he couldn't see how they would have found out about the cherub. He turned his gaze on Lucius, who was staring down at the table. Many of the others looked to him as well. Lucius squirmed under the scrutiny, then cleared his throat. Well, it seems to me the course is clear. Based on his knowledge of the Gehenna incident and the importance of the Ark, I feel Caleb Gavitt would make the natural choice to replace Matheson. Rebecca. She was such a beautiful aide, in more ways than one. He'd have to give her a raise. Maybe buy her a nice outfit or something. Caleb kept his face impassive, not bothering to look shocked. Instead, he nodded. One by one, the board members cast their votes, and though a couple of others garnered a vote or two, with Lucius behind him, there was no doubt of the outcome. Caleb was now the new chairman of Jericho Corp. Chapter 23. The conduit is the greatest creation of our kind. It is our greatest gift to humanity, and the one most vulnerable to misuse. Only free will is more dangerous, and that was given by God. The Codex, Book of Shamsiel. October 20th, 3096. Andromeda 2 satellite. Time had blurred around Rachel. Days of hiding in the conduit had bled her mind dry. Too much flying, too many pathways to choose. When the Ark jumped out the conduit gate, she slipped from the command chair. "Rachel!" Knight shouted. He was by her side in an instant, lifting her up. Her vision went dark, and she awoke on a cot, with Leah hovering over her. "Guess I don't need to say you're pushing yourself too hard." Leah ran a scanner over Rachel's face. "Yeah." Rachel started to speak, then Leah pressed something to her temple. She went out again almost immediately. She woke later, in her own room. Despite the darkness, she felt someone else there. Her empathic sense was fried. She couldn't tell who it was. "You should sleep." "Night." "Of course." "You shouldn't be in my room." A wave of disappointment hit her before he closed off his emotions. She never heard him move, but the door opened, and then she was alone. Alone in darkness. Like David. One more victim of her crusade. Knight had once asked her how many people had died because of her. Now, she'd have to add Thomas's name to that list. Him, and a ship full of sentinels. Thomas was a good man who deserved better. He dreamed of seeing Eden, and now he never would. The best she could do was try to find it for him. But before that, before anything, there was David. She could never let him become another one of her victims. Never. She felt sleep taking her, and she let it. The Ark sung to her in her dreams. She rose some hours later and sought out Knight. He was in the dojo, as she'd suspected. Sweat streamed off him, like he'd been going through the motions for hours. Maybe he'd been here since she sent him away. Knight was even more of a tangled mess than she was, but she couldn't make him her problem right now. even if the warmth he felt for her was almost intoxicating, even if... She hugged herself, trying to still her thoughts. Night. He continued moving through forms. It looked like a blend of Merkaba and whatever style or styles Night had learned on Gehenna. You shouldn't be in this room. She sighed. Maybe she deserved that. She'd thrown him out of her bedroom for fear of leading him on, for fear of what she might let herself do with him. But she had hurt him in doing so. She wished she had a way to make it up to him, but she had neither the means nor the time. She sighed. We have to go after David. Night just continued his training. His movements varied from slow and determined to so fast her eyes couldn't track them. It was repetition with slight variation, muscle memory with built-in diversity. That was how Night fought, wasn't it? Never repeat the same tactics, and your foe never knew what to expect. He's been imprisoned because of me, Night. I can't allow that. Damn it, would he just speak to her? Did she owe him more? Maybe she should have let him down more firmly, sooner. She had chosen David, but part of her still almost wanted Night. She liked to tell herself it was normal to lust after someone like him. He was a predator, and he wanted her. She knew he did, and if she wasn't careful, she could easily get drunk on his desire. Fine. She stepped closer to him, so close he could have hit her with his motions. Instead, his fist snapped into place centimeters from her face. She jerked despite herself, letting out a yip. Her heart was pounding a light year a minute. Please, help me. He paused, dropping his hands and standing right in her face. That won't be easy. Sentinels aren't going to let us just walk in there and take him. We have the Ark. That only matters if you're willing to use it. If she was willing to kill with it, he meant. Was she? Hadn't she killed enough people with it already? Night grabbed her arms and squeezed, pulling her around to stare right in his face. The best way to defeat a foe is to destroy them before they know what happened. Are you going to do that? Or are you going to fly us there and then refuse to shoot down the enemy? You let 2 of those ships escape us. Those people are not... It doesn't matter who they are. They are going to stop us from saving David. Do you want him back badly enough to kill for it? You killed people on Gehenna to protect yourself, to accomplish your mission to find this damn ship. Do you care about him as much? Yes, she nodded. She'd do whatever it took. Night released her with a grunt and shut his eyes. Then I'll help you. Thanks, Night. She'd known he would. Get cleaned up and meet me on the bridge in an hour. It was time to get this over with. Chapter 24. By creating harsh worlds such as Horish, the Sentinels need to expend little effort watching prisoners, because the prisoner's fate is of no concern. They need no guards. Only the worst criminals find such fates. This, of course, means you have an inhospitable planet filled with murderers, traitors, and rapists. In theory, the threat of such a world hangs over the head of criminals, warning them against serious transgressions. In practice, I have some doubts about its efficacy. The Heretic, Nathaniel Shimizu. October 21st, 3096. Horesh System. Rachel headed up to the bridge and jumped back into the conduit. Its psionic resonance hit her the moment they entered. Pain built in her temples. Her mind felt like it was being fed through a colander. Vertigo threatened to throw her from her chair. She piloted toward Horesh, a planet in the Andromeda 1 satellite galaxy, a little hellhole she was about to set ablaze. Her mind merged with the Ark, and it knew. It knew she wanted to go to war, and it showed her how. The ship had 7 ion cannons, more than even a Sentinel warship. They offered her the power to deter her foes without the extraordinary destruction the Wrath represented. Night, Phoebe, and Leah all joined her on the bridge. Are you ready? Rachel asked them. Even speaking while flying took effort. We have to save him, Leah said. Phoebe shifted, and Rachel felt the Hori's emotions roiling. Yep, save the day, commit treason, all in a day's work. She glanced at Night. He was wearing his long coat buttoned again, as he had on Gehenna, and he was armed with throwing knives on his thighs. He just nodded. Good. The gate was coming. She jumped through it, back to normal space. A trio of Sentinel destroyers, the lightest of their full ships, moved in on the Ark almost immediately. But Rachel had already made her decision. She unleashed all 7 ion cannons, targeting the Sentinel ships. Maybe she could disable them without destroying them. Maybe she couldn't. At least they had a chance if she used the ion cannons. Either way, Rachel was going to get David back. The Sentinels drew closer. An ion stream tore through a Sentinel destroyer, carving it in half like a roast. Some lucky few might have made it to escape pods before the singularity drive lost containment. Rachel wished she could do something for them, but she'd already set her course. Another ion stream tore through the shields of the next destroyer. "Come on," she said through clenched teeth. "Retreat." "They won't," Phoebe said. She glanced at the Sentinel. "They have to know they can't win." "They know." "Well, shit." She launched an ion stream at the third destroyer, using the wrath only on missiles and drones the Sentinels had launched to counterattack. The ships were powerful, but no match for the Ark, not when Rachel was determined to push forward. "What is that?" Knight asked, indicating something on the holo display. Back at the conduit gate, 3 more ships had arrived, but not Sentinel ships by that profile. She turned a scanner on the newcomers, then redirected her attention to the destroyers. Mag rounds pelted the Ark's hull, but now that she knew how to activate kinetic shields, they felt like nothing more than bee stings to a bear, annoyances to be swatted out of the sky. The screen flashed with an incoming transmission. Galaxies Blake. That was his ship, the Quasar Industries flagship Megiddo, backed by a pair of QI cruisers, likely no more threat than the Sentinel destroyers. "Receive call." Galaxier's face appeared on the screen. "Dr. Jordan." She nodded. "Welcome to Horish. I'm afraid I'm a little busy to receive you right now." To emphasize her point, she flicked her hand through the hologram, sending a cluster of nanobots to destroy another wave of Sentinel drones. "I can see that. However, you uncovered the Ark using my funding and research. It is QI property, therefore, and you must turn it over to us immediately." "Yeah, okay. That's going to happen." She directed an ion cannon to fire a warning shot off the Megiddo's bow. Knight snickered, and Rachel tried not to grin herself. Galaxier's face faltered for a brief moment, then returned to impassiveness. "You think this is a laughing matter, Dr. Jordan. You have no rightful claim to this piece of technology. You uncovered it on our behalf, and by withholding it now, you are, in effect, in possession of stolen goods. Moreover, you claim to want to benefit humanity while keeping such a ship completely to yourself. Your hypocrisy and pride have gotten the better of you. Surrender the Ark now, and all will be forgiven." Who the void did he think he was? She had found the Sefer. She had found the Ark. She had risked her life for this. Except she'd found both because of him. And she had intended to turn everything over to QI, eventually. But somehow events on Gehenna had made her even more sure that no megacorp could be trusted with such technology, any more than any government could. Besides, she needed the Ark to save David and find Eden. And she would never let either one go. They needed her. Did that make her a criminal? Perhaps. Maybe Galaxies did have a better claim to the Ark than she did. If so, her actions could be construed as self-righteousness, as arrogance. But she had to do these things. "Have you ever just known you were meant for something?" she asked. "Meant to do something greater?" "Indeed," Galaxies said. "You were meant to join us, as we agreed. You could go far in this company, Dr. Jordan. And if she joined QI, maybe she could even ensure all humanity benefited from the technology. But could she give up the Ark? It was there, in her mind, calling to her, waiting to show her the way back to Eden, waiting to let her reunite humanity and break the chains of theocracy that had bound them for more than 3,000 years. It's tempting. "Wait, you're shitting me," Phoebe said. "You refused to turn this ship over to the Sentinels, your own government, but now you're considering letting QI have it? Get a little dark energy stuck between your ears, girl?" Rachel ignored her. "The truth is, I do feel a higher calling, Galaxies. There is something I'm meant to do for mankind, and I have to do it. With the Ark. I'm going to find Eden. Galaxies leaned forward, shaking his head. I warn you, Dr. Jordan. If you take the Ark from here, I will inform the entire conglomerate of your culpability in these events. You will have every megacorp in the universe after you, including the Redeemers. I believe you are well acquainted with them. A chill ran down her spine. She knew the Redeemers all too well. Half a lifetime under their edicts had almost crushed her soul. Night had spared her brother's life, but Jeremiah would likely still want her back, and her father would surely want her captured. All she needed was QI giving the Redeemers permission, or even a request, to bring her down. There would be nowhere safe in the universe, not from the entire conglomerate and Mizraim, except, perhaps, for Eden itself, lost and unknown to the rest of mankind. If she gave in now, worked with QI, maybe she could still accomplish her goals, or maybe not. Her mission was too important to risk Galaxies interfering if she worked for him. As was David, she was going to save him. One last chance, Dr. Jordan, Galaxies said. Rachel fired an ion cannon at the Megiddo. The blast impacted the QI ship's shields for an instant before Rachel cut it off. The screen went dead. The QI ships neither retreated nor advanced. Rachel turned her attention to the last Sentinel destroyer, still lobbing mag rounds at her. Sons of bitches just won't learn. With a wave of her hand, she sent an ion stream pounding right through the ship. It ruptured, then imploded. Rachel, Leah said. The Sentinel destroyer was collapsing into nothingness, a cloud of debris and plasma explosions, vanishing into itself. The singularity was consuming it and would eventually swallow itself, and everyone that had lived and worked aboard it. She had just killed them all with a wave of her hand. A simple gesture had ended all those lives. Men and women with families, dreams, futures cut short, and she had done it as if on a whim. Rachel suddenly felt dizzy. She was no better than the Redeemers, destroying people. Her voice wouldn't work. How many people on a standard destroyer has a crew of 149 Sentinels, Phoebe said. Sometimes they carry extra troops for deployment. And she'd killed far more than that on the Sentinel battleship. She was doing this for the betterment of mankind. Mass murder of men and women dedicated to protecting the human race. She felt sick. If we're going to do this, we need to do it now, Knight said, but I can't fly the shuttle myself. Phoebe, Rachel began, that planet is pretty hard on Horum. I can do it, but God knows how long it will take to find David. Rachel could terraform it, the way she had on Gehenna, but that had taken a significant store of the Ark's energy. Rachel couldn't risk wasting any of that at the moment. Sending Phoebe down there would put more lives in jeopardy. Rachel shook her head. No more. I'll fly it myself, but I need you to stay here and keep QI at bay. Come over to the console. It's time you learned to operate the weapons. There were few people she could trust to touch the Ark, but she had a feeling Phoebe was one of them, and she had no choice. She had to get David. If she got him back, all of this would mean something. All of this would be worth all she'd done. She prayed it would. Chapter 25. In war, have pity on the women, for the next generation must still be born. The third commandment does not forgive the loss of bloodlines. The richness of the human stew lies in its variety. The Codex, Book of Sariel. Horesh. Death and murder were no strangers tonight. He'd grown up so entangled with the two, he could not separate himself from them. Rachel was different. She'd come to Gehenna halfway near innocent. She'd objected when he'd killed to protect her, killed men who would have tortured her, maybe killed her. And now she'd probably killed almost as many people in a day as he had in a lifetime, maybe more. She sat quietly at the controls of the shuttle, as if suddenly unsure how to fly the thing. Not for the first time, he wished he knew what to say, how to comfort someone. Maybe Phoebe was right. Maybe he'd failed to learn basic lessons as a child other people learned. Growing up a Gabor had made him strong, hadn't it? Sometimes he wondered whether the price was worth it. Sometimes he felt he'd give quite a lot to know what to say to either of the women in situations like these. At times, Rachel was so sure of herself, so certain she knew best for the whole human race. She was arrogant like that, but he liked it in her. Confidence mattered. Phoebe had that confidence too, but hers was different. It was hard-won, and she took everything like a damn challenge. It was all too easy to offend her without even trying. From childhood it was drilled into Knight. Trust himself, trust his instincts. There was no place for doubt. A moment's hesitation and you were dead. Strike fast, strike hard. Don't look back. But Rachel was looking back. Every minute or so she glanced at the wreckage of destroyers as she passed. Probably imagined the crews, their families. Knight shifted in his seat. If he had stopped to think about the families of those he killed, could he have even done it? Could he have been Gabor? "Are you ashamed of me too?" Rachel asked. No, never. Rachel's convictions carried her through life like a whirlwind. He could only admire someone like that. He supposed it was the same with Phoebe. If he'd offended her, he should try to make amends. Maybe she was right and the fault was his, something he couldn't see because his childhood had been so different from other people's. "I feel your emotions. I just can't understand them. You starting to doubt me?" Knight folded his arms. Would it matter? Did you care whether I believed in your crusade before? No, I mean, it shouldn't. It's just, things changed. Things had. Once he thought she would give him children. Then David showed up, and here Knight was going to rescue that bastard. Knight's life might be better if the Calnian never returned. Not that he disliked the Sentinel. David had taught him some excellent techniques, had spoken to him with respect, if grudgingly. He supposed they shared common ground in caring for Rachel and in being pulled along in her off-rotation mission to save the human race from itself. "Rachel," he said at last, "the moment you let go of your convictions, you fail. You don't need my belief." "Maybe I do," she mumbled. "Not like you need David." He regretted it the moment he said it. Reminding her of him did nothing for his cause. She shook her head. "God, Knight, what do I say to you? Besides, I've seen the tension between you and Phoebe. She's a cold bitch." "Yeah, right. I can feel your emotions and hers. Neither of you feels anything cold about the other, Knight." No way. He'd made the mistake of starting to think she could be another friend. Sparring with her, wrestling, even just talking. She'd asked him about the weapons he used as a Gabor, especially fascinated with the Kyoketsu. He'd been unable to find another since leaving Gehenna, and Phoebe had said she might try to help him. They'd talked for hours about different techniques with the whip dagger or the sword. But that was before he'd gone to Ekron with her and seen how off-rotation she was. She hated him now, he was sure, and that shouldn't bother him so damn much. Here he was, actually trying to think of how to apologize to the IC. Him, apologize. Rachel snickered. "You two have been itching to jump into bed since the day you met. So much so, sometimes I can't even... Well, never mind that. But maybe you should just fuck her and get it over with." "Because that worked out so well with you." Rachel's mouth clamped shut. Damn, another thing he shouldn't have said. And since when should he have to care what other people thought so much? Since when should he have to watch his words? There was a time people so feared his every thought, no one would dare question him. Who was he kidding? He was no longer that man, and part of the reason was sitting in the shuttle beside him. And despite himself, despite it all, he was going down to the planet to help her find her damned lover. What kind of a punk could he become? There was nothing between him and Phoebe, and now there could be nothing else between him and Rachel. It was fine. He'd been alone his entire life. He could find temporary respite with a woman, of course, and as a Gabor, he'd had plenty to share his bed. But before Sheeran, none had shared his heart. He slipped the hollow glasses from his coat. "What is it?" Rachel asked. "They look broken." "Yeah." "I'll bet Phoebe could fix them. She's got an engineering degree, you know." Yes, he was definitely going to ask her to fix a memento from his dead ex-lover. He tucked the glasses back in his coat. "It's nothing. easily replaced. Some things can't be replaced tonight. You should know that. How true. Rachel was his friend. With Hadrian gone, she was his only friend. The last thing he had left to hold on to. So if she needed David back, he'd go find the Sentinel for her. There was a time he had lived only for himself. Those days might have been simpler. He worried only about his next job, only about getting the money to get off Gehenna, and then Rachel came along. But the worst thing was, he couldn't even hate her for it, because those days had also been lonely. Lonelier than he'd ever realized until she'd come in and filled that void. Maybe he couldn't quite understand her love for humanity as a whole or her need to better it, but he didn't have to. Rachel, I know you feel bad about the people who died today. She focused on the planet's atmosphere as she dropped the shuttle in for descent. You care so much because you're still a good person. It means the woman who set out to save the universe is still in there. Remember that when you're beating yourself up over this. She quirked the edge of a smile. So you're saying I shouldn't feel bad that I feel bad, because feeling bad means I'm a good person. Well, that sounded stupid. This was why he was no good with this kind of shit. I'm saying I wouldn't have hesitated to blow the Sentinels away, and I wouldn't be tearing myself up over it either. Rachel glowered. Apparently that wasn't the right thing to say either. Chapter 26. What waste, the sweat of toil, the foggy breath, the night's soil. Greedy for the drip of water, leather-skinned, the desert's daughter. The Codex, Book of Raziel, on the creation of the Captarim. October 23rd, 3096. Horesh. 2 days on Horesh and Night had found nothing. He had insisted Rachel remain on the shuttle. You might need me, she'd said. The look he'd given her had stilled that objection. He was better alone, faster, quieter. He crept over a rock precipice to spy on the settlement below. Carved from stone like the last two. Gehenna had been warm, but this place was damn hot, at least until night fell. Then the planet seemed to lose heat like someone flipped a switch. He wrapped the scarf closer around his face and slunk toward the outpost. When she'd come to Gehenna, Rachel had seemed taken aback the angels had created such a hellish penal colony. Yet her own government had done nearly the same thing here. If the Sentinels abandoned this place, in a few centuries it would likely be no different than Gehenna. A world ruled by the strong, enslaved by its own corruption, festering in irrelevance and lost to the rest of the universe. In the last 2 settlements, he'd snuck in windows and stalked the shadows seeking David. Sooner or later, though, he had to show himself to ask questions, and when he did, gangs invariably swarmed him. Carrion beetles seeking fresh meat, eager to assert themselves over anyone else. Such a fragile pecking order, needing constant reinforcement. And so he'd left a mess of bodies in his wake. This time he wouldn't bother creeping around. Right in the front door and get it over with. Night slid down the rock face, then strode into the settlement like he owned the place. Perhaps that was enough, because those few men watching the door took one look at him and then looked away. Typical, he supposed. They wanted easy prey. Still, he wasn't there 10 minutes before he felt them following him, forming up around him, herding him toward an open room on the 3rd story, unaware he was herding them as well. His fingers wrapped around a long, thin chain. Phoebe hadn't been able to replace his monofilament kyoketsu, but she'd at least given him reinforced chain and a pulse pistol. He stepped out toward the balcony, reveling in the sunlight. After a lifetime beneath Gehenna's ash-filled sky, beneath its dying red sun, the bright sunlight here was both invigorating and unnerving. One of the men reached for his shoulder. Knight could feel it. He spun, wrapping the chain around the man's wrist to block his attempt. He kicked out another man's knee, then slammed his palm into a 3rd man's face. Those 2 men fell before the rest of the gang had even realized what happened. Someone shouted, and chaos erupted. Time slowed around him. A ganger swung at him in slow motion. Knight stepped to the side, then dodged another blow. He hooked the chain around an attacker's neck, then kicked the man whose wrist he'd snared. The bastard tumbled over the balcony, shrieking. The man with the chain on his neck jerked forward, slammed into the balcony wall, gasping for breath. 2 more men tried to grab him. He snatched one's wrist and broke it, then slapped his hand like a knife into the other's throat. Someone swung a club. Knight flipped up onto the balcony to dodge and flung throwing knives at 2 more attackers. And then everyone was on the floor. Pathetic. Thugs trying to show strength. Utterly unprepared for a professional fighter. Unaware someone like him, death in the shadows, could lurk so close. Gabor training had made him strong. He was beginning to think sentinels were the only threat to him out there. And since David had started teaching him Merkaba, even they were less of a challenge. Knight grabbed the man with the broken wrist by the shirt and hauled him to his feet. "Where is David McGregor?" The man glared at Knight, then glanced at his fallen comrades. The one with the chain around his neck had suffocated. Others were dead, unconscious, or broken. The thug's face quickly fell. "Who?" "A sentinel, imprisoned here not long ago. Short brown hair, tall, probably broke a bunch of bones when he came in. Ring any bells?" The ganger looked like he was about to spit, then thought better of it. So he did know David. Finally. Knight was tired of scouring this dust ball for the man. "You gonna kill him?" Knight smirked. "Making friends everywhere, David. Just take me to him." He released the man, who clutched his broken wrist and stumbled through the corridors. He retreated down the stairs and headed through a dark hall. "If you lead me into an ambush, I'll break the other wrist in both your legs," Knight said. In a place like this, it would be a death sentence. The man's steps faltered, and he glanced back at him. No, it's this way," he said, pointing to a different hall. He led Knight down another set of stairs, back toward the ground level, and around several tunnels. They passed a well where many men and women had gathered. The gangs likely tried to control access to water, but they couldn't restrict it entirely. Without water, people died. The dead were hard to manipulate or extort. Knight could only imagine what the weak had to do to get water here. A trio of half-naked women against the wall told him all he needed to know. One had a black eye and busted lip. Another didn't even bother trying to cover herself where someone had ripped open her shirt. Part of him wanted to just kill these people, all the gangers responsible for this hell. Once he wouldn't have cared, or would have tried not to. Had Rachel's soft heart worn off on him? He didn't know these people. They weren't his friends. In fact, they were criminals sentenced here by sentinels for crimes severe enough to warrant such abuse. As if anything one could do in life deserved a fate worse than death. He could walk from room to room, killing every ganger he found. But in the end, they'd be replaced before the week was out. A new pecking order would form. Those who had been oppressed would become the oppressors. They'd turn on their fellows. A few might be better off, but most would find their situation unchanged. While Knight would only amass more blood on his hands, and he had a lifetime of that already. Nearby, he saw an icy boy, his skin cracked and peeling. Thank God Phoebe hadn't come to this planet. The heat would have wilted her like a flower. This place might be a death sentence for anyone, but to send an icy here, it sounded like something the Shadow Council of Gehenna would do, not something he'd expected from the supposedly righteous sentinels. "That's his friend," the ganger said. "So where is he?" The ganger shrugged. "Boy, where's that sentinel at?" The icy lifted his head to reveal pale eyes, defiant. Yep, sure, I'll tell you where to find him. After that, I'll bust us all out of here on the cruiser I keep stuck up my ass." Someone stepped in from another chamber. David's face was covered in a mess of beard. "What the bloody void are you doing here?" Knight glanced back at the ganger. "Leave." The man did, and Knight knelt beside David. "Nice to see you, too." "Dear God, tell me you didn't bust in here, violating Sentinel command." Knight shrugged. "I could tell you that, if you like. Rachel sent you for this. She sent you for me." "Shite, man! Aren't we in enough trouble without the two of you flaunting every law in the universe? You cannot just go breaking into a prison, Knight." There was gratitude for you. It didn't really surprise him. David was too stiff, too attached to a uniform he no longer even wore. Maybe Knight could understand. It was hard to break away from the things you knew, the things you were raised to do. Without Sheeran, Knight probably never would have done so. It wasn't like he could claim some great moral outrage at the Shadow Council's orders. He'd split from them over a woman. And in the end, he suspected David would too. "Rachel's in danger," She needs you now, and this is your only chance to help her." David sat up straight at that and scratched his head. "What's the last done now?" Mizraim demanded the Ark, and she refused. They're after her. So is the whole conglomerate. Also, she blew up a few ships on the way here. Oh, and she's planning to find Eden. The look on his face alone was worth the trip. What? He shrugged. "She says finding our homeworld will help unify humanity or whatever." Eden? As in... Knight clapped the sentinel on the shoulder. "Come on, you can sputter your objections later. We both know you're not going to leave her in danger." David sighed and rose. "Suppose you're right. You're still a bit of an annoying wanker, you know that?" Knight didn't even know what that meant. He suspected he'd been called worse. David looked to the icy boy and shook his head. "If you're going to break the rules..." He seemed like he was talking to himself. Then we're taking Teppo too." "Right, because one icy on the Ark wasn't enough." He shrugged. "Better move. By now Phoebe may have started a war up there." Chapter 27. Disobedience of the third commandment is most puzzling to me. Why? Why would any deny themselves the utmost calling of their existence? The Codex, Book of Sariel. Horesh, Andromeda 1 satellite. The shuttle sat on the cracked dirt, inviting him in. David was never more glad he'd left 2 of the Logos shuttles for the Ark. The hatch opened, and Rachel stepped out, her hair blowing in the desert wind. David ran toward her, though every step was an effort. Lack of food and dehydration had made him weak. The nanobot syringe Knight had given him would have cured the bruises and sunburns if he hadn't used it to save the hoary lad. It would have done nothing for his exhaustion. Still, the mere sight of Rachel gave him strength. David threw his arms around her. "David!" Rachel embraced him, and he never wanted to let her go. Then he felt her lift her head to look at Knight over his shoulder. "You found him. Thank you so much." "Of course I found him." Knight pushed past them with Teppo cradled in his arms. "And astray, too." Rachel glanced at Teppo, giving the hoary a skeptical glare. "What's his story?" "Don't know," David said. "Didn't ask. He was dying, and I saved him. Might be that Phoebe's got me a little soft on Horum nowadays, but if I left him, he was as good as dead. We get caught on this planet, we're all as good as dead," Knight muttered, carrying the delirious youth aboard the shuttle. David blew out a breath and guided Rachel inside as well. "Best not stay here long, then." "You have no idea," she said. "While we were down here, the Sentinels sent in 5 cruisers, and I suspect they have battleships on the way. Phoebe's been keeping them at bay with threats, but their numbers are growing. We have to get the Void out of here." David sat in the pilot's chair. They all knew he was the best. No use avoiding the point. "Aye, strap in." As soon as they did, he launched the shuttle into the sky. There were probably other people on this planet who didn't deserve to die, but David was one man, not a messiah. He'd saved one hoary kid. Redemption was built on noble deeds, one by one. But Knight had been right about one thing. David would make Rachel his priority. In his days on Horesh, he had barely slept, but he had dozed, imagining her face. He thought he'd never see her again. 10 years was a lifetime, and he never expected to live through the whole sentence. Sooner or later, exhaustion would have forced him into deeper sleep, and someone would have slit his throat. Countless hours on the edge of consciousness had allowed him too much time to replay memories of his life, but it always came back to those days with Rachel on New Rome. Life meant nothing without someone to share it with. You could walk through the universe alone, existing for a century or more, but it wasn't living. Life meant connections. Maybe David couldn't rekindle his connection to the Sentinels. For so long they had given his life purpose, duty, and honor, a mission to uphold civilization, a mission he took every bit as seriously as Rachel took her own self-appointed task. But he was more than just a mission. He was a man, and those bleak nights on Horesh had forced him to face that, because when he lay there, he wasn't dreaming of all the glorious deeds he'd done as a sentinel, but of cloudless days beneath the blue sky, of days spent with her. "I missed you too," Rachel said. Bugger. Her empathic abilities had stolen the words from his heart before he could even say them. He heard Knight snort behind them and tried to tune the Gehenna out. Rachel said. I was afraid for you down there. You never should have gone to the tabernacle. David sighed. This again. I had no choice, Rach, and you shouldn't have come here for me either. The shuttle broke the atmosphere and headed for the Ark. Scanners did show numerous Sentinel ships blocking the way to the conduit gate. This was going to be bloody. Those were his people up there, and Rachel would try to blast her way through. What the void? Rachel snapped. You think we should have left you to die in that place? Yeah, that's pretty much what he claimed, Knight said. David! He scratched his head, focusing on the controls. Well, you should have. They're only going to come after you worse now. Right, she said, because stealing the most valuable ship in the universe wouldn't be enough reason. David, don't you understand what you mean to me? Was she saying what he thought she was? Perhaps now she had been forced to realize it too. I'm not the empath, lass. I only know how I feel. And I know I love you, H. I wouldn't want you risking your life for me. I had to, because I love you. David couldn't remember the last time she'd said the words. He tried not to grin like an idiot. Knight cracked his neck behind them. David glanced at the Gehenna, who shrugged. Poor bloke was in a right awkward spot, but it wasn't really David's problem. David locked in docking procedures with the Ark and rose from his seat. He helped Rachel from hers and took her in his arms, holding her close as the shuttle maneuvered them in. Knight coughed, and David remembered they had company. Rachel reached up to stroke his face. God, you need a shave, David. Aye. He glanced at the rapidly approaching Ark. What's this shite about Eden now? You can't be serious. Rachel laughed, shaking her head. You know I am. And now that you're here, maybe you can help us find the way. If there's a better conduit pilot, I haven't met her yet. Aye, now we hear the real reason you came to my rescue. All the mirth slipped from her face, though he'd spoken in jest. You know better than that, David. Of course he did. Beyond the Ark, in addition to the Sentinels, there was a QI battleship. Maybe he was a fool to encourage Rachel. Half the universe was against them, and the other half would be soon if she kept true to form. And by helping her, maybe he was offering her a ride straight to hell. But then, he could hardly turn his back on her. Not now. Not ever. That tender moment shattered in an instant as a missile exploded just ahead of the shuttle, cut down by a blast of black shite from the Ark. David had no way of knowing who had shot at them, but Rachel's little standoff wasn't standing off any longer. Whoever it was clearly wasn't playing anymore. David took evasive maneuvers and landed the shuttle in the Ark hangar. Before he could stop her, Rachel leapt out of her seat, then took off for the bridge. Blast that woman! David just didn't have the energy to keep up. Chapter 28. There is righteous war, and there is sinful war. The heart of the king sows the seed that will sprout, fell or fair. The Codex, Book of Raziel. Horesh System, Andromeda 1 satellite. The lift arrived outside the bridge, and Rachel rushed inside. Phoebe stood at a console, firing shots off the bow of the Sentinel ships. The logos had arrived. Incoming calls from both QI and the Sentinels flashed on the screen. Phoebe ignored them all, frantically flinging nanobot clusters ahead of the incoming ships and shooting down drones with them. Rachel sat in her chair, and the hologram flared to life. Damage registered along the hull. They were injured. Those bastards had shot her. And Phoebe had fired on the QI ship. Part of its hull had breached. The girl was going to start a damned war, and it would be on Rachel's shoulders. She just had to protect the people she loved, like David and Knight and, of course, the Ark. It needed her. The ship had waited 600 years for someone to come and join with it. Rachel could never abandon the Ark. She waved Gallagher's call onto the screen, and his face filled one wall of the bridge. Dr. Jordan, at last. You have overstepped yourself this time. 5 of my crew are dead, and I can assure you there will be severe consequences to your egregious error. Surrender now, and I will show leniency. Cut call. The Mazzaroth flashed off. Right, Rachel said. It's time for us to get out of here. Yep, Phoebe said. Fly in, start a war, fly away. They're between us and the conduit, David said. They were not taking the Ark from her. No way. Not for long. Power up all the ion cannons, Phoebe. Clear us a path. Don't destroy them unless they refuse to move. We're making a break for it. Her empathic sense felt David judging her. It was mixed with love and relief and fear, but she felt it there, his condemnation. He knew she was going to burn those ships down to save themselves, his brothers in arms. But Rachel had no choice. David had to understand that. He'd have to. Rachel piloted the ship straight for the gate. They'd know where she was going and they'd move, or they'd suffer the consequences. The Sentinel ship squared off, not giving way. Fire on them. She glanced at Phoebe, who had done nothing. The Houri stammered. She was a Sentinel, too. She could fire warning shots, but actually trying to harm her own people. I understand. Rachel reached into the hologram and launched ion streams at the ships in the way. She didn't track their movements, just fired the beams in a straight line ahead of them. Let it be their choice if they moved. Of course, the beam traveled too fast for them to avoid the initial hit. It punched into a cruiser and began to tear right through its kinetic shields. No shield would last long against that kind of punishment. The cruiser banked out of the way, and Rachel steered right past it, then dove into the conduit. They're following, Phoebe said. Her voice was hollow. In here, Rachel could feel the other woman's hesitation, her doubt, her fear. It became her own, as if she had been the one firing on her own comrades. The sensation twisted up her gut and made her want to vomit. Was she becoming a monster? She had threatened the lives of Sentinels to rescue David, to save herself. But he was the man she loved, and she had to protect the Ark. Hadn't she acted as she must? In a way, she supposed she was becoming like Night. Practical. Deadly practical. Detached. Separated from the people she was trying to save. David, you can lose them in the conduit. I can transfer control to the console. He wouldn't know how to fly from the chair, not yet. David's emotions were a jumble too. He blamed himself. She could feel it. As if everything that happened, all the death, was on his shoulders. And she knew it would eat him up inside if she let it. She'd have to find a way to get through to him. David approached the console and took over flight controls, steering them down one pathway and then the next. His choices were intuitive, confident, fast, and getting faster as he acclimated to the controls. He was a better pilot than most could ever hope to be. She could only imagine the ways the pathways of the conduit unfolded in his mind. How much clearer everything must look. Maybe that's how the conduit had looked to the angels themselves. Not a mystery at all. Infinite pathways clearly mapped out, with 1,000,000 routes to any possible destination. But right now, there was only one destination she really wanted to find. Eden. There was still at least one route back. She knew there had to be, and David could find it. But first they needed to find somewhere to hide, to rest. They were all exhausted. She could feel it coming off her crew. They were nearing the breaking point, physically and emotionally. David, after you lose them, find an uninhabited system to drop us out of the conduit. He grunted. Uninhabited? Knight asked. So word won't get back to QI or the Sentinels of where we are, Rachel said. They could buy themselves a few days, perhaps. Chapter 29. Without discipline, a soldier is an agent of chaos. The Codex, Book of Zachiel. October 25th, 3096. Cassiopeia Dwarf. Now he'd not only been thrown out of the service, he'd broken out of prison and helped Rachel fire on his own people. David was well and truly buggered. He'd borrowed Knight's dojo, trying to work out some stress, but met with limited success. He'd sparred with a Gehenna in the morning, a frustrating experience. Knight was just too bloody fast, and since David had coached him on technique, he was that much more daunting an opponent. Of course, David had gotten a good blow in. He'd never share all his secrets. Eventually, though, Knight had left him alone. Funny, the Gehenna seemed even more dour than David. He knew why, of course. He saw the way Knight looked at Rachel. It didn't take an empath. But Rachel had chosen David. So, for himself, he'd lost all he stood for, and finally gained the woman he wanted. The price was steep, so steep it was hard to revel in the chance they finally had together. Last night they'd shared a quiet dinner, and the passion was there. It had been too long since they'd shared an intimate embrace, too long since they'd made love, and last night had certainly been what they both needed. Except afterward, he'd found no words to whisper in her ear, no imaginings of their future together, no dreams of their children filling a happy house. It was hard to imagine any future now. With the empire and the conglomerate after them, where could they live? They'd followed Rachel's dreams into a singularity, a hole from which there was no escape, no turning back. And it was only a matter of time before they were all crushed by the weight of it. In choosing her, and letting her follow her fool crusade, David might have damned them all, which, in a way, made even her fate his fault. For the life of him, he couldn't see a way through from here. Even if she found Eden, how could that help them? A new life on an old world? Perhaps, but unlikely. He kept his motions tight, his form perfect. Merkaba was about efficiency of motion. Every movement was calculated to inflict maximum damage with minimum effort. Every fight should be finished in the blink of an eye. Once, when the Ark had no air, he had given Knight a sentinel suit to explore this place. The suit was still here. Knight had returned it. It meant David had a uniform he no longer deserved. He hadn't been able to make himself put it back on. That honor had been stripped from him, and putting it on felt like one more crime on his record, one last line he couldn't cross. Except he knew he would have to. Eventually that suit, that armor, might be all that would keep him alive. And everyone would be counting on David. The door opened, and he turned to see Rachel enter the dojo. "What is it with this place? Every time I turn around, you or Phoebe or Knight is in here." David tried to smile. He supposed it was what separated Rachel from the rest of them. Everyone here, except Rachel, was a warrior. Even Leah. Trained killers whose lives depended on their fighting skills day in and day out. Rachel had basic self-defense training and was a decent marksman, but she wasn't a fighter. Her career was old books and stuffy classrooms. Maybe that meant she was better suited to lead the expedition. Or maybe worse. Maybe this had become a war zone and he should have taken the ship from her. But she would never forgive him, and he could never do that to her. So instead, he'd follow her into hell. "What is it?" An announcement just came over the Mazzaroth. Jericho Corp is claiming the Sentinels have taken the Ark, and are refusing to share its technology with the rest of humanity. Bloody void. They're inciting the whole conglomerate against us. Not us, the Sentinels. Right. But David was a Sentinel. Even without the uniform, without the commission, his heart remained with them. How could it not? His dream from childhood had been to redeem his mom's name. Now he had joined her in infamy. "The Sentinels can deny they have the Croft," David said, "but no one will believe them." Rachel brushed her hair away from her face. The concern filling her eyes made him want to run to her and sweep her up in his arms, to tell her everything would be well, to kiss away her worries and her doubts. But he couldn't. He walked closer but couldn't make himself hold her. "Remember the man you said was running Gehenna? Caleb Gavitt," she asked. "Word is he's the new chairman of Jericho Corp. So what's his game? Why stir up people against the Sentinels?" "I don't know, but I don't like it." She quirked half a smile. "Didn't expect you would." David scratched his head. "Hey, let me get cleaned up, then I need to make a call." "David," he shook his head. "It'll be all right, Rach. I'm not going to give away our position." He returned to his quarters and showered off, his mind racing. Jericho Corp was obviously trying to get the Ark for themselves. Was it possible they really thought the Sentinels had taken the ship? Quasar Industries had to know better. They'd been there. But QI and Jericho were barely on speaking terms, last he heard. Maybe this Gavitt was just confused. Of course, it could be selling the man short. Maybe it was some plot to weaken the public's faith in the Sentinels. Either way, David needed to know what was going on. He'd made mistakes. He couldn't quite say where, but he must have to wind up here. All he could do now was try to correct them. But he couldn't help his people unless he knew what was going on. There were few Sentinels who would even deign to speak to him, condemned as he was as a traitor. But he could try. He'd earned some loyalty on every ship he'd ever served on. He'd spent his time with the crew, never setting himself apart, and he knew they loved him for it. the officers and the enlisted alike. Mazeroth, secure channel to Mala Blaze, private mode. Several minutes passed before he received an answer. Maybe she had to find private quarters, or maybe she debated not answering at all. Either way, when Mala's face appeared on his screen, he breathed a sigh of relief. McGregor. She said it like an accusation. So it was going to be bumpy flying then. Mala, just hear me out. Give me one reason why I should. The Phoenix Dwarf. He'd saved her life there last year. She lowered her head, shaking it, and for a moment he thought she would cut the line. Make it quick, she said at last. Look here, I know you don't understand everything I've done lately. Please know, I never meant to betray my command. There are factors you don't know about. There are always factors, David. I know what Captain Waller was doing to that civilian, which is why I went along with you. And I know you took the fall for the rest of us, but they put Waller back in command of the ship, and they sent you away. Your noble sacrifice means nothing since you broke out of prison. You killed Sentinels. Mala was a senior officer. It shouldn't surprise him, she knew. And Rachel had done the killing, but he supposed he was culpable enough in that. Mala, I never wanted that, and I didn't ask them to rescue me, but it's done. I need to know what's going on. I have to do what I can to make this right. Mala snickered. Make it right? How? You want to know what's going on? Fine. The conglomerate has filed a sanction against us, which would be bad enough, but reports came in from the front that Ashura is mobilizing. Most likely the Confederacy plans to use the turmoil to press their claim to the outlying galaxies. Chances are good we'll be at war in a few days. And if I had to guess, I imagine they'll be coming for the Ark too, David. So yeah, go ahead. Make this right. Well, shite. Mala, listen. I have to go. Mazeroth off. The screen went dead. Excuse me? A quiet voice startled David as he stared at the blank screen. It was Teppo, poking his head in from the hall. David had yet to get in the habit of telling the Ark to close doors behind him. What? Am I in heaven? Teppo asked. The lad had been left to his own devices since they'd patched him up and put a good meal in him. Near catatonic he'd been. Since then, David had seen the hoary lad skulking around, following him like a cross between a puppy and a burglar. The ship is filled with angel songs. I mean, no, it's an angel ship, but we're a fair sight short of heaven. Mind you, it could be right around the corner, the way things are going. Someone mentioned angels on board. Frozen ones. The look in those baleful blue eyes near to broke David's heart. Can I see 'em? Here they were, on the brink of war, with a galaxy drawing up sides to crush the Ark between them, and David was giving guided tours. Bah, what better use of his time? Nothing he'd done these past weeks had done a damn bit of good. Maybe just the other way around. Might as well brighten one day. Aye, come on, follow me. My mom said just looking at an angel could grow a log between a man's legs. Seems like I'd be a fool not to take the opportunity. Egads, what did they teach these hoary back home? Chapter 30. During the days of glory, the angels maintained numerous eugenics and genetic engineering projects designed to adapt different bloodlines to extreme environments. The results are collectively called the 12 races of man: Norms, Sykes, Anakim, Caphtorim, Dumahim, Emim, Gesherim, Gog, Horam, Magog, Rahabim, and Zuzim. Mizraim Imperial Encyclopedia. October 27th, 3096. Milky Way. You sent for me, Knight said. Leah jumped at his approach, too unaware of her surroundings. She was supposed to be a warrior, but if he'd meant her harm, he'd have killed her before she knew he was there. He hadn't even intended to sneak up on her. The Ark had no medical bay, but she'd recommissioned one of the science labs for the purpose. Knight rarely came here, though she'd asked to examine him a few times. This place was filled with all the same crap as the Sentinel labs. Supposedly advanced angel tech. Whatever. Leah wanted blood samples to test his DNA, something Rachel had said about his ancestors being genetically engineered, probably part of some angel experiment. He had no idea how to feel about that. It might have explained his preternatural reflexes, but it only opened more questions. He tried to tell himself he was no different than any of the other non-norm races. Phoebe was an Icy, and Leah was a Rahab. Neither of those races lived on Gehenna, as far as he knew. Hard to even imagine a world covered in water, much less a people designed to live there. Leah grunted, then motioned for him to sit on one of the benches. "I'm concerned about this ship's captain. I know you spent a lot of time with her on Gehenna. I trust David, but I have to be honest." He folded his arms. "You don't have to. If you choose to, then out with it." She sighed. "We've become fugitives, Knight. Nothing new for him. It seemed everywhere he went, some government or another was hunting him, and he kept killing them until they got the message, which they never did. Rachel's an idealist," he said, "but she has a way of seeing things through in the end. You can trust her." Leah sighed and fiddled with a tablet on the desk. "You're close to her, obviously, but you have deeper feelings for her, too. I see it in the way you look at her when she's not looking. We're just friends." It's all they could ever be now. She'd chosen David. He'd been a fool to think anything more could come of it. Even back on Gehenna, she tried to tell him, but he wouldn't listen. But now, after seeing them on the shuttle, after having to listen to their emotional turmoil, she'd no doubt fallen right into his bed, and likely was happier for it. "But that's not what you want, is it?" Leah said. "Look who's talking. Is it Rachel you're concerned about, or do you just not like any woman getting so close to David? I've seen how you look at him, Doc." The Rahab looked away, focused on the tablet. "There's nothing like that. I don't have time for any. Mac's my best friend. There can never be anything more." Knight didn't have to be an empath to see some buried pain there. He knew it only too well. A few years ago, he'd been an assassin with no other purpose in life but the kill. That's how the Shadow Council had raised him, and he was the best. And then Sheeran came into his life, fucked up a mission, and wound so tightly around his brain he could not get her out. And in the end, they'd run together. They'd run from his government and hers. They'd run from a fate they couldn't escape. For the first time in his life, he'd loved someone, even if he hadn't known how to put it into words, how to understand it. "Someone hurt you before?" he said. "No, I'm fine." He jumped off the bench and stalked closer. She'd started this. Now she would get the same treatment. "Past lover? Somebody died?" She spun on him. "Is that what happened to you?" "Yeah," he said, his voice just a whisper. Somebody died. And he'd been twice the fool to think he could replace her with Rachel. Leah recoiled as if she hadn't intended to hit so close to the mark, or regretted it. Whatever. It was over, done a long time ago. Why should he even talk to this woman? But somehow she seemed to understand, and he couldn't stop himself. She was Asherin. She'd said she'd leave her government to be with me. It just didn't work out like that. Leah sighed. "I was with someone a long time. I thought we'd have children, maybe even get married." Her voice became fragile. "Every time I asked, he had some reason for delay. Finally, I insisted, and he broke it off. And I ran off to join the Sentinels." She looked up at him, her eyes wide. "I never told anyone about it, not even David." But she had confided in Knight, of all people. It was a strange kind of honor. He didn't know how to feel about the crew on the ship placing their trust in him. Rachel was one thing, but the others were turning to him like he was one of them. Knight pulled up a chair beside Leah. "I won't tell either." "Thanks." Leah swallowed and was quiet for a moment. Yet another woman he didn't know how to comfort. God, Phoebe was right. He had no idea how to deal with people if he wasn't killing them. "Asherin," Leah said at last. "Really? Was she—" "Cybered?" Knight snickered. That had been hard to get past, at first. The first commandment was so ingrained, even in him. And yet, after a while, he could almost forget. She was, in the end, still human. "The angels have a lot of implants, too," Leah said. "I wish Rachel would let me revive one for a better examination. They're clearly cybernetic organisms, but it's hard to tell how much is man and how much is machine, and how much is divine." Mostly, he chose to ignore the angels they carried around in the cryo chamber. It was easier than wrapping his mind around the idea they had frozen emissaries of God on the ship. "I don't know. I can't measure divinity, but the cybernetics run deep. It's not just the wings. There's metal and nanobots throughout their bodies. I have to be honest, it's scary as void. They commanded us to never do anything like that, but they did it to themselves. He shrugged. The same rules don't apply to angels, obviously. Man shall not alter the form of man. It says nothing about angels altering us, or themselves. She was quiet a moment. So did the implants make her different? I never knew her before she had them. I mean, make her less human. Who am I to measure anyone's humanity? He was the predator in the night, the darkness that consumed mankind. All he knew was Sheeran was special. Leah sighed. And Rachel, can you judge her? Are you sure she's fit to command this ship, Knight? Rachel had gotten through the chaos on Gehenna, but it was chaos she had largely created. Still, they were in it now, and he knew of no one else to see them out of it. She might be the only one who is, he said at last. Leah grunted. I hope you're right, and for what it's worth, I wish she had chosen you. But Rachel didn't. And the truth was, Knight was better off alone. The way things were going, Rachel was going to need a protector, not a lover. And that was one thing he was suited for. The only thing. He doffed his coat. Take your samples. If I am the result of angel genetic experiments on my parents, I want to know. Chapter 31. War. The Asheran Confederacy has declared war on the Mizraim Empire. What reportedly began as incursions by the Asheran smugglers of the street drug known as Mammon has turned into a full-blown invasion. If you are in the invasion zone, keep your Mazzaroth connected to this feed for full reports, updated as we receive them. Susanna Wallach, Mazzaroth News Network. Milky Way. David stared at the news bulletin across the Mazzaroth, reading it for the third time. War. War had broken out between the Mizraim Empire and the Asheran Confederacy. War between his people and the enemy who had destroyed his mom, the enemy he'd sworn to protect the universe against. Asherah had invaded Mizraim space. They'd seized whole solar systems, destroyed Sentinel cruisers. People were dying, and he was hiding in some uninhabited system, watching it happen. While he ran from the consequences of his actions, the universe burned around him. And though he had done it all for Rachel, some things he could not abide. No more. He was a sentinel. He had a duty to protect people, his people, and he'd be buggered if he was going to sit here and do nothing. He strode toward the bridge, almost breaking into a run. The Ark could make all the difference in such a conflict. Even if the Sentinels wouldn't have him back, with his ship, he could still aid their cause. He could still protect his people. Rachel was sitting in the command chair when he arrived, as she always seemed to be these days. She had become so attached to this thing. He could understand the allure, the mystery it posed. This was a thing out of legend, and she'd found it. He understood. What he didn't like was when she began talking like it was an extension of herself. This ship was alive, and it was possible she was becoming too connected to its mind. One day soon he would have to do something about that. But right now he had more pressing concerns. We need to go to the front, David said. What? Her eyes were glazed over, staring at something only she could see. Like a bloody Mammon addict. Angels above. What was the ship doing to her? Would he even be able to cut her off from it? Rachel, war is raging between Mizraim and Asherah. We have to go out to the front and help our people. She blinked, shook her head, then looked at him with wide but blissfully clear eyes. Are you completely off rotation? Mizraim, the conglomerate, and probably the Confederacy are all looking for us, trying to take my ship away, and you want to march in and hand it to them? No, lass. I want to go and make a difference in the universe. Isn't that why you wanted the damn Ark? Back before you even knew it was a ship. She blinked again, as if trying to shake her mind free. I'm no lass anymore. Look, we came here to rest for a bit. We've got to find Eden, David. Now I know you can do it. You can navigate the pathways like no one else. Can you imagine it? Being known as the man who found the way back to Eden. Eden has been lost for 31 centuries.
It can wait a few more weeks while we address the situation in the here and now.
Rachel stood and stepped toward him. A few weeks? You think this conflict will be over in a few weeks? Even if it was, you think we could keep the Ark from all sides that long? Consider for a moment what it would mean if we found Eden. That might well end the fight right there. Who, in Mizraim or Asherah, would not be left in awe of such a discovery? It's our homeworld, David. If we give back what the angels took away,
what they took us from there for a reason. They saved mankind from the adversary and carried us away from a broken, barren world.
She waved the comment away. The adversary has been gone for 31 centuries too. Take us back to Eden. David sighed from the hollows of his bones. Damn, could that last weary a man's soul. He somehow doubted even the return of Eden would stop the war. Certainly such a discovery might well pause the hostilities, but the cessation would be only temporary. The divide between Mizraim and the Confederacy had grown deeper over the centuries. It would have to come to a head, and his place was alongside the Sentinels.
What makes you think there is even anything left to find, Rich? The planet was scorched. The Codex calls it a wasteland.
The angels wrote the Codex. They didn't want us to go looking for it.
Then we bloody well shouldn't be looking for it.
Rachel pressed her palms against his chest. Her hands were warm through his shirt, her touch a comfort. Please, David, we both want to save mankind in our way. Will you help me? He swallowed, unable to form words. It was too hard to deny her anything, but he took her hands in his own, rubbing them.
If I do this, once we find Eden, or if we look and don't find it, you have to use the Ark to help Mizraim against Asherah.
Rachel pulled her hands away and began to pace around the bridge. You don't know what you're asking.
You want me to help you fight your crusade, but you won't help me with mine. This is not a warship, David, and we shouldn't be using it as one. That sure as bugger didn't stop you at Horish.
She recoiled. That was different. They fired first. I was just trying to save you. It's not the same as turning the Ark into a weapon of war, or looking for a fight with the intention of using an angel ship to annihilate our foes. It'd make us no better than what Jericho or any of the others would have done with my ship. We have a bigger destiny than flying around like a battleship shooting other ships out of the sky. We? Did she mean her and him, or herself and the bloody ship?
I've made my decision, Rach. You want my help? I need your word. You'll do the same as soon as we find the planet.
If they even could. Rachel sighed. We give you our word. We'll help you. David cringed at her choice of words. But he had his answer, and it meant it was time to go looking for Eden. Chapter 32. With its violent storms and toxic atmosphere, Kiriath represents the perfect location to conduct experiments we prefer to keep private. No one comes here, just the way it should be. Apollo Lionhead, Jericho Scientist. Kiriath, Sexton's Dwarf. Caleb's shuttle descended through the atmosphere of Kiriath, if atmosphere was even the right word for the toxic mass of ammonium, fluorine, and nitrogen. The planet was about the most inhospitable place he'd ever visited, which was probably why Jericho used it for one of their 100 or so secret research stations. He didn't take kindly to being summoned by Apollo, especially now that he was the chairman. Still, the scientist had helped him attain that position, so when he'd said he had something of note to show him, Caleb had come. The station's hangar doors opened below them, allowing the shuttle to descend directly into the bay. As soon as they landed, the door shut, and the hangar began to siphon out the toxic gases. "Just a couple minutes," he said to Rebecca, who sat beside him looking pale. He couldn't blame her. A breath of the air outside would not be good for one's health. Even a smogger wouldn't survive too long out there. The station itself was all unmarked chrome, not a window or decoration in sight. Depressing, really, especially to someone used to the beauty of Sefer Raziel. Angels. This planet was disgusting. He made a mental note to never return here once this was done. A chime sounded inside the shuttle, telling him the hangar was now pressurized with breathable air. He hit the buzzer to open the shuttle hatch, then strode into the hangar. Though a maintenance crew had pumped in fresh air, the place still reeked of ammonium. Already Tech scurried toward his shuttle, standard inspections and other boring minutiae. A man in a lab coat motioned for him to follow. Best get this over with. Caleb walked behind the Tech, Rebecca in tow. The man led them through a chrome hall to a lift, and they went down what he judged to be 10 levels, the bowels of this planet. The lift opened, and the Tech pointed to a door at the far end of the hall. Angels above. The least Apollo could have done was come to meet him in the hangar. Instead, the scientist expected him to visit the lab like some common bureaucrat. He walked down the hall and almost jerked when Rebecca slipped her hand into his. She was nervous. Another thing he couldn't really blame her for. He patted her on the shoulder and extricated his hand. "Why don't you wait outside?" Rebecca opened her mouth and stammered. Caleb wouldn't want her to see what was ahead anyway. He buzzed the door. It opened into a large, dimly lit room filled with workbenches. Caleb's cybernetic eyes cut through the darkness and spotted Apollo bent over one of the tables. He walked toward the scientist, wending his way around the maze of a workspace. A cybernetic arm twitched on a table he passed. Good thing Rebecca hadn't come in. Poor girl would have been out of her mind. Apollo wore a black robe with the hood pulled over his face. Ever a flair for the dramatic. He worked on a man strapped to the table. The man's chest had been opened, and Apollo had fitted him with a cybernetic core, probably designed to replace his heart and lungs. The subject's head was strapped down, and he was gagged, but his eyes tracked Caleb, which meant the poor bastard was awake, and from the look of it, hadn't had any idea what he'd signed up for. He supposed that meant Apollo would dispose of the victim once the experiment was done. One more death on their hands. "I did what you asked. I made the announcement about the Ark." As expected, it had led to war between Mizraim and Ashura. The Confederacy could never allow the Sentinels to hold such a powerful technological advantage. They'd believed their only chance lay in striking before Mizraim had time to unlock the secrets of the angels. Apollo had all but insisted he start this intergalactic war, though Caleb had doubts it would lead to any good. Thousands were already dead, and what had it bought them? Chaos. Or maybe that was exactly what Apollo was counting on. Apollo didn't look up from his victim. Good. Now Mizraim is distracted. Mobilize the conglomerate against Jordan and get us that Ark. Caleb started to chew his thumb, then thought better of it, instead folding his arms across his chest. Had to look strong here. He was the head of this corporation, and it was time Apollo accepted that. As if he'd heard the thought, Apollo suddenly looked up at him. Despite his cybernetic eyes, Caleb couldn't quite penetrate the man's hood. Some kind of cloaking technology? He had to suppress a shudder. "Is there a problem?" Apollo asked, taking a step closer. You didn't call me here to tell me this." "Yeah, great. Way to show him who's in charge." "No, I didn't." Apollo walked to another workbench and picked up a transparent dish. In the center of the dish was a speck. Normal eyes might have missed it. Caleb focused on it, and his eyes zoomed in, magnifying it many times. It was a microchip of some kind. Not quite a nanochip, but almost. My latest creation. A psionic blocking implant. A what? Caleb took an involuntary step back. Jericho, and likely QI as well, had long experimented with tech to protect people from telepaths and empaths. Results had never been satisfactory. And now, without warning, Apollo had something that could do it. It should have thrilled Caleb. But the way Apollo was looking at him was anything but encouraging. Nanobots will build one inside your brain. The chip will prevent any psych from gaining access to your most valuable assets. You are, after all, now the chairman of a megacorp. Angels above. He wanted to put that thing in Caleb's head. I don't think that will be necessary. I have security to protect me from... Apollo strode toward him with undeniable purpose and grabbed his arm. Can you really take that chance? Caleb's heart raced. He didn't have to do this. He could say no. Just refuse. Almost against his own will, he found himself nodding. His arm shook, and he focused on stopping the trembling. Apollo switched his grip to the back of Caleb's neck, then turned his head. Wait, Caleb moaned. The scientist injected something into Caleb's ear. It started as a sudden shock, then his whole ear canal tingled. Then he felt nothing out of the ordinary. His eyes switched off for a moment, like something had interfered with the signal. For a heartbeat, he was left in darkness, just long enough for the edge of panic to set in. And then things returned to normal, and Apollo stood across from him. "It's done." Caleb rubbed his ear and stalked out of the lab. He grabbed Rebecca's hand and ignored her questioning look. They were leaving this damned planet. Chapter 33. Do not look behind you in the conduit. Time is layered thin within its walls. No mortal should see his own past too clearly. The Codex, Book of Shamsiel. October 31st, 3096. Milky Way. Rachel was right, David decided. It was like the pathways of the conduit bent around his intended destination. They curved so subtly that, were he not watching for it, he would never have noticed. The conduit tunnel stretched out in his mind, and he reached deeper and deeper, seeking a way through. They'd been circling the system, the supposed location of Eden itself, for hours, as he swept past one misdirection after another. But there had to be a way in. Rachel was sure of it, and the longer he followed the winding paths, the more he became convinced of it as well. No one worked so hard to hide something, unless that something was worth the effort. Eden. For 31 centuries, mankind's homeworld had been a myth, lost to the ages, and Rachel had tasked him with uncovering it. Hard not to let pride creep into his thoughts. He had to keep reminding himself he was doing this for Mizraim. If he found this planet, Rachel would use the Ark to help win the war against Asherah. He was doing what he had to. David shut his eyes, letting himself feel the way. Eyes could be fooled. The infinite colors shimmering all around could mask a possible route. The conduit was a series of endlessly branching wormholes, constantly wrapping back on itself, but always shifting you forward in time, making sure you never wound up somewhere before you left. The greater the pilot, the faster you could arrive somewhere. Distance became a secondary concern to skill. A skilled pilot could arrive at a destination in hours that might take an amateur a day or more to reach. And David was one of the best. He could navigate faster than anyone he knew. He knew he could find the way. He just had to let go. Let his mind reach out on its own, freed from conscious control. It was easier said than done. For all his practice as a prophet, even his performance varied. And right now, drawn as he was to the front, every pathway tried to lead him there. His heart yearned to join the battle, and his subconscious tried to show him the way. But the only way there was through a less direct route. First, he had to find Eden. Maybe as long as he kept trying to convince himself that wasn't his true mission, he never would. Could he abandon his mission to save it? Indulge in vanity and allow himself to become the man who led humanity back to Eden, as Rachel would have cast him? If he trod down that path, was there a way back from it? The danger of becoming a messiah was falling for your own legend. He knew the danger. He could avoid it. And so he swept around and around, diving ever closer to his destination. She needed him to become the one to find it. He kept his eyes closed, tried to focus all of his essence on Eden. Earth, she had called it. A blue-green paradise, story said. Humanity had been born there. The Exodus had spread the races of man across the local group, but it all traced back here. Everything came back to Eden. When the adversary attacked, mankind's destiny was changed forever. Back then, humanity had barely managed to leave their own solar system. Only unmanned long-range probes reached out to distant stars. Hard to even imagine life before the conduit. And the angels had come. They had opened not only the entire galaxy to humanity, but many galaxies. They had planted people on 1,000,000 worlds throughout the universe, and commanded them to breed so often nothing could threaten mankind with extinction again. And they had forever denied humans return to Eden. David's eyes opened. The passageway was coming. He could feel it. The conduit rushed past it, forcing any ship along a route that always put the one entrance behind them. And you couldn't look back in the conduit. The passage zipped right past him. He reached into the hologram and jerked his hand, pulling a hard, sudden turn with the arc. The ship shrieked as it brushed the edges of the conduit. "What the void are you doing?" Phoebe shouted. "We're brushing the walls of the angels' tunnels," Teppo sang in an off-key melody. Who'd let the lad onto the bridge? David couldn't afford the distraction. The arc swung around and darted down the hidden pathway. A heartbeat, then another. The gate was there. He jumped the arc into normal space. David rose from the chair and turned to Rachel. "We're here." Chapter 34. The universe is vaster than the human mind can conceive. It is thus that we must offer our wisdom and protection. Creatures from beyond the veil of infinity would tear fragile minds to tatters should they reveal themselves. The Codex, Book of Azrael. Eden System, Milky Way. The entire crew stood on the bridge, and all were silent. Rachel sat in the chair and directed the ship past one planet and another, until at last she fell into orbit around a small world covered in a blue ocean. She waved her hand, and the screen zoomed in on the world below them. Vast stretches of land bore scars, like someone had cut it up with a laser scalpel. But other regions were green, overrun with forest. "Radiation is within tolerable levels," Phoebe said. "Signs of numerous vast cities dot the planet, all in ruins. No signs of intelligent life, though flora and fauna are abundant." "Is there a mana products deli down there?" Teppo asked. "That usually doesn't register as intelligent life, but I could use a fish taco salad sandwich right about now. Every city's got one." "It's not a wasteland." Rachel's voice was barely a whisper. David imagined everyone echoed her thoughts. The adversary was supposed to have made this place uninhabitable. Despite the obvious scars running along the world, life flourished here. David scratched his head. "Either the planet has recovered over the last 3,000 years, or they lied to us about how bad it was," Rachel said. "Why would they lie? Why take mankind from here if the world remained? Maybe—" David wasn't sure what to think anymore. "Maybe they were protecting us from the adversary." "Maybe," Rachel said, "or they had another agenda. Either way, we have to go down there. It's the only way we can be sure." "Someone has to stay with the ship," Leah said. "And I suppose it had better be me. I don't see Rachel staying here." Teppo looked over at the radiation scans, the life sciences station, and then to Leah. "I'll stay too, for company. Not that I wouldn't love to go visit an inside-out zoo filled with radiation-evolved supermutants, but I'll take one for the team and crash here." David stepped around Teppo to see about the Rahab medical officer. Something had been bothering her for a long time. They talked since he was rescued, but it wasn't the same. Not like it had been on the Logos. She was far away, and he couldn't bridge the distance. Was Leah disappointed in him? One day soon he'd need to have a chat with her. She meant too much to him to let her suffer like this. "Good idea," Rachel said, before David could object to Leah's plan. He knew Rachel had taught Leah and Phoebe to control the ship, but David didn't like this plan. "The rest of us will go down in the shuttle. Be prepared. We have no idea what we'll find on Eden." David grunted. "We might need a medic." "Well, we know there are no people," Rachel said. "If we need Dr. Suzuki, we'll call for her." David sighed. Rachel was right about one thing. He needed to see Eden now, for himself. It wasn't destroyed, which meant he didn't know what it meant. "Are you sure you want—" he started to ask Leah. "Yeah, go on. I'm fine." Teppo thumped a fist to his chest and gave David a wink. "I'll look after her." Knight coughed. "Let's just do this." David sighed. "Fine." But before he went down there, he was going to need one more thing. Despite all he had done, his suit could mean the difference between life and death, not only for him but for Rachel. Whether he deserved it or not, he had to put his uniform back on. Chapter 35. Best to cower, best to flee. Humans must never contest against the beast of the adversary, lest they be annihilated. The Codex, Book of Azrael. Eden. Only a handful of buildings still stood on Eden, though Rachel's scans indicated this had once been a great city. Now everything had rusted away or crumbled down to skeletal frames. Ivy and moss covered what little remained, creating the illusion of a jungle. David set the shuttle down among the ruins, in what had once been a city in the northern hemisphere. The moment he did so, Rachel popped the hatch and climbed out. An almost irrepressible urge to retract the helmet from her suit took hold of her. This was it. Eden. After 31 centuries, mankind had returned. Rachel stepped outside, the first person to walk on this planet since the Exodus. Flora had retaken so much of the planet, it must have been hard to find a clear patch to land on. In the end, David landed in what had probably been a main street, though greenery had burst through it too. Deer watched their group from the distance, more curious than afraid. Animals that had never seen human beings. "Angels above," Phoebe said. "It's really Eden, isn't it?" "Aye," David said. Rachel pointed at a circular tower in the distance. A good chunk of it still stood. Its construction was different. Some kind of plasteel that had withstood the passing of ages. The Ark's records are pretty sparse, but I think that's a war archive. Maybe it can tell us about the adversary. "Rach," David said, "the adversary isn't something you just go looking into." Rachel smiled. Oh no. The adversary was the boogeyman to frighten children to sleep at night. It was the force in the darkness, beyond the void, waiting to prey on humanity. Without the angels to protect them, mankind could never hope to face such a threat. At least, that's what they were all raised to believe. "I'm reading a signal on the continent south of this one," Phoebe said. "It could indicate some kind of power source still running. I should probably take the shuttle and go check it out." Rachel glanced back at her. "We have no idea what might be on this planet. Splitting up could be dangerous." "Aye, but we also don't have all the time in the universe, Rach," David said. "Take Night." Yep, Phoebe said. "Because I need a damn bodyguard, McGregor." Knight said nothing, but Rachel nodded at him. "Go with her. David's right. We need to gather intel as quickly as possible. I'll be fine. Help Phoebe find whatever's down there and let us know." Knight sighed and strode back toward the shuttle. Phoebe muttered something Rachel didn't catch. "They could probably use some time alone to work through things anyway," Rachel said when the pair was out of earshot. "Aye," David said. "And us." Rachel started for the tower in the distance. "If that thing is a war archive, it may have a record of the adversary attack. Don't you think we ought to know the truth about the angels and everything?" David chuckled. "The truth about everything, eh? That does sound like you." He pulled his pulse pistol. Rachel frowned. "I don't think the deer will attack us." "Aye, but as far as we know, all the animals the angels seeded across the universe originated here, on this planet, in one form or another." Rachel glanced at him as they walked. "Yeah? So that includes alligators and tigers and all that shite. I don't want any of that jumping down on me from the trees." I doubt any alligators are going to jump out of the trees, David." His amusement spiked, and he waved the pulse pistol around. "Aye, because they can see what I've bloody got for them." Rachel snickered, then paused, staring at the tower. "David, have you stopped to think about what we might find in there?" "Aye." If she was right, and the angels were not truly sent by God, records of the Exodus might unravel the very foundations of David's beliefs. That was what she'd wanted, wasn't it? As if predicting her thoughts, David shook his head. "We came this far." And finally, the answers lay before them. Maybe all the answers. Chapter 36. Mankind has grown beyond the plowing of fields and the clearing of forests. Mankind's fields must be the very planets. Mankind's forests must be asteroids. grow in dreams, not merely numbers. The Codex, Book of Cambriel. Sefer Raziel, Milky Way. Being back on Sefer Raziel had brought welcome relief to Caleb. His experiences on Kirioth had so unsettled his stomach, he hadn't even wanted to make love to Rebecca on the shuttle, which seemed to shock the girl. She was still scared, he knew. Not half as much as he was, though. She had no idea Apollo had put something in Caleb's brain. Angels above. He was off rotation to have allowed that. It was supposed to block telepathy, but God only knew what else it might do to him. What side effects it could have. Jericho had volunteers for testing things like this. They did not test cybernetics on board members. Of course, his discomfort was not at all eased by the Redeemer now waiting outside his office. Here he was, a cyborg, about to meet with the Redeemer. If the man had the slightest inkling what Caleb was, he wouldn't just wash Caleb's sins away. He'd murder him in his own office. Redeemers were like that. Real assholes. "Send him in," he said at last. It was important to keep people like that waiting, let them know he wasn't afraid of them. Even if he was afraid, it just didn't do to let on. The Redeemer, Jeremiah Jordan, wore a long coat emblazoned with the symbol of a man on bent knee, complete subservience to angel doctrine, like a good little dog. But not one to be underestimated. The man was muscular. He could probably break Caleb in half with his bare hands, which was why Caleb clutched a mag under the table in his new office. Rebecca stood nearby, and he'd made sure she had a mag too, hidden against her inner thigh. He'd had her wear a flowing dress for this, though she normally wore trousers, better to conceal the weapon. The Redeemer walked over to Caleb's desk and stared down at him. Caleb leaned back to put a little space between them. "I had expected better progress after giving you a ship and crew." Jeremiah folded his arms over his chest, clearly trying to look derisive. "We've made some progress." That drew a chuckle from Caleb. "Your sister has vanished. She's taken the Ark with her, the most powerful, most dangerous angel relic ever discovered, and she seems intent to keep it for herself. The Ark has no business in human hands at all." Caleb smiled in a way he hoped was placating, not mocking, despite his feelings. "The conglomerate can decide what to do with the Ark once we have it, but we can agree it does not belong in the sole custody of Rachel Jordan." Jeremiah gritted his teeth and nodded. "We can. Sadly, her blasphemies go deeper." This should be good. What could the girl have possibly come up with to top stealing the Angel's Ark? Had she opened a door to hell itself? "We captured a seeker of Eden, and I've been interrogating him. He claims Rachel has been using the Ark to locate Eden. This egregious breach of angel law cannot be tolerated. She must be captured before she commits a crime from which mankind would never recover." Caleb blinked his eyes, trying to cover his shock. Eden. He had to bite his tongue to keep from laughing. Eden. Angels above. The girl thought big. First she'd stolen the Ark. Now she was trying to uncover the lost, possibly mythical homeworld of mankind. It was almost comical. In fact, it was ludicrous, made more so by the deathly serious air of her own brother. Caleb glanced at the picture of Aelid and their children on his desk, grateful his family was not nearly so dysfunctional as Rachel's seemed. Rachel had cut ties with her Hierophant father long ago, of course, but it was still too rich, too perfect. "Allow me to look into the matter," he said, keeping his expression blank. "I will be in touch as soon as I have more information." His desk creaked as Jeremiah leaned farther forward on it. "This matter must be handled with complete discretion, Caleb. We cannot have it get out to the public what she's after. The Seekers are a fringe group we've been hunting down for centuries. The masses would only be befuddled by their lies." "Trust me. One thing I know is discretion." The Redeemer nodded, then left. Caleb burst out laughing the moment the door closed. "Pompous ass." "Eden?" Rebecca asked. "Is it possible?" "I have no idea, but I'm almost starting to admire Dr. Jordan." Her brother, less so. Contracting Jeremiah had been a gamble, and one it seemed had not swung in Caleb's favor, which meant the Redeemer might have soon outlived his usefulness. He contacted Apollo on the Maseroth, and a minute later the man's face filled the screen on his desk. "I've found Jordan. Or at least, I know what she's looking for. She's convinced she can use the Ark to find Eden itself. Foyt, maybe she can. If we trace these seekers she's working with, I'll bet we can locate her." Apollo was silent. Not a good sign. Had he been wrong to contact the man with so rough a lead? Caleb shook himself. Why the void was he questioning himself about contacting one of his employees? How did Apollo have this hold over him? Caleb was the chairman, for God's sake. It made him one of the most important men in the holy universe, and he was letting this scientist on a toxic planet a galaxy away intimidate him. "Prepare the conglomerate strike force," Apollo said at last. "For where? We haven't found them yet." "The Ark will show her the way to Eden, if it hasn't already, and we will find them there. I will send you the coordinates." Wait, what? The Maseroth cut off. A moment later, he received a coded message detailing a system on an arm of the Milky Way, and the conduit route to reach it. Caleb's whole body felt cold. A chill ran down his spine, and all he could do was sit and stare at the message. Apollo knew the way to Eden. Chapter 37. The human mind lacks the imagination to conceive of the world beyond life. I had seen it, and I have no words to express its joy. I must blot it from my mind, lest my wistful weeping that I am not yet ready prevent all other endeavors. The Codex, Book of Kokobiel. Eden. It took several minutes to hike toward the tower. What remained stood 10 stories tall. The doors had long since fallen away, and plants had overgrown the lobby. Rachel slipped inside, shining a handlight around the room. A low growl echoed through the room when they entered. In the corner, a pair of wolves shifted. Angels had recorded the genetic material from every known animal on Eden. They'd recreated the fauna on other planets throughout the universe. Odd to think these wolves were the true source, the real animals rather than descendants of clones. David drew his pulse pistol and fired a shot in their direction. The wolves yelped and scampered away. Almost immediately, a humming built inside Rachel's head. It was like the murmur of a crowd in the distance, thousands upon thousands of conversations all merging into an indistinct, incomprehensible buzz, one laced with a suffocating undercurrent of fear. Rachel groaned, rubbing her head. David was at her side in a moment. "What is it, Rach?" "I don't know. You didn't hear anything?" He shook his head. "Just the wolves." David brushed his hand along her cheek. "Rach?" She blinked rapidly and swayed on her feet. Nothing. I thought I'm just excited. And I can't hear the Ark. I don't know. On the planet, I guess I'm too far away. I still felt it on Horish." It was like someone was trying to talk to her with emotions. Like a lot of someone's were. She shook her head to clear it, then glanced around. "Look." She pulled free of David and stumbled over to a pair of sliding doors with a slight wedge open between them. "This must have been a lift shaft. We need to get down there." "You think the records were underground?" "That would make sense. They most likely considered an underground vault the safest. Such a place would have been more likely to withstand orbital bombardment." "Aye, all right then." David slipped his fingers between the doors and pulled. The metal shrieked as it slid open. He pushed the other one back into the wall too. The shaft was deep, deeper than she could see the bottom of. He tapped a button on his suit, turning on his wrist light and shining it down there. 5 stories down, I'd wager. She peered over the edge. At the bottom, the lift had fallen. It looked like it ran on a cable rather than mag rails. The cable had snapped, and the lift was crushed down there. "You could use your gravnet to jump down," she said. "Aye, but how would we get back up? There have to be stairs. If the place ever lost power, they'd want a way to escape, right?" "All right, so we'll jump down," Rachel said. "Then we find the stairs to climb back up." "Rach, you can't wait the extra 5 minutes to find the staircase." 5 minutes meant very little compared to 31 centuries. And yet, waiting even another moment. Lost. Rachel spun about, searching for the speaker. No sign of anyone. This place was getting to her. "I found something," David said a few minutes later. He indicated a doorway that revealed a series of staircases leading down. Rachel glanced down it, then took off down the stairs. She could hear David following, but whatever the void was bombarding her psionics prevented her from feeling him there. Odd sensation. Downstairs, they found what looked to have been some kind of communication station. It was pitch black, the only light source coming from David's suit and Rachel's hand light. Flat monitors rested on the wall, and a dozen others sat atop rusted metal desks. A thick cloud of dust kicked up as Rachel walked around the room, and she started coughing. David didn't. Damned smogger genes. After a fit of coughing, Rachel walked toward a desk, then stumbled and fell to her knees. Waves of fear and pain and grief crashed over her. They drowned her. They suffocated her. They implored her. Shadows danced before her eyes, phantoms of men and women racing about. Each lasted a split second before vanishing back into nothingness. But God, there were so many. So much pain. Rachel tried to look up, her hair hanging down over her face. A scream tore out of her throat. The sound echoed off the metal walls and reverberated through the floors above them. David dashed to her side, and she threw her arms around him. "What is it? What happened?" "I saw a ghost," she mumbled. "Say what now?" "There's no such thing as ghosts, Rach." "Can't you feel it? Can't you hear them?" He shook his head. "I feel a buzzing, like spending too much time in the conduit, frying my psionic nerves." He pulled her tighter against his chest. "All right, Rach, we've got to get you out of here." "No. David, they're trying to tell me. They're trying to show me what happened. They need me. Everyone needs me." She pushed away from him and scrambled over to a panel on the wall. With her shirt, she brushed away millennia of dust covering the screen. It was some kind of display, long dead. "It must be because I'm an empath," she mumbled. David sighed and slunk into a chair. The metal creaked but still supported him. "What is?" "Think about it, David. Living minds create psionic energy fields, right? Basic psych theory. All living beings create energy through their thoughts, and psychs can pick up on that energy. Telepaths could read actual thoughts. Empaths could pick up emotions. And prophets, like David, could read patterns to envision possible futures. Aye? So open your mind to it." "To what now? There's no one here." But there was. Ghostly images continued to parade in front of her. David was right, of course. There was no such thing as actual ghosts. Psionic energy was real, though, even if it was hard to measure. Look, 8 billion people died on this planet in a matter of hours. All the pain, that psychic energy, what if it didn't dissipate? Don't you feel anything? The more she concentrated, the clearer the images became. Visions of things, of the people who had been here. They drifted about the room like phantoms, running from console to console, screaming in panic about the ship closing in on Earth. "You can see it, can't you?" Rachel said. She grabbed his arm and she tried to push the vision at him, connect to his mind. Sometimes two psyches could share such things. "Mars is gone." The disembodied voice echoed in her mind, seeming to fill the hall. More voices joined it. "They've moved in on the lunar colony. There are 500,000 people up there. We've got to evacuate them. We've lost contact with the moon. The entire fleet is gone. It's too late to do anything for them. We have to prepare an evacuation of this planet. We're decades away from being ready for that. Get people on the long-range probes. Get them away from Earth. Nuke the bastards." "The fleet already tried that. The aliens shot them down." "Oh, God, what the hell is that?" Terrible, sickening fear seeped off the ghosts. It was what had been left behind. 3,000 years of terror, of horror, remained here. Rachel collapsed against David, moaning. God, this place would poison her. A planet's worth of pain and death lingered here, and it was creeping inside her. It would poison any psyche sooner or later. Was that why the angels drove mankind away? Was that why they hid the planet? Because with so much pain, it would never be inhabitable again? "I have to get you back to the Ark," David said. She tried to stand, but her legs gave out. Billions of voices screamed in her mind. Chapter 38. The fight against the adversary is nothing like the fighting of mortals. It is a battle of discipline, not of body, but of the soul. The Codex, Book of Gadriel. Eden. Rainforest covered much of the southern continent. Knight had never seen anything like it. He'd thought the Ekron Conservatory a forest. It was nothing. Greenery surrounded him on all sides, more brilliant and more varied than even the overgrowth of the northern continent. Bright blue flowers, some 1/2 meter wide, opened around them. Phoebe had detected the signal near here, at an old compound. The degree of underbrush had meant they had to land on a beach and walk over a kilometer to reach this place. "This looks like it was a city," he said, "but there are only a few buildings here." Phoebe waved some kind of scanner at one of the few structures. "Just the ones made of plasticized steel. The older ones have crumbled." Huh. What was this place like then, back before the Exodus? Probably bustling with crowds of people and thick with skyscrapers. And sunny. It was so brilliantly bright here. "It's kind of beautiful," Phoebe said, staring at a flower. "Strangely alien, too." "If this is really Eden, it's not alien at all." "Huh. Yep. I guess I'm more alien than these flowers." "You?" She quirked a smile. "I'm a hoary. I might be human, but I'm not exactly the kind of human who first came from this place." "Neither am I. Neither was practically anyone still alive." Sweat streamed off her face, and she mopped her brow with her arm. "Knight, you're not the kind of person from anywhere." What the void did that mean? Was she referring to his unusual reflexes, or was that some kind of insult? He was never going to understand this woman. Maybe it was a waste of time to try. And yet, some misguided part of him truly wanted her, wanted all the crew on the Ark, he supposed, to like him. Why in the holy universe he should care about any of them, other than Rachel, was beyond him. Still, here he was, wondering what the Icy thought about him. He'd gone off rotation. "Phoebe, sorry if I said the wrong things back on Ekron." She turned to face him, her eyebrows raised. "If you said the wrong things?" She stared at him open-mouthed for a moment. "Angels above, you're serious." She folded her arms across her chest and stepped closer to him, looking him right in the eye. "Okay, then. Yes, you said the wrong thing. Repeatedly. In great variety and with such flair, I almost admire your ability. In fact, I've rarely ever seen someone with that degree of skill at verbal missteps. I can only imagine your training in ninja school involved long hours of complex meditation on putting your foot in your mouth. Probably numerous positions to achieve the end result." He folded his arms, mimicking her. "Putting my foot, what does that even mean?" It means, she threw up her hands and started walking away. "It means this planet is too angels damned hot, and we should just find the signal and get out of here. The heat may not bother you, but I'm dripping sweat." "You look good, sweaty." She paused for 1 second, started to turn to him, then stopped and kept walking. Knight watched her ass. She was pretty damn... The street gave out beneath them. Layers of man-made stone cracked and plummeted, pitching them downward. Time slowed around him, but there was nowhere to go. They fell 8 or 10 meters into a tunnel, debris crashing down around them. Knight rolled with it, came up fast, then jerked Phoebe out of the way of another falling block. The commotion of their fall sent hundreds of monkeys skittering away from them. The little creature screeched and wailed, the sound of it grating on his nerves. "Shut up!" Knight snapped at them. Phoebe groaned and pushed herself up. "That's good. You argue with the other monkeys, Knight." "The other monkeys?" Yep. See anyone you know here?" "Fuck you, I see." "Aw, just distant cousins then?" Hundreds of the monkeys were dancing about the tunnel now, their eyes gleaming red, their fangs dripping venom. Their hair was aflame with the fires of hell. Cybernetic claws jutted from their hands. Some of them began to split in two, vanishing and reappearing, multiplying before his eyes. Knight clutched his head. The tunnel had begun to spin. "Knight?" Phoebe's eyes were glowing too. "Knight!" He pitched over sideways and crashed into the ground. She was laying beside him, an icy demon. "They're in our heads," the demon said. "Psych monkeys?" "I don't know, okay? But they're in our heads." Knight pushed himself up and drew his pulse pistol. Monkeys in his head. He didn't fucking think so.
He fired off a half-dozen shots at the duplicating, disappearing monkeys. More debris pitched down on them from the street above. Monkeys popped in and out of existence. "Knight, you'll bring the whole place down!" He fired off another pulse at a hell monkey. Cyborg monkeys. He was going to kill Rachel for bringing them to this cesspit of a planet. "Knight, when I fell, I hurt my head." Well, she was talking, so it couldn't be concussed that badly. "While the pain lasted, the monkeys seemed normal." "Huh?" He glanced at her. Phoebe nodded. "I think pain must block whatever psionic outputs they're affecting us with. If we could experience enough pain and still keep a clear head." Pain was in the mind. "Do it," he said. Phoebe pulled her electro-laser and dialed it down. At least it looked like down. Then the icy shot him with it. The bolt of lightning bowled him over, sending him into convulsions. He lay on the ground, spasming for a moment. Pain was in the mind. Pain was in the mind. Knight grit his teeth, rolled over and leveled his pulse pistol at a monkey. They were still chittering, but the vanishing and bilocation shit had stopped. With a steadying breath, Knight shot a monkey, then another, and another. The rest broke all at once, scrambling away. A moment later, the strange pressure in his head faded away. "You all right, Ninja Boy?" Phoebe was standing over him. "You shot me with lightning." "It was for the mission," he groaned. "You enjoyed it." She shrugged. "I do like my work." Without another word, she strode over to one of the fallen monkeys and began to examine it. After a moment, Knight climbed to his feet and joined her. Phoebe glanced up at him. "I thought I was hallucinating, but they really do have cybernetic implants." She pulled back some of the fur to reveal a metal prod sticking out from the monkey's temple. "Nanobots are rampant throughout their bloodstreams." Psychic cyborg hell monkeys. Yeah, we should have left Eden lost. Phoebe rose. What the void did the adversary do to this planet? God only knew. Chapter 39. Take a coin today. Tomorrow take 2. Each day thereafter, double the reward of the day before. What fool would end this bargain? All he must do is remain pious. No coin could ever buy the reward beyond. The Codex, Book of Cocobiel, on the Afterlife. Eden System, Milky Way. Rachel awakened on the shuttle, her head pounding and her body trembling with fear set deep inside her. Terror unlike anything she had known. A beautiful horror trapped forever in the moment of the death of an entire world. She glanced outside to take a last look at the city spread around her. The place was too empty, but not silent. Birds chirped everywhere, thousands and thousands of them. The whole planet had been taken back by nature, eerie and revitalizing in a way. 3,000 years had healed this world, and mankind could at last end the exodus. Except for Sykes. Eden could support norms. She could use the Ark to lead them here. But she was no longer certain she should. You know why they did it, don't you? David said. Rachel folded her arms and stared out the window. The angels had denied mankind their homeworld. Did the reason even matter? It should have been humanity's choice. And yet, to think the angels had really, truly created the Exodus to protect mankind, just like they said they had, it left her nauseated. Could she have been wrong about them? Was it possible? No. Whatever their reasons, they had created a totalitarian regime. There was no excuse for the physical and ideological domination of another species. She tapped her comm. Jordan to Knight. Knight here. We're going back to the Ark. A dangerous level of psionic energy remains on the planet. Are you all right? We're fine. Something is interfering with the scanners. Phoebe needs more time to locate the source of the signal. All right, be careful. The comm clicked off. She shut her eyes and tried to rest as David flew them home. The moment they broke orbit, she began to feel the familiar presence of the Ark in her mind. It must have picked up on the lingering fear that had suffused her, because it began to feed such terror back at her. The shuttle docked in the hangar, and Rachel rushed out. She had to get to the bridge and calm her Ark down. Rachel, wait a minute, David said. She glanced back at him but kept walking. She could feel the Ark fully reconnecting to her mind now she was aboard,
making her whole again. She wasn't going to listen to David demand she take the ship into battle right now.
I can't reach Leah. Something's not right.
Rachel almost walked into a pair of men in combat armor. It was similar to Sentinel form-fitting armor, but they wore sharply angled helmets and had the QI logo over their hearts.
On the ground, now,
one shouted. Rachel went for her mag, but her attackers already had theirs drawn. She'd never get it out in time. A pulse shot past her head and one QI soldier flew backward. A split second later, another pulse took the other one. David tackled her to the ground as more QI troops poured into the hallway. He launched himself up and flung a man down by his legs. How the voided QI even found them? How would anyone know where to find Eden? Could they have followed the arc through the conduit? It sounded impossible, but here they were. Another tried to pin David's weapon hand. David twisted the man's arm backward, and Rachel heard it crack.
Jordan, tonight, Rachel called into the comm. We've been boarded. Knight, come in.
A QI security man kicked her head, and the comm winked out. White light filled her eyes, and her ears rang. The ship was spinning, pulsing through her mind. Its voice spoke to her, warning of countless intruders swarming through her hull. They buzzed through her corridors like an army of ants, clogging her hallways. With a groan, she rolled over, staring at the ceiling. She blinked, trying to get her vision to clear. She couldn't hear anything except the warnings the arc blared through their shared mind. She turned to the side and saw mag rounds bouncing off David's suit. A dozen QI troopers lay sprawled around the hall, some shot, some with broken bones. More and more filed in, coming from all sides. Hands roughly jerked her to her feet. Her legs gave out beneath her, but she felt someone dragging her by the armpits. David caught another QI trooper in a headlock and flung him into a charging man. Where was his pulse pistol? Had he dropped it? A QI officer shot at him with an electrolaser. David jerked another man in front of him. The victim bore the brunt of the hit, but still David stumbled back. God, David. Rachel tried to call out to him, but her throat wouldn't work. Her words slurred over a thick tongue. Was she just dazed, or did she have a concussion? It was probably a good sign she could still think clearly enough to ask the question. More officers tackled David, a third, a fourth. Quasar Industries had come at them with an army. She heard a mag report. Her hearing was coming back. Rachel dug in her heels and shoved one of the men holding her. He stumbled away, and she threw herself onto the other man. Her weight barreled them both to the ground. His armor would prevent her blows from doing any serious harm, so she grabbed his head and banged it against the deck, repeatedly. A hand jerked her to her feet.
Run, Rach!
David! He shoved her down the corridor, and she ran. They were taking her ship, her ark. They were in her hallways. They had entered her bridge. She could feel them, like a gnawing rash eating away at her.
Get them out! Get them off me!
David shoved her down another hallway. Another security team formed up in front of them. Before Rachel could even react, David had pushed her around a corner. The echo of David's pulse pistol filled the hallway. He must have recovered it. Men and women screamed. He grabbed her hand and pulled her back the way they had been heading. 4 bodies now splattered the hallway. Her hallway. They were bleeding all over her. They were trying to take her. Chapter 40. No life should end before it has preserved 2 others. The Codex, Book of Raziel. Eden. Using a grapple, Knight climbed back up to the street level, Phoebe behind him.
We need to find the source of the power signal, Phoebe said. If something is still running down here, it could tell us how all this happened.
Knight shrugged, then looked about the ruined city. It must have once been a tropical paradise, and now was overrun with cyborg monkeys. Do you think the adversary used them as some kind of biological weapon? Phoebe faltered.
Do I think the greatest enemy in the history of man deployed weaponized monkeys?
No, Knight. I don't think that's what happened. Well, once you put it like that. A man stepped out from behind a building. He jabbed Phoebe in the ribs with a long staff, and she stumbled backward. She went for her pulse pistol. The man knocked it out of her hand with the staff. Knight jerked a throwing knife free from his thigh holster and flung it into the attacker's face. More men and women streamed from around the buildings. Each had a fighting staff that extended with a twist. He'd seen those telescoping staves before. The Lazarus group, the people who had found the Sefer on Gehenna, had fought with this kind of weapon. What the void were these people doing here? How had they found Eden, and why hadn't Rachel detected them? A man charged him, swinging his staff. Knight twisted out of the way and broke the attacker's nose. He jumped onto a ledge and ran along it, then leapt off, kicking another Lazarus grunt in the face. Knight landed in a crouch. 2 men had engaged Phoebe, but she was holding her own. More charged him. They were everywhere. The signal must have been a plant, an ambush, probably designed to lure Rachel right into their grasp. They'd want the Ark back from her. Instead, they'd gotten him. Poor bastards. Knight flipped into the air and pulled knives from his thigh sheaths. He flung a pair of them. One took a man in the throat. The other hit a woman in the shoulder. A red-headed woman swung her staff at Knight's head. He ducked, stepped behind her, and landed a tight hook to her kidney. The woman dropped like a rock. Another man jabbed at him. They were working together, focusing on him. They sent just enough men to distract Phoebe, while 24 of the fools chased after him. Knight flipped over another one and kicked him in the back. Even with his speed, he was spending almost all his time dodging the numerous staff strikes. They knew to focus on him. They must have known who he was. He caught one man in the ribs with a knife hand strike and stepped behind him, keeping the doubled-over foe between him and the others. "Jordan to Knight! We've been boarded! Knight, come in!" "Rachel, what the void?" He tapped his comm. "Rach!" A staff struck him on the side of the head. There was a moment of shock, blinding pain. It was in his head. Pain was in the mind. That was all. He was lying on the ground. Fight through it. "Phoebe, run! Go!" He pushed himself up. Another staff took him in the ribs. Broken. His every breath hurt. But he knew that pain too. He'd been taught to keep fighting despite it. He jabbed a knife into an attacker's eye and bore the man down, then jerked his arm out, flinging the knife into another goon's face. Knight rose slowly, clutching his ribs. The world was spinning too quickly. His vision was blurry. "Phoebe, they're in danger!" He could see her, hesitating on the edge of the ruins, waiting for him. "Go, damn you! Save them!" She couldn't help him. There were too many, too well prepared for this. He'd been a fool. He'd let himself get distracted. He'd been so worried about what she thought about him, about what any of them thought, and he'd let these fools sneak up on him. Small consolation the poor little shits got him instead of Rachel. Knight grit his teeth. He crushed a man's throat and broke another's arm. He swept one's feet. The motion made the ground spin, and Knight lost his balance, tumbling down. A woman lunged with a staff. Knight tried to fend it off, keep it from his head. Instead, the staff broke his arm. A lance of lightning shot along his forearm where he felt the bone crack. He roared, trying to get a hold on the pain. Angels above, he missed his kyoketsu and his sword. Another staff cracked him across the face. Chapter 41. When dealing with non-psychs, try to be considerate of their lack of understanding. They view us as having a gift they lack. This is true. But while a deaf man may bear the shrieking of a sonic pulsar without a flinch, and a blind man might walk through a gallery of horrific paintings without a care, so too are these psychically numb individuals unable to grasp the mental horrors we might occasionally encounter. Testament High School, Freshman Orientation. Eden System, Milky Way. God only knew what was wrong with Rachel. David had hoped the residual fear on Eden would flush out as soon as they left. She'd be fine. She had to be. David ushered her down another hallway, into the lab Leah had turned into the med bay. For that matter, David had no idea where Leah or Teppo were either. He prayed they lived, but Leah hadn't answered any attempt to contact her. For the moment, he was going to assume the Rahab was captured but alive. If these QI buggers had hurt her, he'd fry them. Rachel kept mumbling about people crawling inside her, invaders. She'd gotten too damn attached to this ark, that was it. Bloody void. Was she going through some kind of withdrawal from the psychic connection? Could she have become addicted to the damn ark? He'd seen it coming and had done nothing, which made him twice the fool for it. He grabbed her face between his hands. "Listen to me, Rach. Can you hear me?" She nodded, her eyes clear for a moment. "That's a good loss. Now we have to take the bridge, right? From there you can use the command chair and maybe we can drive the buggers off." She nodded again, then brushed her hair from her face. I think they can't use the chair because the ark is bonded to me. I can feel them trying to find a way to hack in, to gain control of me." She shook herself. "Of the ark, I mean." For a second, David wondered if severing the Ark's connection to Rachel wouldn't be best for all concerned. Seeing her like this, losing herself, was like being eaten alive, like watching a part of himself rotting and knowing no way to stop the process. He was supposed to protect the lass, to keep her safe from any threat, and now her connection to that ship, or her withdrawal from it, was hurting her. He held her face tighter, then kissed her forehead. "Please, Rach, I need you to focus for me, all right? Can you tell me another way to get to the bridge?" She blinked, then threw her arms around his neck. "Don't let them take the Ark, David!" Oh, shite. He wasn't sure he could stop QI by himself, but he supposed he had to try. "All right, Rach, all right. There has to be a commander here running the show. If we can take him down, it might give us a chance to regain control." Rachel nodded. "There's the lift. They probably don't know about it." "Good." He pressed a mag into her hands. Normally he'd never even consider arming a civilian, much less one in such a state. But that gun might be the only thing that would keep her alive. He couldn't well leave her behind. For all he knew, QI would kill her to sever her connection to the Ark. "Are you with me, Rach? Can you use this?" She nodded again and stood straighter. Angels preserve them. The smart thing to do here was surrender, but he had no way of knowing if they'd spare Rachel if he did that, and he wouldn't let them harm her. He'd die to protect her if he had to. "You stay behind me," he said. "Just guide me toward the left." She put a hand on his shoulder and did as he asked, nudging him forward. Bloody thing was nigh invisible. It merged so seamlessly with the floor. Rachel cupped her hands, and the lift disc detached from the floor and began to carry them upward. The Ark jolted. Rachel screamed and fell to her knees. In an instant he knelt beside her, hand on her back. "What happened, lass?" "They're shooting at me." "Who is?" Jericho Corp. Jericho cruisers are firing on us and the QI ship." She could feel what was happening outside the ship. She wasn't even in the bloody chair, and she could feel what the ship sensed. David had no idea what to do about that. And Jericho? Had QI brought the whole bloody conglomerate with them? Did everyone know where to find Eden now? What had they unleashed by coming here? The ship jerked again, and Rachel recoiled, almost stumbling off the lift. David grabbed her and pulled her into his arms. "I can't raise the kinetic shields without the chair." She was damn near sobbing. "It's all right." "No, they're shooting at me. Missiles and mag rounds, and they're sending boarding pods. Tiny ants crawling on me, trying to get inside. They're everywhere." Rachel brushed at her skin in a panic, shaking to be free of imaginary intruders. David shook her by the shoulders as the lift settled into place. "Look at me, Rach. Look into my eyes. It will be all right." He was not going to lose her to this. He couldn't say where he'd gone wrong. They never should have uncovered this Ark. Maybe the Redeemers had been right all along. Maybe mankind was not meant for such things. "This attack gives me the distraction I need to take the bridge, right? We'll take the bridge, then you can raise the shields." Her breath came so fast he feared she'd hyperventilate, but she nodded, clutching her mag in a death grip. Bloody void. He rose, activated his helmet, then peeked around the corner. A pair of QI guards watched the bridge door. They spotted him instantly and unleashed a torrent of mag rounds. His suit would absorb the impact of such rounds, but eventually they'd wear through it, especially if the kinetic shields gave out. David rolled around the corner and came up firing. A pulse took one QI officer in the chest, scorching his armor. He fell, even as David shot the next man. "Rachel!" She scurried down the hall behind him. Now or never. He buzzed the bridge door and rushed through, gun out. Almost immediately, mag rounds clanked off his armor. The HUD in his helmet displayed his kinetic shield gauge, nearly bled dry. He ran forward, elbowing one QI guard while firing a burst of pulses into the commander. The unfortunate man flew backward through the air and impacted the bridge screen, or the wall that could become a screen when Rachel wanted. David spun and shot another guard. Mag rounds rushed around the room. Rachel had emptied a full burst into another guard. QI armor was good, but not as good as a sentinel suit. The woman Rachel shot collapsed. One of the supersonic rounds had pierced her suit, probably sent her organs into hydrostatic shock. David slapped magnetic restraints on the man he'd elbowed. Rachel slipped into the chair. A moment later, she reached into the air and flexed her hand, and the lighting changed. "I've sealed the bridge." It was a start, but they still had to find Leah and Teppo, and Knight and Phoebe were still down on that planet. Chapter 42. We have lines of food tailored to the specific tastes of the Rahabim, rich in seafood. The Anakim, high in iron, and the Horum loaded with fats. Most of our factory rejects are converted into stuff the Gesherim can't get enough of. Varda Bello, Mana Products CEO, in a closed shareholder meeting leaked to MNN. November 1st, 3096. Gadara, Milky Way. Only a single light illuminated the room, and it stung Knight's eyes the moment he opened them. He was strapped to a table, fixed at an incline against the wall, holding him not quite vertical. A band held his head in place. Others held his wrists and his legs. A chill brushed over him, and he realized his coat and shirt had been removed. By the lack of pain in his ribs or arm or head, he guessed they'd healed those wounds. Actually, he did have a headache, but not the kind he should have after a blow to the head like that. "Phoebe?" A man in a gray lab coat stalked over to him, then shined a light directly into his eyes, checking his pupils for brain damage. Knight grimaced. "If you let me go right now, I won't kill you." The man didn't respond, but as he removed the light, Knight got a better look. His skin was tinged blue. A Duma, and not the least bit insane-seeming. "I thought you people were practically extinct," Knight said. Without answering, the Duma walked over to a table or desk just out of view. The room's light was focused on Knight's body, meaning the rest of it was in near darkness. The Duma returned and injected something into Knight's neck. "What the fuck? Where am I?" "Your questions will be answered. In time." A sharp burning began at the site of the injection and spread through his veins. Every beat of his heart sent a torturous fire pounding through him. Knight grit his teeth, repeating his mantra. "Pain is in the mind. Pain is in the mind." They'd poisoned him. Why bring him here just to poison him? It stood to reason they didn't plan to kill him with the poison. So the poison was intended merely to cause pain. They were torturing him, which meant he knew something they wanted, or they thought he did. Rachel. It always came back to Rachel. They were trying to use him to get to her, which was about as likely to happen as a sun freezing over. The Duma had gone mad after the vanishing. Rachel had told him. Most of them died, and here was one, torturing him. "I'm going to kill every last one of you," Knight said, trying to keep his voice steady against the pain burning in his chest. "You know that, right? I'm going to put a knife through your eye." His chest seized up, and he couldn't breathe. The light around him blurred, until all he could see was white, hot light engulfing him. His eyes burned. He saw himself as a young boy, when they first brought him to a cell. Gaborim in training were given a cube to sleep in, 3 meters on a side, with a small drain in the floor for waste. A woman shoved him into the room, and he fell, scraping his knees. How old was he? 3, maybe.
"This is your world now, Ezekiel,"
the woman, Sarah Oshiro, said.
"This will be your world until you can kill a man with your bare hands. Then your world will grow a bit larger."
And it had. The first time he'd killed a man, they'd given him a cell 4 meters on a side. That one had a mat for sleeping on. Someone squeezed the back of his neck and pressed a cold metal instrument against his wrist. His body is fighting off the retrovirus. His immune system has adapted in remarkable time. Knight couldn't see the speakers. His vision was too blurred. It sounded like the same voice. Test his responses to electrical stimuli. If he really is, well, he should be able to handle a great deal of pain without passing out. There were shapes in the room with him. A pair of men, maybe a third. His tongue was thick. "Enjoy this while you can, bitches," he mumbled. An electric jolt shot through him, and his body convulsed. Another followed, and another. Every nerve in his body was on fire. It was like getting hit with a shock grenade, repeatedly. He tried to scream, but his throat just seized. 10 years later, Oshiro's father had died, and she had become the unspoken, the leader of the Gaborim. Knight was 13, and he'd just assassinated an overweight businessman. He never knew what the man had done to deserve it. Maybe he'd spoken out against the Shadow Council. Maybe he'd just been a convenient target for Sarah to test her rising star. Either way, when Sarah led him to his cell, she had a young, naked girl waiting for him.
"Serve well, and you get rewarded, Ezekiel," Sarah said. "Anything you want can be yours, as long as you are ours. Now take her, and be a man."
Knight had fumbled, hardly knowing what to do, until Sarah had given him explicit instructions. The girl had lain there, pliant, saying nothing while he'd had his first sexual experience. Sarah had watched the whole encounter, and it all left Knight feeling strange inside. For his body, though, it had been the most amazing feeling he could have imagined. And only later, after the girl and Sarah had gone, had he wondered if she had been so willing because Sarah had compelled her. For years after, the thought had come back to him when he was alone in that cell. The wonder if Sarah had threatened the girl into obedience or just paid her. He hoped it was the latter. 1,000 murders might stain his hand, he had lost count, but for all his sins, he hoped he could say he had never raped a girl. He had killed mothers and fathers, sons and daughters. He had burned buildings, stolen, lied, and cheated. And here he was, trembling over a girl from 15 years ago. "I'm going to kill you all," he mumbled again into the darkness. Someone injected something else into his arm. Wave after wave of dizziness swept over him until he wanted to vomit, but dared not because of the angle they'd tied him at. He could well choke on his own bile. Instead, it scorched his throat. He faded out of consciousness. It was impossible to say how much time had passed when he woke again. A new man stood in the room, this one wearing a hooded coat, the same gray as the scientist's. "Ezekiel Knight, welcome." Knight had heard that voice before. The man's face was shrouded in shadow, but he'd seen it, too. Galaxies, Rachel's contact at Quasar Industries. So it was QI and not the Lazarus group who held him? "I know you can hear me, Mr. Knight." No, these people fought like the Lazarus group, using those same weapons, which meant either Galaxies was working with Lazarus, or he was one of them all along. One of their leaders, by the way the other scientists deferred to him. "I understand if you don't want to talk to me. The experiments must have been very uncomfortable." "What do you want?" "Well, I want to see if my investment in your parents was worthwhile. Do you know where you are?" "Some facility belonging to the Lazarus group." The man smiled and walked back into the shadows. "That's right. Did you know we designed Gideon Knight in the room just below here? That was the easy part, of course. It was more effort ensuring he meant Shahana and Gehenna, ensuring they had a child. You." His parents? With the void? Knight tried to shake his head to clear it, but the restraint held him. Instead, he blinked. A lingering fire still ran through his muscles, and his brain felt like they'd tried to liquefy it. "I never even knew my parents. They died when I was very young." "Yes, but I knew them. I knew them both. In fact, the Lazarus group has been studying your bloodline for 7 generations, Ezekiel." That Duma drifted to Knight's side and scanned him, then nodded at Galaxies. "My name is Knight." He tried to make it a growl, but it came out with less force than he'd have liked. "As you wish, Knight. This was never about Rachel. You were hoping to get me in that ambush." "Well, yes. I thought that much was obvious. Dr. Jordan will be in custody soon enough, but you are a greater prize, Knight. Focus. Pain is in the mind. All human weakness could be compartmentalized, locked away, mind over matter." Knight forced his eyes to clear, and he locked his face on Galaxies. The son of a bitch was smiling. "Impressive. Do you know why you can do that? Do you think it was merely a matter of Gabor training? If that was the case, then why were you better at it than most of your comrades?" "I look forward to telling Rachel I broke you in half." Yes. But before that happens, perhaps we could have a civilized conversation." Knight chuckled. "You've abducted and tortured me, and you want a conversation? Fuck you." Galaxies spread his hands. "So be it. I thought you wanted answers." "What do you want from me?" The man stepped back into the light and met Knight's gaze. He had the uncanny sensation of someone boring into him, like this man could see his very soul. Was Galaxies a telepath? Rachel had never said that, but then he didn't know if she would know it either. "The angels created 13 races of man." 12, Knight said. "Besides Norms and Sykes, there are Horum and Rahabim, Anakim, Emim." Knight's eyes darted to the scientist still scanning him. "Dumahim, a few others who don't matter." Galaxies snorted. "Yes, the Gog, the Magog, and the Zuzim. The Caphardim and the Gesherim. Races suited for high-gravity worlds and low-gravity worlds. Those who could survive in blistering heat or freezing cold. And they created psychs, humans with limited psionic potential. Nothing to challenge an angel, of course, but they expanded the human mind, advanced it millions of years. Still, each of these races had limitations. Imagine a race that might combine these traits. The 13th race, the Nephilim, was never fully realized. They were meant to be spiritual successors to the angels themselves, capable of achieving greatness beyond human potential, capable of blending many of the traits of other races, and of achieving physical and mental heights beyond any others. What are you saying? The retroviruses we've been injecting into you are meant to activate dormant genes you already have within you. Did you know I sent Dr. Jordan to you in the first place? Waste not, want not, night. The more stress you were placed under, the more chance your genetic abnormalities would shine through. You already have heightened reflexes, but it could be so much more. Knight tried to swallow, but his throat was too dry. They'd given him nothing to eat or drink since he'd been here. Are completely off rotation. Galaxies quirked a smile, then patted Knight on the cheek. We've put a great deal of time and effort into your bloodline. Don't disappoint me. Now, you'll have to excuse me. I have to go claim the Ark. The Ark. Rachel. Knight wasn't there to protect her. Phoebe might well be dead, too. Knight struggled against the restraints. He roared at Galaxies, but the man just disappeared out a doorway. Chapter 43. According to trusted sources, hostilities have broken out in the system that is allegedly the fabled birthplace of mankind, Eden. No word on casualties at this time. However, what seems clear is that, Eden or not, the legacy of our forebears has followed us to this newly discovered world. Up next on Truth or Heresy, Dr. Aaron Schwartz of New Rome University will tell you everything you need to know about this mysterious planet that may have once been home to all of humanity. Susanna Wallach, Mazzaroth News Network. Eden System. Another QI trooper fell, a pulse blast tearing a hole in his chest. David peeked around the corner. Clear. They'd spent hours trying to secure the ship, but conglomerate troops were coming in faster than he could kill them. Sooner or later, one was going to get a lucky shot in on him. David's comm buzzed in his ear. I found Leah, Rachel said from the bridge. They're holding her one deck below you, about a half-kilometer ahead. Good work. He'd hated leaving Rachel alone on the bridge, but they had to find Leah, and for the moment, Rachel was safe. David ran down the hall, for once glad the Ark was so bloody large. It meant even with the small army, QI couldn't fill all the halls with soldiers. The best they could do was secure major junctions and strategic points. That left him relatively free to move about and take them down one by one. By his count, he'd killed or incapacitated 22 QI troopers so far. Of course, he had no way to know how many there were on the ship, but Rachel was working on that. You're nearing their position now, David, Rachel said. David slowed his advance and crept forward, stopping just outside the room. How many in sight? Hang on, it's not like there's a cam in there. It's more like the Ark can feel... I have to concentrate. I think 4, besides Leah. One by the door, the other spread out. Left or right from the door? Left. All right, then. David buzzed the door and charged in, immediately slamming his elbow into the man guarding the door. He shot another QI trooper before they even realized what was happening. The next pointed a mag at Leah. Leah was bound with magnetic restraints, sitting at a table. Drop it, or she... David shot him. The last man fired at him. A hail of mag rounds glanced off his armor, shredding his shields. He rolled behind a table. Mag rounds tore right through that, too. David fired a burst of pulses in the attacker's direction. The mag rounds ceased. Well, not his cleanest rescue mission ever, but it worked. He rose, scanning the room. Blood from Leah's former captor now spattered her pretty face. Her disgusted expression might have made him laugh if it wasn't for the fact he had just killed 3 men. You all right, lass? Yeah, great. Get these things off me. He undid her restraints, then placed them on the man he had knocked out. Bugger would have a headache to beat the holy universe. But since he was the only one of his lads getting out alive, he was the lucky one.
David, come in, Rachel said over the comm. Aye, I'm here. I've just picked up a signal from the planet. Phoebe's shuttle was damaged, and she's under attack from the Lazarus group. She says they've taken Knight. Seriously? He was impressed anyone could take Knight alive. The Gehenna was vicious as a Kelnian badger and 10 times as fast. All right, we've got to go get her then. Rachel was quiet for a moment. I've got my hands full holding off the Jericho fleet, David. Shite. David couldn't well leave Rachel alone to fend off any remaining QI troopers either. Leah seemed to see what he was thinking, because she nodded. Don't worry, I can take the shuttle down to get Phoebe. David moved to scratch his head, forgetting for a moment he wore his helmet up. He lowered his hand and instead patted Leah on the shoulder. That's not going to be a fun ride, lass. There's a whole fleet out there, jamming our signals and trying to keep us from escaping Eden. If they spot the shuttle... I'm a qualified pilot, Commander. Commander. Ah. Leah must have been feeling a wee bit touchy. David squeezed her shoulder. Don't think I don't believe in you. I just don't want to lose you. For a moment, Leah chewed her lip and a barely suppressed wave of emotion surged from her. Emotions he couldn't read, though he was sure Rachel would have been able to. Leah shrugged out of his grip, then tapped her suit to extend her helmet. You won't. I am a sentinel. They caught me off guard once. It won't happen again. Leah paused to grab one of the mags, then jogged down the hall. Be careful, David shouted after her. Leah waved a hand at him without looking back and kept running. Sometimes it was easy to forget she had all the training and lethal skills of any other sentinel. She too wore the black-on-black uniform of those who guarded humanity against the darkness. Part of him wanted to go with her, to make sure she was safe, but Leah clearly needed to do this alone. Her pride had been hurt when those QI troopers had taken her. He supposed that must be why she was acting so strange. He could understand it. Best let her go. Besides, Rachel needed him. He jogged back to the bridge. Several QI troops had gathered there and begun trying to cut through the door to reach Rachel. David shot them all. Chapter 44. Humans are not animals. God gave you free will, which is why you are capable of both sin and nobility. In a universe filled with misguided creatures, humanity alone shows the promise to advance beyond his humble origins. However, do not, in folly, believe yourselves to be the equal of the angels. We are God's servants. You are merely precocious creations. Sefer Raziel. Gadara, Milky Way. Knight opened his eyes. There was someone in the room with him. Knight could feel it. It was more than the sense he normally had of such things. He could feel the man outside the room, too. He could feel the table and the darkness. He could feel the instruments sitting there. He could feel straps binding him, held by magnetic restraints. He couldn't see these things, but he felt them all. His mind focused on the restraints. He could brush them, sense their hold on his arms. He closed his eyes and pushed, and the restraints clicked open. He fell from the inclined table and landed on his hands and knees. He felt it when the man in the room froze, then slowly turned to face him. Knight lifted his head to look into the Duma's eyes, savoring the sudden horrible fear there. The man ran for the door. Knight launched himself at the table, grabbed a scalpel, then tackled the scientist. He rolled the man over and slipped the knife through his eye. Told you. Knight panted, the room spinning. He had to get a grip on himself. These fuckers had done something to him, but he was still Gabor. He could fight through any pain, any torture. And people needed him. Now, finally, after so many years, he had something beyond himself to fight for. Rachel needed him, and so did Phoebe and the others. He took 2 deep breaths, then patted down the dead man. He had one of those telescoping staffs in his coat. Not as good as a sword, but it would do. Beyond, on a table in the corner, they had Knight's coat and knives. He re-equipped himself and took a moment to catch his breath. He had no way of knowing where he was or how much time had passed. Maybe less than a day, maybe more. He rushed out and found a Lazarus guard roaming the halls. The man balked, as if unsure he was really seeing Knight free. In a heartbeat, Knight had closed the distance. The guard tried to draw a staff. Knight cracked him across the face with his own.
He spun, hitting the falling man again on the backswing. The guard twisted around, flying through the air. Knight paused by a floor-to-ceiling smart glass window. Outside was night, but the darkness was pushed back by numerous skyscrapers. He had no idea where he was, but obviously he wasn't still on Eden. Which meant he needed a way to get a signal to Rachel. She'd come for him. For once in his life, he had no trouble trusting someone else. He knew she'd come for him. It was an odd feeling, placing that level of trust in anyone. Sarah would be disappointed in him, call him soft. He was beginning to think it meant something else entirely. An alarm resounded through the hallways. Knight took off running. His legs felt supercharged. His heart beat so fast it felt it would pound right out of his chest. The hallways rushed past him faster than he'd ever run before. He burst into a room with a half-dozen people in it. They'd been sitting around a mess table and must have just jumped up at the alarm based on the overturned trays of food. They turned at his entrance, readying staffs. He was faster. He leapt onto a table and flipped over a woman, slapping his staff into her spine as he did. The crack told him he'd broken her back. He tripped another man and snapped his weapon up to break a third man's jaw. Another guard charged at him. And Knight could feel the staff in the man's hands. An instinct, he reached for it. The staff flew out of the man's hand and into Knight's. The man skidded to a stop, staring. Telekinesis. The rarest of all psionic gifts. With his mind, Knight pushed on the second staff, and it hurtled back at its owner. It struck him in the chest and sent him stumbling to the ground. "You have to be the stupidest little shits in the universe to give me this kind of power," he said. He traded blows with the remaining guards. They reeled backward every time he landed a strike, like he had the strength of an Anik. He broke a man's head and a woman's sternum. More guards rushed into the room and charged him. He tore through them like they were training dummies. With his mind, he grabbed a tray of bubbling pasta and sent it soaring at a Lazarus goon like it was a discus. The tray hit the man in the chest and sent him flying backward. Knight downed 2 more men with his staff. The other Lazarus warriors began to cluster together, backing into a corner. They tried to hold him at bay, keeping their staffs held at length. Knight leapt to a wall, kicked off it, and landed in their midst. He rained blow after blow on the sick bastards. The fools and kidnappers who had injected him with viruses, tortured him with electric shock, all to see if they could unlock some angel eugenics project to create super soldiers. It seemed to have worked. His staff crushed a man's windpipe. He ran from the mess hall, then paused at a massive window. It overlooked a city, a skyline of buildings as far as the eye could see. On the street below, he saw more people wearing the same Lazarus group coats, like this entire city was under their control. He ran to a console and tapped it. Building schematic. A display flashed on screen, showing him a wireframe of the entire compound. There, a parking garage. He could escape through there, but he was going to need a distraction. Always misdirect your foes. He scanned the schematic. Central cooling system. Knight killed 2 more Lazarus groupers on his way, then burst into the cooling system. A giant vent shaft ran up dozens of floors above him and back all the way down to ground level. They had given him telekinesis. He wondered how far it could reach. He'd heard those few psychs with a gift could often reach pretty far. Rumors always persisted of psychs powerful enough to tear a hover in half with their minds. Was that possible? He reached a hand toward the fan at the top. He could feel it there. His mind could touch the shape of it, as though he ran his fingers over the rotating blades. He closed his hand, felt himself tugging on the fan. He yanked his hand straight down. Metal shrieked. The entire shaft bent, and the blade jerked free. It plummeted down the shaft, embedding in the fans below. The metal caught and crunched itself together, the sound mind-rending. The shaft shuddered, and Knight ran from it. The coolant would build up inside, and with the fans doing nothing but kicking up sparks, sooner or later something would blow from the pressure. All the distraction he'd need. He ran to the parking garage and grabbed a hoverbike. No key. So how was he going to... He could feel the bike, too. Feel its engine. He prodded it with his mind, and it started. Damn. Almost enough to make him grateful to Galaxies. Almost. Now time to show his gratitude. The parking garage was a circular tower with massive glass walls. Knight drove straight at one, blasting through it with his mind. The glass cracked and fell. He launched the hover onto the massive falling pane, then spun it, dropping onto the roof of another building. From there, he yanked the bike up and leapt to another building, and then down to the street. Behind him, windows exploded out of the Lazarus building. Chapter 45. Gadara. Oh yes, it's one of our research planets. What's that? Oh, well, there are more than 10,000 planets under independent QI sovereignty. It would be unreasonable to expect a single person to be aware of every project on every such world. Gallagher Blake, CEO of Quasar Industries. Gadara, Milky Way. Everything unfolded before his mind. This must have been what it was like to be a psych in the conduit. Knight supposed he was a psych now. He could see the hoverbikes chasing him, though not with his eyes. The city unfolding before him was massive compared to those on Gehenna, yet the population seemed sparse for its size. Giant buildings rose from the ground like glittering teeth lighting the night sky. He zoomed down another alley and back out to the main street, zipping along the line of neon green lights indicating the paths. A pair of soldiers leveled mag rifles at him. Knight twisted and shot off in the opposite direction. Mag rounds zipped past him. He drove erratically, merging in and out of traffic to keep them from getting a clear shot. Was this whole damned planet controlled by the Lazarus group? He'd seen a tower to the west with a massive antenna. A communications relay, most likely. His best chance to send a signal. He angled around a hover truck and pulled the bike to a stop in front of the tower. For a few steps, he ran toward the back. He could scale the building and sneak in. That was the way he knew. Clinging to darkness, stalking the shadows, bringing death to the unsuspecting. But these people had made something different of him now. Something else entirely. Instead, he walked right through the front door. A security alarm went off the moment he entered, and a guard moved for him. Knight landed a tight punch to the man's chest, and he crumpled. Another pair of guards leapt up from the front desk. How strong had he become? How far could he push his telekinetic abilities? Time to find out. He reached out to the ceiling panel above the desk and pulled. The ceiling above them collapsed, burying the guards in rubble. A cloud of dust and debris washed over the room. Knight ran for the stairs. With the security alert, the lift was too dangerous. He dashed up floor after floor, slowly realizing it wasn't even beginning to tire him. What had these people done to him? He jumped onto a rail and kicked off to the next floor, and the next. Guards flooded the stairwell. Knight extended his staff, and they did the same. Had to be 8 of them, but in these tight quarters, their numbers meant little. One thrust at him, seeming to move in slow motion. Knight sidestepped and slapped the man on the head with his staff, then jerked it back the other way to down another foe. The stairs erupted into the chaos of melee. Guards swung at him. He blocked with his staff and leapt onto a rail, and then jumped up another level while stabbing his staff downward to crack a skull. His heart was beating so hard he was pretty sure it would burst if he kept this up. A human body could only take so much, and even if he didn't feel tired, he had to be pushing his limits, if he still had any. He ascended several more levels to reach the control room. The worker spun the moment Knight kicked open the door. He was barely a man, perhaps in his early 20s, eyes full of fear. The boy's hands trembled as he reached for a button on his console. Don't. Knight strode forward and yanked him out of his chair. Where am I? What planet is this?
Gadara.
What galaxy?
The Milky Way, sir.
Lock the door. Knight shoved the boy toward it, and he did as he was told. The Milky Way. It meant he was still in the same galaxy as Eden, and, he hoped, the Ark. He checked the date. Less than a day since he was taken. It felt like a lifetime. Mazeroth, personal access. Ezekiel Knight. Code Shinobi 1275L. Contact Rachel Jordan. The signal buzzed for a minute, but no response came through. She had to answer. She'd never abandon him. Would she? He was more than just her bodyguard. He was her friend. At least he'd thought. Before David. He shook his head. No, he was letting the tortures these people had put him through get in his head. Leave a message. Rachel, I'm on planet Gadara. I was taken by the Lazarus group, and they're closing in on my position. I need extraction from this planet immediately. Please. Mazeroth off. He glanced at the boy, now cowering in the corner, then rubbed his head. His eyes hurt. Void, his whole damn body hurt. He could turn this building into a bloodbath of soldiers sent after him, but sooner or later, they would send heavier threats than he was prepared to deal with. What happened if the Lazarus groupers decided he was too much trouble and sent a carrier to blast this entire building into the void? He could flee, hide, but then Rachel might not be able to find him. He couldn't fly a ship himself. It had never been part of his training as Gibor. He was beginning to think such training would become his first priority if he ever got back to the Ark. Even if he could steal a shuttle, he'd still be trapped in this solar system. It was like being stuck back on Gehenna, denied the chance at the greater universe. A prisoner of circumstance. Ironic, given he was now probably a psych. Would it mean he could learn to navigate the conduit? None of it mattered right now. He had to leave this room. They'd know he was here. In fact, he was going to have to hold out for as long as he could, and pray someone was coming for him. Chapter 46. Food you can trust. Mana Products Company slogan, 3055 to 3091 EY. Date of the necrocephalitis incident. Eden System, Milky Way. "I'm back, Rach," David called through the bridge door, not even bothering with the comm. She buzzed him in. "Thank God, David," she said, though she kept her eyes on the hologram ahead of her. "The bastards were cutting through my skin." Right, her skin. Fantastic. He retracted his helmet. Teppo crawled out from behind a nav console he'd been using as shelter. "Is it possible to go back to Horish? Maybe take one of those supersuits with internal cooling and make a go of it?" "Don't get me started on that," David grumbled. "These numpties practically started a second war getting me off that rock. You're the beneficiary of a series of mistakes." Teppo shrugged. "My pop always said, buy low, sell high. Applies to everything from bulk trade goods to birthday gifts. I imagine it applies to rescues, too. The market's looking ripe for collapse." One of these days, David would have to find out exactly what Teppo had done to get himself shipped off to Horish in the first place. Rachel cut in. "I've picked up a message from Knight. He's asking for extraction from another planet." "What? Bloody void. The Lazarus group had taken him to another system? Where?" "Gadara." "I could also get dropped off there," Teppo added. "Civilized planet, Mazaroth access. I can hitch rides from there." David scratched his head. "That's a world owned by QI. It's not far from here, but we can't go now. Leah just took a shuttle down to get Phoebe. We have to get her first. You're going to have to tell him to hold out a wee bit longer." "You tell him," Rachel said. "I'm kind of preoccupied operating the weapons by myself." There was irony for him. Knight had been the one to rescue him from Horish, and now David was going to have to be the one to tell him no one was coming right now. Small comfort knowing the Gehennan could take care of himself. David hated leaving anyone behind, but these were the choices a commander had to make. Phoebe was already here, expecting extraction. "Mazaroth on," David said. Chapter 47. According to multiple sources, conglomerate infighting has broken out into all-out hostilities between Jericho Corporation and Quasar Industries. Media liaisons for both companies deny these reports. However, MNN has obtained exclusive video showing Quasar and Jericho vessels engaged in battle. Sensitive viewers, please be advised, this video may be disturbing. Susanna Wallach, Mazaroth News Network. Eden System, Milky Way. Ships had gathered all around her. More Quasar Industries cruisers had joined the battle. The sky swarmed with threats, stinging Rachel like 1,000 insects. For hours, Jericho had been trying to board the Ark. She'd shot down a seemingly endless barrage of missiles, boarding pods, and drones, and even managed to take out a cruiser that drew too close. She didn't want to call upon the wrath, not if there was any other choice. David had reported clearing many of the QI troopers, only to find a pod of Jericho soldiers had boarded, and Rachel had left Knight alone on Gadara. The Lazarus group had probably tried to torture him to get information about her and her Ark. Knight was her responsibility, a member of her crew, and she'd left him because of Leah and Phoebe. Leah, the woman in love with her man. How easy it would be to just leave her behind and head to Gadara. Well, maybe not that easy, with a fleet between them and the gate. It didn't matter. She would never do that. David would never forgive her for it, even if she could have lived with herself. She was doing all this to help people, not to abandon them. At least, that's what she kept telling herself. But then she'd probably killed several hundred people today, too. "Come in, Jordan," David's voice said over the comm. "Rachel here. I've cleared the Jericho boarding party, but my suit's damaged. I need to return and repair it, let it recharge." A sudden sense told her another party had boarded in the hangar, little bugs crawling around inside her without her permission. They all needed to be stepped on. The thought made her shudder. When had she been willing to kill so readily? Was this her feeling, or the Ark's? Could such an entity, a ship with the power to reshape worlds or destroy them, have a conscience? Her own identity had become so hopelessly enmeshed in the Ark's, she couldn't say where the line lay anymore. It wasn't just her ship. It was an extension of herself. It had bonded with her brain. She felt its heartbeat like her own. So anything she did to prevent an invasion was really just self-defense. Wasn't it? David buzzed the bridge door and she waved it open. Her eyes were dry from staring at the hologram so long. So far, the remaining cruisers had kept their distance. Still, Rachel hoped Leah would return quickly. Her enemies were multiplying rapidly. "Are you all right?" Rachel asked David without looking at him. "Aye, I'm fine." His voice sounded pained, so she spared him a glance. David had removed his suit top and pulled back his undershirt, revealing a bloody wound on his arm. Even Sentinel armor could take only so much punishment. "David, I'm fine, Rach." He wasn't fine. He was bleeding, trying not to show her how much it hurt. Rachel's senses were so caught up in the Ark she couldn't read David's feelings. A sudden emptiness opened inside her chest. As she became the Ark, was she losing the man she needed most? Leah definitely needed to get back here so she could treat that wound. The thought, so detached, wrenched Rachel's heart. Couldn't she get out of the damned chair and do something herself? But the situation demanded her every attention. David began field dressing the wound, but he must have caught the look on her face. "I've done this before, you know." He injected himself with something. Nanobot regenerators, probably. Her mind flashed with an incoming call, a Mazzaroth call originating within the Ark itself, from the hangar bay screen. Galaxies Blake. God, he was on the Ark. "Receive call." The hangar bay filled her screen. Galaxies stood there, surrounded by a dozen armed QI guards in heavy combat armor. David would be hard-pressed to fight that many, especially with his suit damaged. These soldiers were armed with mag rifles, too. "Dr. Jordan," Galaxies said, "you've gotten yourself into quite the predicament, haven't you?" Rachel reached into the hologram and flung microclusters of nanobots to vaporize more drones that drew too close. "I've been in tighter spots." Being trapped on Gehenna, pursued by the entire force of Gibborim, came to mind. Right now, she had the most powerful ship in the known universe at her disposal. Things could be worse. "Rachel, you must turn the Ark over to me. If you don't, you risk losing it to Jericho Corporation. They have you badly outnumbered, and you cannot hope to fight them all alone, even with the Ark." Rachel almost laughed. God, he was still thinking she would just hand it over. No one would ever separate her from the Ark. It was an extension of herself. She could no more give it up than give up her own hand. "Be that as it may," she said. "Why in the holy universe would I give it to you?" "Because it's mine." "Look, whatever contract we had before, I'm sorry, but circumstances have changed, and I cannot turn the Ark over to you or any other corporation." Galaxies shook his head slowly. "You mistake me. I do not speak of our broken contract. The Ark is mine." He lowered his hood, then let the robe fall away. A heartbeat later, a hologram surrounding him winked out and revealed his true face. A cybernetic bar poked out the side of his cheek and another above one eye. That was nothing, though, compared to the cybernetic wings on his back. His muscles flexed and stretched his wings out to a 5-meter span. A beautiful, terrible fold of metallic razors layered one upon another. "Dear God," David said by her side, his voice a bare whisper. Rachel's mouth wouldn't work. Her brain wouldn't work. It was impossible. The angels were gone. They'd vanished. She had the only remaining angels in the ship's cryochamber. The universe didn't need them anymore. "Not God," Galaxies said. "Just his messenger. I am the angel Raziel. I have led you to my work so you might uncover the Ark, Dr. Jordan. Now you will hand it over to my command." Chapter 48. The angels have gone. The vanishing is upon us. Now is the time for us to rise to the challenge set forth in the Codex and keep mankind's covenant with the angels. Peter Agassi, Redeemer Hierophant at the time of the vanishing. Gadara, Milky Way. On his new bike, Knight zipped around the Gadara streets. Lazarus groupers were fucking everywhere, but they still seemed to think they would somehow take him alive. That misconception had cost a great many of them already. A half-dozen of them buzzed down the street after him, weaving in and out of traffic. They didn't have Gabor training. They didn't have his reflexes. Knight veered down another street, darting among other hovers. Glancing over his shoulder, he sent a telekinetic wave blasting into one bike. It upended, pitched straight forward, and slammed the driver into a passing hover. Another bike slammed into the pile-up an instant later. He could barely suppress a grin at that. Stupid, stupid shits. If you're going to give someone psionic powers, best to make sure he's not going to use them against you. A hover carrier dropped down into the street just before night as he turned back. A hail of mag slugs ripped through the ground, shredding it and sending up a wave of dust. Knight banked so sharply he tumbled off the hoverbike. It careened into the mag's line of fire. Slugs ripped it in half, and it exploded. Knight lay on the ground for a split second, trying to clear his head. Everything was ringing out. A hatch on the hover popped, and groupers with staffs began to climb out. Knight kicked up, then dashed for the nearest alley. Mag rounds lit the path ahead of him, forcing him to pull up short. Another hover settled down beside the first. "Ezekiel Knight," the loudspeaker called. "Stand down immediately." So they'd been following his family for 7 generations. There was no way Galaxies would let them destroy all his work in a hail of mag slugs. Probably. Knight waited for a few of the groupers to be standing on the carrier's edge. Then he took off running again. Vaguely, he wished he could see the looks of frustration on their faces. More shots reported around, warning shots. They weren't willing to kill him yet. He supposed if he kept dropping bodies, that might change pretty soon. He raced around the alley, then scrambled around the side of the nearest building, pulling up to a stop. As expected, the hover carriers both followed him down the alley. Just how strong was his telekinesis? With his mind, Knight reached out, grasping the front of the lead carrier. He twisted, jerking it around, or trying. It was like trying to turn a stuck valve. He focused all his will, all his pain into it. The carrier careened to a stop. "What the void?" someone shouted. Roaring, Knight heaved. The hover spun off to the side, slammed into the building, and collided with the other carrier. One of the pair fired a hover jet, sending both slamming into the opposite building. Knight's legs gave out, and he fell forward and caught himself on his hands and knees. Blood streamed from his ears and nose. His breath came in ragged gasps. It wouldn't slow. His heart was trying to beat out of his ribs. An explosion in the alley consumed both hovers, the force of it sending Knight rolling over. Gasping, he managed to stumble and crawl his way to the nearest building. Okay. He couldn't do that again. Chapter 49. Listen, I understand your position. I really do. But I don't see how nanomesh suits are a violation of the Codex. General Sagan was speaking metaphorically when he said that the nanomesh was one with his sentinels. I'm sure the angels would have understood the poetic use of language, even coming from a general not widely known for flowery turns of speech. Galaxies Blake, CEO Quasar Industries, to Redeemer Hierophant Noah Jordan. Eden System, Milky Way. Rachel stammered, trying to get her mouth to work. Galaxies was an angel? Not just any angel. The angel Raziel. The angel who wrote the Sefer Raziel. Galaxies had given her the lead to find the book on Gehenna. He'd directed her to Knight. He'd given her just enough pieces of the puzzle to begin to solve it, while apparently missing the bigger picture. Why, he played her like a pawn. If angels could look like humans through holograms, then could there be more of them out there? Was that the truth of the vanishing, that they were hiding in plain sight? Except she had over 100 angels frozen on this ship. Why lead me to the Ark, Galaxies? You had to know where it was, so why this elaborate game? Raziel spread his arms and wings wide. You think I need to explain myself to you, human? Every plan must hold within it a deeper plan if you hope to overcome the enemy. You do not plan a move ahead, not if you wish to win. He collapsed his wings behind his back. You must plan a dozen moves ahead. You will hand control of the Ark over to me, immediately. The hologram showed Leah's shuttle returning. Rachel sent a mental command to the Ark to direct the shuttle to the other hangar, away from Raziel. That would not have been a pleasant surprise for their doctor or Phoebe. I think you'd best do as he says, Rach, David said. She shot him a glare. Maybe we should prostrate ourselves, Tebo added. You mean prostrate, David said, then looked to Rachel. He's an angel, Rach. I kinda think you ought to cooperate. Rachel turned back to Raziel. I don't appreciate being deceived for so long. How do I know I can trust you now? I give you my word you will not be harmed, if you concede to my terms immediately. Yep, Tebo said. Gotta do what the angels say. Huh, not growing any logs yet, though. Rachel frowned at the Hori's nonsense, brushed her hair from her face, and looked around the bridge, as if searching for answers. Leah would need a couple of minutes to dock the shuttle, and then they could be out of here. She hated to leave Eden behind, but now they knew where it was. Now everyone knew. All the angels' secrets and lies were falling away. At long last, mankind would know the truth. It was what she'd set out to do. The idea of handing over the Ark felt like someone ripping her heart from her chest. But maybe Raziel did have a right to it. His people had built the damn thing, and if they weren't gone, sooner or later more would come. It was better than a megacorp taking the Ark, wasn't it? Unless, of course, he used the Ark to usher in a new days of glory, a new age of oppression and theocracy. I'm prepared to hand over command to you on the bridge, but first I want a straight answer to my question. Do you think to dictate terms to me, Dr. Jordan? You are in no position. My position is on the bridge. You came in here and started dictating, Angel. So tell me, why all these plans? Why the subterfuge? You want the Ark? I want the truth. Raziel stepped closer to the screen, and Rachel felt a sudden pressure against her mind. Void, he was scanning her emotions. Could he really use psionic gifts like that, seeing only an image of her on a vid screen? I admire your determination, Dr. Jordan. Your courage carried you this far, so I will give you what answers I may, with the proviso that not everything will make sense to you. The angel smiled, though without any obvious humor. I have acted through you as an intermediary, in order to limit the attention I draw to myself. However, your actions have made any attempt to remain concealed impossible. Moreover, the mission on Gehenna allowed me to push another of my tools to the limit, to test its mettle, answering two conundrums with a single solution, if you will. So Raziel had enemies, or at least someone he was hiding from. It meant there likely weren't too many angels in hiding, but Raziel, as far as she knew, had hidden the Ark himself, which meant he'd known all along where his brethren were frozen. Why had he not freed them before? Or was he the one who had imprisoned them? Rachel's eyes darted to the display. The shuttle was secure. But what tool did he mean? The mission on Gehenna had allowed him to test the mettle of Rachel herself. A knight. Raziel, as Galaxies Blake, had led her to Night, told her to enlist his aid. He had to know where the Sefer was, or at least the general area, and the danger. He wanted to push Night to his limits. But why? Even if all that were true, Rachel said, if you wanted the Ark and knew where it was, why bother with the Sefer? Perhaps one day I will tell you. This is neither the time nor the place. Damn it. Very well, Angel. Come up to the bridge, and I'll hand over command. She wasn't sure what choice she had. Raziel was right. She couldn't well fight the entire Jericho fleet. At least not while trying to deal with the angel on her ark. God help them all if Raziel decided to thaw out his brethren. She cut the line. David, I need you on weapons. David sighed and walked over to the console. Aye, so we're not handing over the ark. Before we do anything, we have to save Knight. Even if he wasn't her friend, even if he wasn't her crewman, she would go after him. And now she knew Raziel had some special interest in Knight. He'd been testing the Gabor, trying to... what? But again, the answer was too obvious, because she'd been right about Knight being descended from Nephil experiments. Raziel was pushing Knight to see just what he was capable of. A man designed to mimic the powers of angels. We have to get to Gadara. As soon as she moved toward the gate, the Jericho ships opened fire, but they were holding back, trying to damage her without destroying her. It was her edge. Punch through! She pushed the engines, pulling close to 50 PSL. Let them try to shoot her while she was traveling fast enough to dilate time. Missiles ravaged her shields until they failed. Mag rounds couldn't hit them at this speed, but the missiles opened breaches along her hull. Rachel screamed, agonizing pain ripping her apart. Her insides were torn to shreds by the insects around her. She was only dimly aware of David carving the Jericho cruisers up with the ion cannons. 2 cruisers exploded, then a third and a fourth. So many dead. And still she wanted more vengeance. Her hands trembled with pain. She jumped through the conduit gate, shimmering colors surrounding her. Safety. She fell from the chair, clutching her sides, trying to remember which parts of her were whole. David, take the chair. He ran to it, but the arc scraped the sides of the conduit before he could take control. It was like having bits of her flesh torn off, frozen and burned all at once. David would be able to lose their pursuers. He was a master. He slipped into the chair. The bridge door opened. Raziel strode in. Chapter 50. The universe is more frightening than humanity imagines. Only the psyches among you have even the faintest glimmer of the terrors that await. You think the commandments an idle boast, do you, heretics and blasphemers? Should the most gifted psyche among your kind cup his ear to the wall of the universe, he would hear the heavy breath of evil itself. The angels hear that evil constantly, and thus we warn against it. Sefer Raziel. Eden System, Milky Way. The door opened, and David jerked around to level his pulse pistol at the intruder. An angel. Despite himself, he lowered the weapon. How could he threaten such a being? The angel must have overridden Rachel's lock on the door, perhaps through psionics. David tried to keep his focus on navigating the conduit. Wait! Rachel shouted, pushing herself up off the floor. The angel strode toward her without pause. He was the size of a man, a big man, but with that wingspan, he seemed to take up the entire bridge. Surrender command, Dr. Jordan. Turn the ark over to me and no harm will befall you. The way she set her jaw, David knew it wouldn't be good. Rach, I am prepared to turn the ship over, but you have to let us get to Knight first. He's on Gadara, not far. We're almost there, David said. Raziel spread his hands as though making a magnanimous gesture. By all means, Dr. Jordan, retrieve the mercenary. He's the one, isn't he? Rachel said instead. She hardly seemed frightened of the angel. David suspected she should be. The one you were testing, your pawn on Gehenna. What makes you think there was only one pawn on my board, Dr. Jordan? Rachel snorted in a decidedly impious manner. David prayed Raziel didn't decide to smite anyone. David pulled the ark around a few more bends in the conduit, then jumped out of the gate. Gadara was the third planet from the sun in this system, a tiny world covered by a couple of small cities and not much else. A glacier blanketed the entire northern hemisphere, so the only cities sat on the equator. We have arrived, Raziel said. He pointed to a city on the display. Your friend is there, Dr. Jordan. Rachel glowered. You know that because you were working with the Lazarus group. Just another set of pawns. Do they know what you are, Angel? Turn over command of this vessel, Dr. Jordan. I do not want to be forced to harm you or Commander McGregor, but I am taking the ark. Now. Rachel's chest shuddered. She stumbled. David leapt from the chair to catch her as she fell. She went limp in his arms. His heart caught in his throat. He couldn't breathe. "Did you?" David tried to ask the angel.
"No. She is unharmed." The shock of severing the connection with the Ark made her faint. "Now go."
Teppo hesitated before the angel.
"Can I just say, your wings are absolutely stunning, Mr. Lord Raziel, sir. I mean, really first class there."
David lifted Rachel into his arms. Was she free of this ship? She must have willingly handed it over to Raziel. And the truth was, David was glad of it. Rachel had been losing herself in the Ark from the moment they found this relic. It wasn't ever meant for mankind, that much was clear. It belonged where it was, back in Angel's hands, though Rachel might never agree. He supposed she'd believe anything was better than losing it to Jericho Corp.
"Come on, Teppo."
David carried Rachel down to the lab, leaving the bridge in Raziel's control. When he arrived, Leah and Phoebe had been chatting about Raziel and what they were doing about night. As soon as they saw him with Rachel unconscious in his arms, Leah rushed over to examine her. "Put her on the table."
"I think she's all right,"
David said, but did as the doctor ordered. He made a point never arguing with the doctor in the med bay unless he was the patient. Leah scanned Rachel, then nodded. "Yeah, I think she'll be fine. Some erratic brainwaves, but they're converging toward normal. The Ark, the psionic energies of Eden. She was lucky her brain was working at all. Maybe mankind never did have any business returning there. Eden wasn't meant to be a place, but an idea, a warning about what could be lost."
"We're over Gadara," David said. "Night is down there, waiting for extraction."
He glanced at Rachel's prone, helpless form.
"One of us—"
"I'll do it," Phoebe blurted. "Stay with her. I kinda like the idea of Blondie owing me one." David nodded, grateful she understood, even if she had to Phoebe up the sentiment. He couldn't leave Rachel like this. Void. Even if she woke, he wouldn't want to leave her under the circumstances.
"If you're not up to it," Teppo said, "I'm sure I could handle things down there. We both know which of us is the best icy."
Yep, Phoebe said. "Sure do." David tried not to smile at their blather. Rachel had just lost the Ark to an angel, and he didn't trust her not to do anything self-destructive. The lass had a habit of that, especially where angels were concerned. She'd shot down her own career, lost her family, and since then managed to enrage every corporation and government in the universe. It was actually kind of impressive, in an off-rotation way. Phoebe rushed out toward the hangar. There were still QI troopers on the ship, but David supposed Raziel would tell them not to attack. Besides, they were probably busy rounding up any final Jericho Corp intruders. David pulled up a chair to sit beside Rachel and brushed her forehead with his hand. Not the same without skin-on-skin contact. He stripped off his glove and pressed his palm against her face. "She's a lucky woman," Leah said.
"What?"
"She's lucky to have someone like you, David. You're a good man."
Was he? He hadn't felt like one lately.
Mutiny, treason, dishonorable discharge, prison escapee, some good man he was. Yet despite all that, here he was, right beside Rachel, right where he'd always dreamed of being. After everything they'd been through, all she had done, he still wanted her nearby. Leah's words warmed him inside. They'd been friends since the Sentinel Academy, but to hear her speak like that, like she was so proud of him, it made him feel proud of himself. For the first time in a while. "I'm the lucky one," he said at last. Leah shook her head, smiling at something he clearly had missed. "Oh, David, you have no idea." No idea how lucky he was? He thought he did. At long last, he thought he could see it. With the loss of the Ark, he'd lost his chance to help Mizraim against Asherah. There was still a war going on, and his people still needed him. But right now, he was here with Rachel. He knew she loved him. For now, that was enough. "I'll give her something to wake her up." Leah pressed to the side of Rachel's neck. Within seconds, Rachel took a sharp intake of breath. Her eyes opened a crack. "David!" Rachel shut her eyes again, and her body shook. "It's gone." When she opened her eyes again, tears welled there. "It's gone!" David couldn't remember seeing Rachel cry. She hated tears. He pulled himself up on the table to sit beside her and wrapped his arms around her. "Aye, Rach." He rubbed his hand over her back and held her close. I know. I was connected to something, she said, her voice breaking. It was so divine.
You're still connected to something. He kissed her cheek. You always will be.
Chapter 51. Some worlds, so small and humble, give them light-footed, light-hearted people to dance upon their surfaces. The Codex, Book of Raziel, on the creation of the Zuzim. November 2nd, 3096, Gadara, Milky Way. Knight whipped his staff around him, then cracked another Lazarus grouper on the head, sending him flying off the building. The man plummeted toward the street 30 stories below. He'd lost all track of how many people he'd killed today, but the groupers just kept coming. They fought like men possessed, like some divine force drove them to disregard their own lives. Stranger still, their numbers had included dozens of Dumahim. So much for being nearly extinct. A hover carrier leveled out over the building, and Knight dove behind the entrance to the stairwell, trying to keep the smaller structure between himself and the carrier. Would the walls even stop a mag round? "Stand down now," the carrier ordered him over a loudspeaker. Knight had brought down a pair of carriers once already, but he needed a new tactic for this one. Maybe he could scale the stairwell and jump onto the carrier. If he could board it, he might be able to use it to escape the city. More soldiers poured out of the stairwell. He could hear them. They'd blown the door off 10 minutes ago, and since then he'd fought at least 15 men. He peered around the corner to see others rappelling down from the carrier. 10 soldiers. He could do this. There was nowhere else to go. He might die, but he would make it as painful as possible for these little Lazarus shits. He jumped up, grabbed the lip of the stairwell structure, and pulled himself onto the roof. He immediately started running toward the carrier. 8 meters. He could make that jump. They'd never know what hit them. The carrier pivoted toward him. A shuttle burst through the clouds. Mag cannons opened up on the carrier. The supersonic slugs tore it in half. It exploded, the impact knocking Knight on his back. He rose to see the shuttle come into hover over the Lazarus soldiers. It opened fire with the mag cannons. In a fraction of a second, the people who had covered the roof had become nothing but bloodstains. Knight rose. That was a sentinel shuttle. It landed on the roof, and he stalked closer, hand on his staff. Had they come to arrest him again? If so, he'd need to hit them hard and fast. The hatch opened, and Phoebe stepped out. Knight pulled up short. She had come for him. She had come for him. When he sent the distress call, he'd thought Rachel would come. But Phoebe was here, quirking that odd smile, like she knew something he didn't. He'd given her no reason to care, and she'd come anyway. He'd thought she hated him after what happened on Ekron. Then, on Eden, he'd feared she wouldn't make it out despite his efforts. And he'd wanted her to. He'd wanted to save her. Knight compressed the staff and walked into the shuttle, never taking his eyes from Phoebe's. She watched him the whole way. "Are you all right, Ninja Boy?" "You saved me." Yep, I'm a heroic gal. I show up at the last minute and save the day. Every day, in fact. Except Tuesdays. I take Tuesdays off." She returned to the pilot seat and took off. "We probably shouldn't stay on Gadara any longer than necessary. I'm plotting a course back to the Ark. Some things have happened you need to know." He grabbed her arm to pull her around and look at him. His heart was beating fast, like he was still in that fight. "I thought I was going to die." "Yep, well, you saved me on Eden, too. You didn't have to do that." For once, she seemed less inclined to look right in his eyes, and turned back to the console. "I'll never forget this, Phoebe." "Nope, never gonna let you either." Her arm was so warm beneath his touch. Her face looked so soft, so pale. Her pink hair was like lace he suddenly wanted to touch. He yanked her to her feet. "Whoa!" She slapped something on the console. Autopilot engaged. Now she did look right in his eyes, and he knew that look. The same hunger he felt. He kissed her, pressing his lips roughly against hers. She fell back against the shuttle hull, but wrapped her hands around his head, pulling him closer. Her hair brushing his cheeks sent tingles all over his body. God, she was so hot. Like an inferno pressed against him, drawing him closer. Her breath was like a sauna. Then she shoved him away. He stumbled back, uncertain what she wanted. She drew her thumb in a line between her breasts, and her uniform parted where it passed. Underneath, she had a thin gray shirt, so tight he could see her nipples hard against it. She was panting, so intent he thought he'd never been so aroused. He unbuttoned his jacket and cast it aside, and she yanked off her shirt, revealing her pale breasts and pink-white nipples. "You're a goddess." He threw himself at her, showering kisses all over her neck and chest. The hunger built inside of him like the invariable pull of gravity to a star, and there was no escaping the corona. She returned his kisses, pulling him out of his bloody shirt. He didn't even know how many women he'd been with, but this was different. It was beyond lust. It was need. She pulled him down to the shuttle floor and slipped out of her pants. Her heart beat against his chest, and he could feel it. Part of him wanted to wrap her up and protect her from everything. He pushed inside her. The sudden, incomparable warmth of her was almost too much to bear. And the way she looked at him, the wry, almost wicked look in her eye, meant she knew it. She kissed him deeply until he was lost. Whoever he had been, falling away. Chapter 52. Right, you mean the Nephilim. So, there were always rumors about a 13th race. A legend that the angels had tried to create true successors to their own nature. But if you're asking if I believe these rumors, let's say I'd call it monumentally unlikely. Every limitation angels placed on humanity was to ensure humankind might never become a threat to them. Why then would the angels even consider creating any kind of hybrid? Dr. Rachel Jordan, lectures at NRU. The Conduit. When Knight and Phoebe returned, Raziel had them sealed inside the med lab with the others. Rachel suspected the locks were psionic, because there appeared to be no physical construct to override. The pair walked in, casting sidelong glances at each other. The emotion between them was almost overwhelming. Rachel's empathic abilities were just starting to return after losing her connection to the Ark, and it still felt a part of her was missing. The Ark had become an extension of her identity, and Raziel had forced her to sever it. David's love, his intense devotion, had started to fill that hole at least. But there was something else, something different going on between Knight and Phoebe. She'd known they lusted after each other for a while, maybe from the first day they'd met, but it had changed, grown deeper. It was as if he'd thrown his whole being at her. He was riddled with determination and confusion and lust and hope and maybe even love. Rachel cast a knowing look at Phoebe, who nodded at her. Yeah, they definitely had sex. Good for them. It was better this way. If Knight kept his focus on Phoebe, Rachel wouldn't have to fear any further distraction from him. She belonged with David. She loved him. He loved her. And they had a long history. Her relationship with Knight, anything beyond friendship, had been nothing but lust and guilt. Knight's clothes were covered in blood, and Leah immediately went to his side. "Are you injured?" "Yeah, here and there." At her admonishment, he removed his coat and shirt, but Rachel saw no indication of fresh wounds. "Where?" Leah asked. "Well, I guess it wasn't as bad as I thought." Phoebe laughed. "He just wanted a chance to take off his shirt and impress the ladies with those abs." "I'm impressed, too," Teppo said. "I mean, no, of course not. Mine are better." David coughed, and Rachel smiled. Leah smirked, then waved for Knight to follow her. "I need to run some tests." She directed Knight to a corner where she took DNA samples and then had him run in place and do various exercises. Rachel tried the door again, but it wouldn't open. "So we really are prisoners in here." David put a hand on her shoulder. "We're alive, at least." Yeah, that was something. Still, they were going to have to get out of here. She had no idea what Raziel was planning, but she wasn't sure she wanted to wait to find out. She shook her head. There was a hollowness in her heart, and if she stopped focusing on David or his love for even a moment, it threatened to devour her whole. It was like a black hole had opened in her mind with the loss of the Ark. She slipped her hand into David's, clutching it as if her life depended on it. Maybe it did. She felt small. Too fragile. Too human. Maybe she'd never be herself again. Maybe she would always feel the loss of connection, the loss of the greater universe at her fingertips. And if she didn't do something, she'd lose what she had left to the angels. And the voices of Eden whispering to her, begging her to save them. Except she couldn't save them. They were 3,000 years dead and not really ghosts at all, but the preserved fear of the greatest massacre in history. Maybe they'd haunt her forever. She had to get out of this room. Almost she could understand David's devotion to duty. He was totally dedicated to his purpose, and she could see that. These people were her crew, her family now, and she had led them to this fate, which meant she had to get them out of here safely. She knew better than to rely on the mercy of angels. Angels had created Gehenna, the Gog-Magog, and countless other atrocities against humanity. They knew nothing of mercy. "Hey," David said, rubbing her arm. "Don't go away again, Rach. We're here with you." Rachel sat in one of the chairs, head in her hands. Phoebe and Teppo had gone to watch the tests Leah was doing on night. "Something is going on between those two," David said at last. "No kidding." "Wait, you mean, does she have feelings for him?" Yep, Rachel said, imitating Phoebe, then laughed. "You can be kind of dense for a psych, David." "Aye." Leah and Teppo returned a few minutes later, leaving Phoebe and Knight on the other side of the room. The Rahhab's doubt was almost palpable, threatening to choke Rachel. She could so easily lose herself in such emotions. She tried to block the feelings out, tried to focus on Leah's face. "What happened?" Leah frowned. "He was tortured by Galaxies. They injected some kind of retroviruses into him, apparently trying to ignite dormant genes. The process triggered a severe biological reaction. It sent most of his organs into overdrive. I think you were right about the Nephilim bloodline." "You're not serious," David said. "That's a myth. I admit the lad is fast, faster than anyone I've ever seen, but Nephilim?" "Not faster than me," Teppo added. "I run faster than that in my sleep. Every night, in fact." Leah frowned, starting to point at Knight, then jerked her hands behind her back. "When active, he's got adrenaline levels that should kill a man twice his weight, but his body seems to be processing it, meaning he's even faster than before and a lot stronger. Adrenaline can let a body do some pretty amazing things. So imagine what it would mean to get a constant, supercharged dose of it." "Is that going to hurt him?" Rachel asked. Galaxies, Raziel, had tortured and experimented on Knight to create some kind of super soldier. And if it harmed Knight, she swore, whatever it took, she would kill the angel for it. Leah sighed. "I honestly don't know. He's undergoing some kind of cellular regeneration that seems to be keeping his organs functioning properly, even letting him heal injuries much faster than a normal human. Bruises he earned down there a few hours ago are gone. A mag round that grazed him is already just a small scar. The truth is, we have no way to know what the long-term effects of something like this are in a human body. His whole system could give out tomorrow, or what?" Rachel asked. "Or he could live forever. For all I know, that kind of regeneration would make him practically immune to age or disease. All I can say for certain is that Galaxies has created something beyond any other race. What the angel had done, he'd not done it for Knight's benefit. Rachel needed to know his plan, and she needed to know it now." Chapter 53. Sports are great. Juba ball, moon ball, garper, tennis, mashies, whatever it takes to get the kids out of the house long enough to have more of 'em. Caleb Gavitt. Sefer Raziel, Milky Way. Caleb lived in the penthouse of a condo in southern Sefer Raziel City, a short mag-rail stop from his office at Jericho Tower. His wife started when he threw open the door, and he couldn't blame her. He never came home early, even before he became chairman. Ayelet stood in the foyer, fooling with the color scheme again. Nanobot painters had spread lime green throughout half the room, a distasteful contrast with the vermilion shade of the rest. Knowing Ayelet, it would probably be a whole other scheme next week, assuming she had a next week. In 2 strides, he took her in his arms and held her tightly. "What happened?" "Nothing, dear. I just missed you and the kids. Are they here?" James went out to the Juba ball game, but Miriam is in her room. Aelid pulled away from his embrace. What are you even doing here, Caleb? Caleb took a moment to look deeply into Aelid's eyes. He always tried to do that when he came. He hoped one day, if he looked deeply enough, it would give him the strength to resist the temptation of other women when he left. So far, it had never worked. I have to go off-world. It's urgent. I wanted to see James, too, but I guess there's no time. Aelid chased after him as he headed down the hall to Miriam's room. She had taken a great glass-encased sunroom on the eastern side and filled it with greenery. Miriam had fine taste in flowers, so Caleb often surprised her by importing exotic orchids and other treasures for her garden. He'd even had the techs design a custom orchid in the lab, a flower that shimmered with iridescent petals. Miriam had made it the centerpiece of her collection. Caleb, where are you going? Aelid asked. Why now? It's just important, is all, to say the least. Apollo had ordered him to retrieve the Ark at any cost. Ordered him. No one was supposed to give the chairman orders, but Apollo had, and Caleb knew he had to obey. Your fortunes will considerably worsen if Jericho does not claim the Ark, Apollo had said. His fortunes. He'd like to think Apollo meant he'd lose money, maybe even his position as chairman. But then he'd seen an iridescent orchid on the man's desk. The message was all too clear. Apollo was threatening him and his family, and Caleb had played along with the twisted fuck for too long to back out now, at least not without a plan. He should have had a plan, a way out. Apollo had been God-sent, or so Caleb had thought. The man was a genius, if possibly an off-rotation one, and his inventions and advice had rocketed Caleb's career into orbit. It had carried him onto the board and into the chair, and now it was nailing him to the floor. Before Caleb could even think about betraying such a man, he'd have to secure his family and his position. He couldn't afford to move until he'd had time to plan. Until then, he had to do whatever Apollo said. His head throbbed as he opened the door to Miriam's room. What a fool he'd been to let the man put cybernetics in his brain. God alone knew what that chip was doing. It was supposed to protect him from telepathy, but was it? What if Apollo had put that thing in his head for the opposite reason, to let him spy on Caleb's thoughts? No, he shook his head. He was becoming paranoid. Where's my pumpkin? Miriam looked up from her tablet and smiled. She was beatific. She was 20. Caleb had been only a couple years older than she was now when Miriam was born. She had started at university on the other side of Sefer Raziel and was earning accolades in almost every subject. Her true love was biology, especially botany, so he imagined he knew what focus she'd choose next year. Hi, Daddy. What are you doing home early? He's planning a trip off-world, Aelid said. All very sudden. Caleb didn't like the suspicion in his wife's voice, but he had no time to diffuse it. Yeah, sorry, Bumpkin. Come give Daddy a hug. Miriam did so, and Caleb held her for so long she began to squirm. Come on, Dad. Seriously, it's not like you're going away for long, right? No. Hopefully just a few days, maybe a week. I'll still be in the Milky Way. He prayed it would be no more than a week. Angels alone knew what Apollo really intended. He clearly had planned further ahead than Caleb, which was never a good position to be in. Ask Joseph Lucius. One ill-considered interlude with Caleb's assistant had cost him the chairman's seat. No, to get ahead, you had to plan ahead. Caleb had made the mistake of putting far too much trust in a man he knew far too little about, and he'd been played. But now he knew the game. He was starting to learn the rules, and sooner or later, he planned to come out ahead. No one threatened his family. He kissed his wife and left the condo, then took the magrail to the spaceport. Jericho Corp would have their fastest ship and their best pilot standing by for him. Rebecca was waiting there. The Empyrean throne is in orbit, she said. The Jericho flagship. Good. He'd asked for the closest ship he'd be able to lead into battle. The throne would go a long way to making a statement. To Jordan and Apollo both. Caleb would take the damn Ark, and then he would reevaluate his relationship with the scientist. Chapter 54. If the angels intended to use the Nephilim as warriors, perhaps the angels themselves are not capable of fighting. Perhaps they recognize humanity as having mastered the arts of war in a way they never could. Angels, with their advanced technology, could destroy enemy ships, but maybe they were never planning to engage a ground force. But then, what force would they need to engage? Dr. Leah Suzuki, Medical Journal. November 3rd, 3096. The Conduit. "We can't do anything locked in this damned lab," Rachel said. It had been more than a day, and other than some QI troopers bringing them food, they had seen no sign of their captors. The emptiness from her broken connection to the Ark left her with no appetite. It was like the void had taken residence in a corner of her mind, sucking up thought. She could tell they'd jumped to the conduit not long after Night came aboard, and that they'd dropped out again before long. But from inside this room, she had no idea where they were. It didn't seem like Raziel had taken them to another galaxy, not with so brief a jaunt through the conduit. Though who knew how fast an angel might navigate those paths? "I'm sure they'll bring us food and water again tomorrow," David said. "We can take them out then and escape." Waiting another day didn't sound like much of a plan to Rachel. It seemed likely Raziel would have accomplished whatever he meant to by then. And while she had no idea what the angel planned, she suspected it would be better for her, and probably everyone else, if he failed. Perhaps she judged him too harshly. Raziel had manipulated her, but he hadn't really harmed them either. Night and Phoebe appeared from one of the back rooms. She wondered if she should tell them their emotions clearly penetrated the walls, leaving no doubt about what they were doing in there. But then Rachel doubted anyone else had a doubt what they were doing either. Still, the rest of them didn't have to risk getting caught up in the lust themselves. Rachel found herself constantly flushed and barely able to resist pulling David into the back room herself the moment it was free. Which left poor Leah to take her turn last, and only Teppo to help her with it. Rachel laughed out loud at the thought, and everyone turned to look at her, especially Night, who frowned. He was surprisingly self-conscious, yet another emotion Rachel had to work to keep from getting overwhelmed by. "Night," Rachel said, pulling him aside. "I'm happy for you and Phoebe. Really. Yeah. I'm serious. I told you to go for it." "I think your exact words were, 'fuck her and get it over with.'" "Right. Yeah, well, okay. Maybe best to change the topic. I guess Raziel, led the Lazarus group to you. I've been trying to figure out why." Night grunted. "At first I thought they were torturing me for information, but when I realized they were really trying to alter my genetic structure. Not alter it, I think. Activate latent genes you already had from your parents. And if I had to guess, they probably didn't have too many viable test subjects. The angels obviously didn't create many Nephilim. They would have been a threat. So when they located one potential bloodline, your parents, it must have been easier to just track it and experiment on it than to try to dig up another one. Fine. So let's say they succeeded and gave me supercharged organs and telekinesis. What the void am I supposed to do about it? Wait, what? Telekinesis? That was impossible. Night wasn't a psych. Unless that had been latent the whole time too. And if he had TK, chances were he had at least some degree of other psionic potential, even if he didn't realize it. Actually, she'd have thought a Nephil would have all 4 psionic gifts. Rachel clucked her tongue. "You never told us about that, Night." "I never give up all your secrets." His smile looked forced. "How strong is your TK?" "Strong." "Anything else? Can you feel my mind? Can you feel the Ark?" Night shook his head. "Okay. Close your eyes, Night. In fact, sit down on the ground like you're going to meditate." He did so. By this point, the rest of the group had gathered around to watch the spectacle. Let them. Phoebe opened her mouth, and Rachel shot her a glare. She'd never had to direct a latent psych before. How had the teachers at TPS done this with her? Night was probably on the verge of an ascension. Usually a psych would have their last ascension by the time they were 25 or so. Night was 28, which meant he was older than most who experienced this. David shooed the others away, including Teppo, who had tried to lean on David's shoulder. With the hoary chastised, David sat down in front of Night, obviously realizing what Rachel intended, and she sat beside him. "You know, Rach, I kinda thought we'd be doing this for our children, not this big lot here." Knight gave David the finger without opening his eyes. "Listen to my voice, Knight," Rachel said. "Try to drown out all other sensory input. Don't let any other thoughts distract you. There is nothing but the three of us here. Focus. One of us is going to try to touch your mind. Tell me if you feel it." She squeezed David's knee to tell him to try it. A moment later, Knight opened his eyes. "You felt something?" He nodded. "From which one of us?" she asked. Knight jerked his head at David. "Good, that's very good." Knight closed his eyes again, clutching his head in his hands. "My eyes are blurry. I feel like... gack." He shook his head rapidly. "Like gack, huh?" David said. "I'd say that about covers it. Buggers really did unlock some psionic potential in the lad. His psionic nerves are probably flaring all over the place." He tapped Knight on the shoulder. "Right, lad, try to relax. You're probably starting to get flashes of possibility, insights, maybe empathic senses." Knight grunted, then pulled his arms up around his head. His breath became rapid. Rachel wondered if this had triggered those adrenaline surges Leah told her about. And then Knight breathed out deeply. His face went blank, his posture slack, and he stood. He looked straight ahead, still as a statue, and Rachel caught herself scooting away from him. "What happened?" she said. "You've got to keep practicing, Knight. You'll get it." "I can feel it. The arc." Rachel glanced at David. "Well, that was fast." Knight walked over to the door and took out his staff. It telescoped to full length. He stared at the door for a few minutes. "I can feel it all. I can feel the psionic locks on the door, waiting for the right order." Well, damn. Rachel couldn't even do that, and she'd assumed David couldn't either. Then the door opened. Knight ran out, charging straight for a pair of startled QI security guards. Chapter 55. Is it possible the angels were creating the Nephilim as a weapon to use against the adversary? If so, they clearly didn't consider the cost to the weapons themselves. Knight was denied any semblance of a normal life in the name of angel experiments. I cannot begin to imagine what must be going through his mind at such times. Dr. Leah Suzuki, Medical Journal. The Conduit. Rachel was used to seeing Knight leave bodies in his wake, but this was different. He'd swept through the Quasar Industries soldiers like a solar wind, undeniable and unstoppable. They could fall back or fall before him. 3 times the Ark slammed doors on them, sealing the way forward with psionic locks. Raziel had probably not expected Knight to be able to override his psychic security. Now her former bodyguard had paused outside the bridge door, eyes fixed on it like he intended to bore right through. "Are you sure about this, Rach?" David said. He had his pulse pistol in hand, but she could sense his doubt. David had been a believer in the Codex and the angels, and all their lies. It must have been hard for him to take a stand against all he had once followed. She patted his chest and nodded. The others had formed up in the hall, guarding against any reinforcements Raziel might call in. "You guys should give me a gun," Teppo complained. 2, in fact, 1 for each hand. I'd look like a total ass smasher that way. The door opened, and Knight looked to Rachel. He'd always looked to her. This man, a Nephil, was a one-man army, and he waited for her word, her call. She wondered if she deserved such devotion, but she was damn sure going to see this through. She stepped inside, followed by Knight and David. Raziel stood beside the command chair, staring at her. His outstretched wings glinted in the light, casting a maze of shadows around the bridge. The being had an aura of majesty, Rachel had to admit, and just gazing on his stern visage was enough to unnerve her. But then, that was probably the intent. For 3,000 years, angels had indoctrinated humans to stand in awe of them. "You have imposed upon my mercy, Dr. Jordan. I spared you and your crew despite all you have done, and this is how you repay such indulgence." Rachel swallowed, trying to keep her glower from faltering. Show a moment of fear, a moment of awe, and he had her. She had to fight against that indoctrination, the instinct to fear and bow. It was in her too, as it was in all mankind, but she had one advantage. She knew it was there. You locked us away. It is the duty of every prisoner to escape, just as you have made all mankind prisoners to your ideology, your rules, and your doctrine. And now we must finally break those shackles, Angel. Raziel shook his head, almost looking sad. Strange, really, but his emotions were even more walled off than Knight's. You have no idea what is at stake here. Do you think the angels imposed the covenant on humanity on a whim? Do you believe we created such rules just to see if we could? Rachel could feel Leah, Phoebe, and Teppo had followed them into the room, and they stood behind her, waiting for her word. Somehow she had become the leader of this off-rotation mission. No, not somehow. She had cast herself into this role. She had made herself a prophet of a new age, and now she was obligated to carry it forward. I think you created the covenant, the entire codex, as a means of control. By limiting human evolution, by ensuring we had boundaries, you made sure we could never challenge you or your kind. The doctrine you so disdain was created to protect not only us, but mankind as well. Raziel folded his wings behind his back and walked closer. As he moved, those wings compressed into themselves much like Knight's old sword would. Must have made them easier to conceal, even with the holograms. Raziel's voice turned softer. Humanity strives for greatness without ever considering the cost, the risk. There are laws of nature that, when broken, have severe consequences. Aspects of reality your race is not yet ready for. That's not for you to decide. We stand on our own feet. We can make our own choices about what we can handle and what we cannot. No, Dr. Jordan. By the time you realize the danger you will place yourselves in, it will be too late. Some doors, once open, cannot be easily shut. Even now, one of the fallen seeks to take the Ark for himself. They are coming for us as we speak, and I cannot. Enough! She shouted. I won't be cowed by your lies like my ancestors were. The angels were false prophets without real power. We gave you power over us when we bowed before you. Your strength was always in the people who followed you blindly, convinced you were sent by God himself. You are nothing without us. You are mistaken. Raziel lifted his hand, and a wave seemed to rush forward and slam into Rachel. It felt like being lifted by the ocean and flung against the wall. The breath flew out of her, and she fell to the deck, banging her knees. When she could lift her head, she saw the others had been thrown too. Knight was the first up. He rushed toward Raziel and launched a blinding series of attacks. His staff whirled so fast Rachel couldn't see one blow from the next. The angel fell back, blocking each strike with speed to match Knight's own. The angel's wings were now re-extended, dominating the bridge and constantly forcing Knight to approach at new angles. David climbed to his feet and brandished his pulse pistol. Before he could even fire, the weapon flew out of his hand. It hovered in the air and began to fire over people's heads. David threw himself prone, tackling Phoebe back to the deck to avoid the blind fire. He rolled away, then came up on the far side of the room. All Rachel could do was stay down and watch as David tried to aid Knight in his fight against the angel. The angel was as fast as Knight and even stronger than him. Raziel landed a blow on her protector, and Knight flew backward, impacting the wall. It took him several seconds to get back to his feet, and by then Raziel had spun on David. He whipped his wings in front of himself. A sickening shriek of metal echoed through the bridge as the wings scraped against David's suit. Rachel thanked God David had his helmet up. The force of the blow hurled David against the screen. Lines marred his armor where the angel's wings had scored it. Phoebe evaded the flying pulse pistol long enough to grab it and bear it down, using her own weight to pin it to the floor. Knight charged back in, engaging the angel again. They had thought to claim the bridge in one fell swoop. Rachel had the sick sensation she had made a terrible mistake. Chapter 56. Tonight's leading story comes to you from Gadara. A Quasar Industries spokesman confirmed that there was a terrorist attack last night that claimed the lives of 52 civilians. When asked if this had anything to do with the escalating hostilities between QI and Jericho, the spokesman offered no comment. Susanna Wallach, Mazzaroth News Network. Milky Way Galaxy. From the bridge of the Empyrean throne, Caleb watched the approaching ark. It didn't try to flee, which unsettled his stomach. He advanced on the Angel Relic with an entire conglomerate fleet, not just Jericho Corp. He'd informed every megacorp of the impending mission to claim the ark. And they were here, by his side. 1,000 ships, almost 100 Shiza cruisers, filled with companies. Each Shiza company consisted of 4 to 6 highly trained spec ops personnel. They'd board the ark and secure the way. Then there were the Redeemers. Jeremiah Jordan had come with 7 Redeemer battleships and twice as many cruisers. Caleb didn't know how many hearts the ships held, but he'd vastly prefer Shiza take the ark than the Redeemers. Shiza, like the rest of the conglomerate, would likely let Jericho take custody if granted certain sureties of shared tech. The Redeemers, though, they'd probably want to hide the damn thing all over again. Regardless, the conglomerate had agreed that Quasar Industries had held out on them. With the Sentinels embroiled in a full-fledged war with Ashura, QI was left to face the might of the combined conglomerate alone. It would be a short battle. "We want to cripple them, not destroy them," Caleb said to Captain Ellis. "Fire a limited missile barrage on outlying sections of the ark." The throne drew closer, and Ellis did as Caleb ordered. On the screen, he saw the rest of the fleet follow suit. Hundreds of missiles shot toward the ark. And for whatever reason, it did not shoot the missiles down. What the void were they doing in there? Explosions rocked the ark's hull. Several sections decompressed, venting into space. As the shimmering skin blew away, it released some kind of viscous fluid. The ark's blood, he supposed. Apollo called it a living entity, and they had severely wounded it. He'd really expected more resistance. If Jordan had given up, why not just contact him to surrender? "Cease fire. Race the fleet," he said. "Yes, sir," the comm officer said. "You're online." "This is Caleb Gavitt. Commence boarding assault. We don't know how many people are living aboard this ship. Spare those you can, but take that ship at any cost. Try to minimize damage to the ark itself." Caleb glanced at Rebecca. She hugged herself, as if in awe of the ark. He couldn't blame her. The thing was 20 kilometers long and beautiful, dark as the night and glittering like stars, now venting atmosphere and blood. It was like they had wounded a great behemoth of legend. He almost expected a deafening roar, though he knew he'd never hear any such sound in space. "It's going to be fine. We'll have it soon." Rebecca nodded. They would take the ark, and then he would pay Apollo a visit. Caleb was increasingly convinced the scientist had outlived his usefulness. Except someone would need to study the ark and harness its secrets. He supposed, given such a prize, maybe the man would be sated. He could wait, eliminate Apollo later, after he'd milked this new discovery of every last edge possible. Thousands of drones swarmed around the ark, not needing to fire. The ship made no attempt to hinder any of the boarding pods or shuttles sent toward it. They landed in the hangars, poured in through the hull breaches, and took every opening. Caleb chewed his thumb. How many troops have we landed on the ark? Ellis looked at a console before answering. Best estimates are around 2,000 from the whole conglomerate. Sent another 500 of our own men, Captain. Jericho troops. You don't think 2,000 soldiers can take on what QI personnel are aboard? Caleb had no doubt they could. But he was done playing games with QI and Rachel Jordan. He was done being manipulated by Apollo. He'd had all he could stand of this whole situation, and now he was taking control. He just looked at the captain with a raised eyebrow until the man relayed his order. Are we going to board that thing too?" Rebecca asked. "Eventually. After everyone on board is in custody. No sense taking chances." Chapter 57. Nutrients circulate throughout the galaxies, from bacteria up to apex predators and to the food manufacturers at the top. They're all the same proteins going round and round. We are the beating heart of that circulatory system. Far to bellow, Mana Products CEO. Milky Way Galaxy. Jeremiah had never led more than 6 Redeemers on a mission. 7 was a holy number. A heart was a holy arm of angelic law. But a platoon of Jericho troops was his to command, 50 armed men sworn to obey him. The feeling was intoxicating. Still, he wasn't the only commander in the Jericho forces. This wasn't all being done his way. Jeremiah would have choked the ship to death, not stormed it. But that was the thinking of a man with 6 lives to safeguard, not an army at his disposal. A heart commander spent time planning, intelligence gathering, and scanning the environment to catch his Kaparu prey. A general spent lives. Jeremiah knew nothing of his troops but a scattering of names. The Quasar Industries troops his platoon encountered were a match for Jericho's, man for man, but Jeremiah had more of them, and the other commanders more still. Magfire sizzled down the corridors ahead of them. This way. He beckoned to his men to take a side passage. Other troops were engaged ahead. He could have supported them, flanked their enemies, but that wasn't his goal. Jeremiah's handheld computer had a rough blueprint of the Ark, pieced together from external observation, and updated as platoons checked in with the Empyrean throne. It was a crude measure of his progress, but Jeremiah headed inexorably for the bridge. For Rachel. For all that had passed, he still questioned whether he could use the mag in his hand if he saw her. Moreover, he wondered if he could even let his men fire. Up ahead, mag reports echoed. This time it was aimed at him. One of Jeremiah's soldiers pulled him back, but he was already ducking for cover in one of the Ark's ubiquitous small nondescript rooms. He took cover in the doorway with the soldier who tried to save him and returned fire. There were just too many of them. The QI troops withdrew, and Jeremiah's forces advanced. "Chase them down," he ordered. "Take no prisoners in Quasar uniforms." He hated adding that last part. It was a hedge against someone gunning down Rachel before he got there. Mag pistol reports from up ahead portended the end of the latest harassment by QI. Jeremiah rounded 2 more corners and stepped around the bodies. Hypocrisy at its finest. Quasar supplied nanomesh armor to the Sentinels, but didn't outfit its own troops. It surprised him that Galazer abided by his exclusivity deal with the Sentinels. If Jeremiah had the funds and Quasar approval, he'd have purchased that wonderful armor for his own heart. He checked the computer. It didn't give internal structure of the Ark where he was heading, but it gave him a relative location. The bridge was getting close. The platoon appeared to be still at least 2 levels below, perhaps 3, depending on deck-to-deck height differences. "Be on the lookout for a lift," he called out. "Check all doors. Be mindful that angels design this place, not men. It may not look like what you expect." Jeremiah was sweating. This place was all wrong. Tech and stylings aside, this could have been a human vessel. There was no sense of reverence or awe. The Ark should have been a cathedral among the stars, a shining knight of Eden myth, bent on opposing the adversary, with the light of heaven washing the corridors, and hymns of heartbreaking beauty echoing solemnly through the whole of the ship. And here, everything was black, black as the void. His men fanned out. Quasar Industries troops fell back before them, dying in droves. Jeremiah was hardly firing his mag anymore, simply wandering behind his men in a haze of questions. A hum of machinery perked Jeremiah's ears. Jeremiah rushed to a section of wall that didn't look distinctly to be a door, but upon closer inspection he reconsidered. Shoving aside his troops, he made his way to the front of a gaggle of onlookers with mags drawn. The door opened, and a young houri peered out, pale eyes instantly going wide with fear. "Wrong stop!" the young man yelped. The houri dove for the controls, but Jeremiah was quicker. He burst through the lift doors just before they closed. "What floor?" the houri asked with an appeasing smile. Jeremiah grabbed him by the collar and shoved him against the lift wall. "Eep! Take us to the bridge." The houri cleared his throat. "I'd love to, but I just hopped in this thing and hit the first button that looked promising. I was working on the faulty assumption that there was no place worse than where I was." He grinned sheepishly. Then, without warning, the rotten scamp tried to knee him in the groin. It was a clumsy attempt, born of desperation and backed by no combat training Jeremiah could identify. With a subtle shift, Jeremiah avoided the impact and caught the leg in his shooting hand, allowing the mag to clatter to the lift floor. He'd had enough. With the leg in the boy's collar for leverage, Jeremiah swung the hoary around and slammed him to the floor. There was a sickening crack. "Damn," Jeremiah muttered as blood pooled beneath the hoary's head. "Now I don't even know what floor he came from." The lift came to a halt, and the doors opened. Jeremiah peered out into the corridors, but even the sounds of firefights were distant. He checked his evolving computer map. They'd gone down instead of up. Ducking back inside, he avoided the puddle of the dead hoary's blood and tried a button at random. Eventually, one of them would deliver him to the bridge. And to Rachel. Chapter 58. Sow the wind, and you shall reap the whirlwind, the Codex says. Funny, I'm not entirely certain the angels heeded their own words. They squeezed mankind between their fingers, hoping to shape us like clay. But man is more fluid, like water, flowing over obstacles and reshaping itself around them. Until one day, we might become something not even our former masters could have imagined. And on that day, they will have no one to blame save themselves. The Heretic Nathaniel Shimizu. Milky Way Galaxy. Knight pushed himself off the floor to see Raziel heft Rachel up by the front of her shirt. "Desist this at once," the angel said. "The Ark is under attack." Knight rolled to his feet. "Let her go." Raziel stared into his eyes. "I'll have use for you soon. For now, help secure this ship." He had to be joking. Knight charged right at the angel, then dropped back on his hands. He kicked out at both the angel's knees, and Raziel stumbled, dropping Rachel. Knight grabbed her and thrust her at Phoebe. "Get her out of here." The angel righted himself and buffeted his wings. Knight leapt backward, but the blade shredded through his long coat. Were they monofilament edged? They'd carved through his nanomesh, which meant they'd sliced through flesh and bone with ease. Knight spared a glance at David, unconscious on the floor beneath the screen, and at Rachel, struggling against Phoebe. Teppo had run off somewhere. Leah dashed for David. Knight wasn't used to having to take care of so many other people. He was a loner, a ghost in the night. The only way he could protect so many people was to take this fight away from them. The angel approached him with wrath in his eyes. Raziel had managed to fling them all away with a telekinetic wave. If he could do it, maybe Knight could too. He reached his hand forward and pushed, trying to see the air with his mind, see it move. A ripple pulsed forward, and Raziel fell back a step, his jaw hanging open in an all-too-human expression. Knight smirked. Nice to see the angel wasn't prepared for him. Surprise was the key to victory. Always do the unexpected. Knight rushed in and feinted one way, then landed a body blow on the other. The angel grunted from the impact, but Knight felt like he'd just punched a solid wall. Metal-reinforced ribs? Was that possible? Raziel swung and Knight ducked, then blocked more blows. The angel was fast, with natural reflexes nearly as good as Knight's own, but Knight's training had honed his abilities to levels beyond his nature. He could use that. The angel probably wasn't used to combat. Knight feinted again, then swung with an uppercut, and Raziel simply wasn't in the right place. He twisted like he'd known exactly what Knight was doing, and his fist landed on Knight's chest. The impact hurled Knight against the wall and knocked all breath from his lungs. His vision blurred for a moment. His ribs might be broken. There was a pressure in his head, a crawling presence in his mind. The sick realization hit him. The angel was in his brain. He'd seen through Knight's feint because Knight had planned it, and if he didn't get Raziel out of his mind, he'd never hold the angel off. Raziel advanced on him. Knight kicked up, but focused his energy on the foreign presence inside his thoughts. Surrender. The words echoed in his mind, throwing him off balance. No, get out. Serve. Knight focused on Raziel, sending a wave of anger, pain, and loss. All of the abuses and injustices of his life fell at the angel's feet. Knight's life had been an experiment, a test. It was time his creator felt all that Knight had suffered. The angel faltered, and Knight charged right back in. He landed a barrage of blows against him, driving Raziel backward. The angel struck with his wings, scoring the deck. Knight flipped over the attack and kicked the angel in the shoulder blades. Raziel fell to his knees. Knight started in, then backed away. He dare not get so close to the wings. They could tear him to shreds before he knew what happened. Instead, he telekinetically pushed again, flinging the angel into the hall. Raziel stumbled, then rose with a beat of his wings. "You think your meager power's enough to stop an angel, child?" He advanced back toward the room. Knight glanced over his shoulder. Rachel had joined Leah in trying to wake David. The sentinel was coming around, but not in time to do anything here. The angel would tear the others to pieces. Phoebe fell in beside him. "Are you all right?" She had reclaimed her pulse pistol. The moment Raziel appeared in the doorway, she fired a continuous burst. The angel folded his wings, blocking the shots. The graviton pulses turned the metal incandescent, but didn't seem to harm it. The pulse pistol flew from Phoebe's hand and clattered against the wall. She charged at Raziel, but Knight grabbed her, yanking her back. One heated wing scraped along her suit, and from her scream, scorched the pale flesh beneath. "Phoebe!" He did his best to shove her away toward the others. "Come, Nephil. Surrender to me and serve, and your companions need face no further harm." Knight spun, his hands trembling, his mind trembling. The ark itself shook with his rage. And why not rage? He had scoffed when Rachel blamed the angels for all that was wrong with Gehenna. But she had been right. Raziel and his kind had created a hell and damned future generations there because their ancestors had refused to bow down. The angel himself had bred Knight's parents like animals. He had cast Knight into the fires of the Gibborim, perhaps deliberately orphaned him, all in an attempt to find his potential. Well, he had found it. Knight spun on the angel, thrusting both hands forward and sending out a wave of telekinetic energy. It tore through the doorway like a bomb blast, but the wave parted around Raziel, who had his hands up in a warding gesture. "You cannot overcome my power, Nephil." Knight rushed straight at the angel and slammed into him. He was willing to bet Raziel didn't want to kill him, not after spending generations to create him. So maybe those wings wouldn't shred him. He shoved the angel against the wall and beat at him with his fists. Raziel grabbed Knight's arms and pulled them apart, stilling his attacks. Knight reached for the floor, feeling it with his mind. Then he ripped it away. Shrapnel flew all around them. Metal shrieked, and blood, or some black fluid anyway, gushed out of the deck. Knight and the angel plummeted through it, getting caked in the thick stuff, and landed on the deck 5 meters below. He hit hard, and it took him a moment to realize where they had fallen. The chill, the mist. They were in the cryo chamber. Chapter 59. The angels were beings of unimaginable peace and tranquility. Only the sins of man or the predations of the adversary could rouse them to anger. And while I am certain that their perfect bodies and vast intellect would have made them capable opponents in physical combat, they would never stoop to such base amusement. They had their ships to fight the adversary and put down blasphemous uprisings. But never in all the days of glory did anyone challenge one to fisticuffs. Now stop asking such questions, child. Noah Jordan to his son Jeremiah, age 8. Milky Way Galaxy. The sound of the rending deck made Rachel cringe. Her mind was no longer connected to the ark, and though she didn't share its pain, she still felt it. And the thousands of minds now on the ship. She had willed command from herself to Raziel, one of the hardest things she'd ever had to do. Now she could do nothing to protect the ark. The screen still showed what Raziel had last been viewing, 1,000 conglomerate ships laying siege to this ship. It was doomed. Even if she could take the command chair, and she knew it wouldn't respond to her without Raziel's permission, she could do nothing against such an armada. David groaned. "David," she said. "David, I'm going to need you to get up, right now." "Give him a damned minute," Leah said. The doctor was tending to Phoebe's wounds. Rachel prayed the other sentinel would be all right. With proper medical attention, almost any injury could be fixed. But Leah didn't have all her gear. With luck, she still had a few nanobot regenerator injections left, hopefully pre-programmed for this kind of wound. She turned back to David. Okay, David, you with me? The conglomerate have taken the Ark. Knight is fighting Raziel, but I don't think he can. I don't even know what happened. David, we cannot let Jericho or the others have this ship. I don't know what to do anymore. I made a mess of everything. I brought us here, and I don't know. God, she was not going to cry. She had been through plenty of fucked up situations before this. But the thought she would be responsible for Jericho Corp taking over the universe almost made her want to give up. Except she couldn't. She hadn't surrendered to doctrine when the whole universe thought her wrong, and she wasn't going to surrender to the inevitable now. We need a plan, David. Aye. He sat up slowly, rubbing his head. The way he swayed, she worried he might have a concussion. If we can't fight off the enemy, maybe someone else can. He meant the Sentinels. God, maybe she should have just given them the Ark in the first place. It would have been better than this. Her self-righteous crusade to better mankind had denied the Ark to people who would have used it to preserve her way of life. Maybe humanity as a whole would not have advanced, but at least they wouldn't have fallen to a man like Caleb Gavitt. It's too late, she said. Even if we could get a message to the Sentinels, they'd never get here in time. Besides, they're enmeshed in war with Asherah. David started to shake his head, then let it fall into his palm, clearly thinking better of it. No, Rach. There's another force, much closer, that might be able to stand up to the conglomerate. What do you mean? The angels, Rachel. Wake them up. She almost laughed, or cried. In fact, it was probably time for both. You hit your head pretty hard, so I'm going to ignore that blindingly off-rotation suggestion. David tried to rise, and she helped him to his feet. He steadied himself against the screen. Do you have another choice? Isn't that going to be better than letting the conglomerate take the Ark? Return it to its rightful owners, Rachel. Let them decide what to do with it. Would that be better? The angels had all but enslaved mankind, and most people didn't even seem to realize it. They had made themselves prophets of their own religion and built a theocracy on it. They had eradicated any trace of other religion that might have existed among humanity and forced all to follow their doctrine. And then they had vanished. They had frozen themselves in cryogenic suspension, and she still didn't know why. Listen to me, Rach. David grabbed her shoulders. We don't know what the angels will do with the Ark, but we do know a little something about Jericho Corp. We know with this kind of technological advantage, they'll seize control of the entire conglomerate, and through it, force a stranglehold on Mizraim. I don't want to be responsible for that. But this was your quest and your ship, so the choice is yours. With the Ark, Jericho could dominate the universe. The technological advances it made would allow the board to rule all mankind, but they could also use it to usher in a new golden age of science. In the end, though, that wasn't human nature. She'd seen enough not to blind herself to the truth anymore. Her quest to save humanity had always been futile, because she was trying to save them not from long-gone angels, but from themselves. In the end, human greed and ambition would win out over any altruistic aims they might start out with. Just like her, she'd wanted to save the universe, but she had let pride and possession of the Ark convince her to keep it from the Sentinels. For all their flaws, they were the men and women putting their lives on the line to protect the light of civilization, and the Ark would have been better in their hands. Now Raziel had the Ark, but she wasn't sure he could hold it against the conglomerate, not alone. Maybe he would have woken his brethren anyway, but now it wasn't his decision. It was hers. David was right. She didn't know what the angels would do, but it was the only card left for her to play, the only way she was going to keep the Ark out of the hands of a single corp. Rachel nodded and ran for the cryo chamber, then almost stumbled into the gaping hole just outside the bridge. Down there waited the beings who had saved and enslaved mankind, and night had fallen through. Damn, she wished she had a gravnet. Rachel jumped into the hole. Chapter 60. Can we talk about the Nephilim? Of course they existed. Records from the early days of glory clearly indicate that not only were there factions among the angels, but that at least one,
Possibly as many as 3 of these factions advocated the hybridization of humans and angels. I mean, you can clearly see the benefits. The angels wanted us acting according to their wishes. They claimed to want to protect us from the adversary. What better way than by merging our 2 species? The heretic, Nathaniel Shimizu. Milky Way Galaxy. The scrape of metal over the deck filled the chamber as Raziel rose. A beat of the angel's wings sent mist washing over Night. He kicked back up to his feet. He was getting damn tired of the winged wonder. At least down here the others were safe. He would finish this threat by himself. It was the only way he could protect Rachel and Phoebe from this thing. She was right all along about your kind, he said, circling the angel. Dr. Jordan. Raziel laughed, the sound cold but surprisingly human. I fear she is misguided, Nephil. Stop calling me that. Night needed a way to deal with those wings. Giant razors seriously limited his ability to close with the angel. If he could get in there, he knew he could bring Raziel down. Everything I have done was to unleash your utmost potential. Nice job. Night rushed in, flipped in the air, and flung throwing knives at the angel's legs. Raziel's wings beat away one, but the other embedded in his thigh. The angel shrieked in pain and stumbled to one knee, clutching his leg. Night landed nearby and slammed his knee into Raziel's chin. He landed blow after blow, pummeling the angel's chest and face as fast as he could. Raziel blocked a few strikes, but Night just kept attacking. He was done with the creature. It was going down. He twisted the angel's arm and slammed his palm down on it. Raziel screamed, but the joint didn't break like it should have. Raziel flung him off, and Night flew through the air. He twisted in midair and landed in a crouch. So all the angel's bones were metal. Night grabbed more knives from his thighs as Raziel rose. The knife he had landed in the angel's leg rose up out of its own accord and flew at Night. He twisted his head to the side to evade it, then flung knife after knife at the angel while he rushed forward. Raziel dodged the knives or beat them away with his wings. Night skidded over to him and landed a tight blow against the angel's abs. Raziel's wing tore across Night's chest and sent him backpedaling. Liquid fire erupted from a half-dozen gouges. His armor was torn to pieces. None of the scratches were deep, but they hurt like the void, and he might bleed out if he didn't end this soon. My patience is at an end, the angel said. Took the words right out of my mouth. Night circled around Raziel. Wait for an opening. His foe was ancient, powerful, but Night was the ghost in the night. He was death, and that was the answer. If he couldn't win in a head-on confrontation, he had to use his strengths. A beat of the angel's wings carried him several meters into the air. Raziel landed, swinging his fist at Night in a blow that should have crushed him. Night rolled under the angel and took off into the mist at a dead run. He skidded behind one of the cryo units before Raziel turned around. The angel turned, scanning the room. Even if he could see in the dark, the mist should cover Night, unless Raziel had thermographic vision. Based on the way he kept slowly turning, scanning the chamber, Night guessed not. He stalked closer, waiting for the opening. Rachel dropped into the chamber, grunting when she landed hard. Night faltered. What in the holy universe was she thinking? Raziel spun toward Rachel, who was rising from the floor. Damned girl. But she might have given him his opening. Night snuck closer, knives in each hand. Raziel advanced toward Rachel, who had spotted him and was backing away. Night slammed a throwing knife into the backs of each of the angel's thighs. Raziel shrieked and fell, and Night flipped over him before his wings could retaliate. He kneed Raziel in the face, then flipped backward, kicking the angel in the head as he went. Raziel fell back, and Night charged back in and leapt on top of him. He slipped a knife between the angel's ribs. The creature coughed up blood. Night considered slitting its throat, but he wasn't sure if Rachel would have further use for it. An alarm sounded through the cryo chamber. Icy mist began venting from every single unit in the chamber, and the doors cracked open. Night rose, at a loss. Had Raziel been able to psionically awaken his brethren? But it was Rachel, standing by a console, who seemed to look at the opening chambers without surprise. Horror, but not surprise. Night ran to her. What the void? We have no choice, Night. The Ark is lost. Jericho is everywhere. Then why in the holy universe had he just worn himself ragged fighting down a damned angel? So now you want them to have it. These things you blamed every wrong in the universe on? You want them to take the Ark." He clutched his wounded side, surprised to see the cuts already bled less than they had moments ago. "I don't want them to have it. I just don't want the conglomerate to have it more." David leapt down too, though a gravnet arrested his fall. "Rachel, are you all right?" He approached, and she nodded. "You look a bit worse for wear, lad," he said to Knight. Knight felt like he'd walked through a blender, but his strength was returning quickly. He was almost grateful for what Raziel had done to him to make him like this. He had never been stronger. "We have to get out of here," Rachel said. David shook his head. "It's too late. There are ships everywhere. We could never escape this in a shuttle, even if there was anywhere we could reach." "So you're just giving up," Knight said. He'd surrender when he was dead, if then. "If we turn ourselves in, they might spare us. Otherwise, maybe we can find a place to hide on the Ark until the angels—" "That," Raziel rasped from the floor behind them, "is a poor idea. You don't understand what you have started here, Dr. Jordan. You should have turned this Ark over to me sooner." The angel groaned. "My ship is in the hangar. You can escape in it." Now the angel was helping them. Knight was so confused. This was why Rachel was supposed to be in charge. He liked to clearly know who his enemies were. These corporations seemed to switch sides faster than he could keep track of, and apparently so did angels. Rachel nodded. "Fine." She turned to Knight. "Bring the angel." Chapter 61. Years will pass, and humanity's hubris will necessarily grow. That is the way of man. But the words of the Codex are eternal, unchanging, immutable. Our lessons will only be ignored at great cost, at great misery, and with great regret. The Codex, Book of Raziel. Milky Way Galaxy. Rachel strapped herself into the angel's ship. Its design was foreign, like a sleek dart, jet black against the night. David and Phoebe had shot their way to the hangar, with Knight hauling the unconscious angel. She supposed that extra adrenaline was what let him carry Raziel, who must weigh God alone knew what. "Much as I love this place," Phoebe said, "and really some of my best, or at least most recent memories are here, but can we get the void off this ship?" David sat at the pilot's console and cast a scowl at her. He pushed a few buttons, still probably trying to familiarize himself with the design. They had found Teppo's body in a lift. David had not taken it well. His emotions had felt like a coiled spring ready to snap and obliterate whatever fool had taken the boy's life. "What should I do with Raziel?" Knight asked. Rachel stared at the angel who had caused so much chaos in their lives. "Restrain him. One of the side chambers might work for a brig cell. Use mag restraints on his arms and legs, and wings." Knight did as she asked, with help from Phoebe. Then the two of them strapped in beside each other. They were staring into each other's eyes like long-lost lovers. Rachel was used to the waves of lust radiating off the pair, but it was deeper now. A warmth, a trust she had never felt from either of them. Were they falling in love? She tried to tell herself she was happy for them. She should be. She was with David, and there was no way in the void she should be jealous of Phoebe. Just because all this time Knight had wanted her, and now he had eyes only for the hoary. It was so shallow of her to want Knight to still chase after her, knowing she had chosen David. Rachel supposed, in a way, Knight had become her best friend, and knowing he felt that way for her had been flattering or a comfort. At least two men in the universe cared deeply for her, even if she couldn't count her father or brother among them. But Knight had changed in other ways, too. Raziel's experiments, his tortures, had transformed the former assassin into something more than human. There were no real records of Nephilim, no way to know what would happen to Knight. Leah had said his body might well give out from the strain, or maybe he could live forever because of the cellular regeneration. What kind of burden would that place on him? Knight had had no childhood. He'd been raised by monsters. And now, Knight had been remade by a different monster. And somehow, despite being twice birthed from such darkness, she still felt he could be a good man, never mind his attempts to hide it. The ship shot out from the hangar. David flew it as if they were pursued, but Rachel soon realized they weren't. She unstrapped herself and rose to glance at the scanners. It was as if the conglomerate ships didn't even see them. "They must not be able to pick this ship up on the scanners," she said. "Aye," David said, still dour. "It has some kind of active camouflage." Thank God for small blessings. David launched them into the conduit. The opening gate would reveal them, but it was too late for anyone to pursue. And here they would be safe, at least for a while. David could escape the conglomerate ships, she was sure. Whether Jericho or the angels held the Ark was out of her hands. Maybe she had failed. Maybe she had made all the wrong choices. But in the end, she saw no other options. She sat down beside David, then glanced at the rest of the crew. Leah had gone to inspect Raziel. Knight and Phoebe shared a quiet kiss in the corner. The others, they all looked to her and David. They didn't ask where the ship was headed. They trusted them to make the decisions. It was a burden, she supposed. She wasn't really used to having people expect her to lead them. She'd been on her own so long she didn't know how to feel about it. But David was a natural leader, and she had chosen to make herself one. All she could do now was see it through. She blew out a long breath, then turned to him. "What are we going to do now?" She spoke softly, trying not to let the others hear her doubt. If they looked to her and David as the leaders, let them. Let them believe she had the answers. It was the smallest comfort she could offer at the moment. David scratched his head but kept his eyes on the conduit ahead. The pain wafting off him was almost too much to bear. "You already know the answer, H. We have to go to the Sentinels. Mizraim is still at war with Ashura. I have a duty to do whatever I can to protect the Empire. I have to... Fuck, I let too many people down already. Now we've lost the Ark. The Sentinels may be the only ones we can turn to." Assuming the Sentinels didn't just throw them all in jail, or send them back to Horish, David had escaped a penal colony, and Rachel had killed a lot of people in the process. But David seemed to blame himself for all this, as much as Rachel did. If they went to Mizraim, Rachel doubted they would receive a warm welcome. And yet, maybe David was right. Without the Sentinels, she had no one else to turn to. Raziel himself, maybe, if she could ever trust him. Or she could only wait and see whether the angels or the conglomerate came out ahead, while Ashura and Mizraim destroyed each other. David had done all she had asked. She'd found Eden because of him. And that was it, wasn't it? She had found Eden. They could return to Mizraim with that knowledge, with a chance to lead mankind back to its homeworld. She prayed such a revelation would be enough to excuse their crimes. Either way, it was her last shot to help the human race escape the chains cast upon it by the angels. And Rachel was used to playing a long shot. This has been Voices of Angels, Sins of Angels, Book 3. Written by M.A. Larkin and J.S. Morin. Narrated by Leslie Howard. Copyright 2017 by M.A. Larkin and J.S. Morin. Production copyright 2018 by M.A. Larkin and J.S. Morin.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed